talking to a couple of our players that made it to the final lobby at our opens, and you feel it. The stage is shaking underneath you, and you can see the people in the crowd actually having reactions to what you're doing.
Listen, there's nothing better than watching a roll down and somebody hits and the crowd goes wild. It is just, I love it so much.
It's about who can channel that energy. And another really important point, who can play the game without looking at stats websites. That's also very important.
That's hard.
It is. I mean, yeah, I think there's an argument that Cien and EMEA might have a bit of an edge because they're the two regions that have the most experience with players playing either on LAN with a crowd or just kind of in a remote location outside their home. For a lot of the Americas players, this is going to be the first time that they've ever played outside of their bedrooms in a competitive setting.
Oh, that shows sometimes.
Well, they are allowed to have like a piece of paper with notes on it. That's what they're bringing into. I would love, personally, I don't know how you guys are feeling. I would love to see what they wrote on there. Just the individual players, what kind of notes they have been taking, what they deem valuable to not actually kind of keep in their head, but need for note.
I can tell you exactly what Dehua says. It says, sell board at 1-3.
No!
And that's it. That's it.
Goodbye, Cypher players.
Yeah.
Okay, but actually seeing him do that at the regional finals was something else. Well, we can take a look at our other player hub here.
Look, Chengdu?
Yep,
Yeah.
this is
Wow.
Chengdu, and they actually have a Chonks party land. So all of the fans can go there. There's a lot of
Wow.
Chonk-themed things that you can
So yeah, we're
interact
pretty
with,
much
and
forced to
also
watch main
much larger
broadcast. I have
library
access to the
allowing
actual
Did you,
A little
oh, you
like,
did a giant
players'
chunk and, like,
perspectives.
how?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
but
I
they have
missed
to
it.
get into game for that.
I tried to get
I
it.
wanted to
So
hug it.
until
Maybe
then,
we can,
we're
we
just
can bring it back
we're just here.
for the next Open in Paris this year.
That's right. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I want to see a chonk with a baguette or something.
Can you imagine? What do you think Chong's favorite food is?
It has
Good
to be
question.
something with high calories.
Cookies, probably.
Yeah.
He strikes me like a.
I don't know
Like
why,
a
but I feel
snacker.
like Xiaolong Bao. Soup dumpling.
Is that soup dumplings? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
I
think
could see
soup
it.
dumplings.
I mean, who doesn't like a soup dumpling, right?
That's right.
I think he could throw back like 100.
Wow.
That'd be a record.
Well, he is pretty big.
A big appetite, but it also means, you know, a lot more to love.
That's true.
Yeah, there's a lot about this Tactician's Crown that I think people we haven't really had a lot of time to talk about. One of the things that really does strike me, and we touched a little bit on it, is kind of the rise of the newcomers, right? I mean, in the last few sets, it feels like we are constantly being hit with previous set champions, all kind of culminating in a single spot. It's kind of like the Battle of the Kings. That is not the story of this Tactician's Crown.
What we do is right.
Okay. So this is the first game. So this is the game with dish soap. We'll wait for that to start up. Go back to the main
Well, it's
broadcast.
not going to work out.
Listen, I'm actually not surprised we're having a lot of players in this group that we would classify as flowchart TFT players, because in a meta like this one where so much gets thrown at you, where you can change your kind of position so many times, it can be helpful if you locked in your direction early on and you're just kind of checking the boxes and making sure you're trotting down that course, whereas other people might get lost in the waters.
Yeah, and I have huge respect for flowchart players, and I think we should explain the term a little so everyone
Sure,
kind of
yeah.
understands, gets on the same page.
Of course.
Flowchart is the most efficient way to play, but it's usually about line selection and playing a lot of lines, so you can always land on the right places. However, it does mean that your edge in specific lines might be a little less.
So let's go ahead and get into game number 1 of the Tactician's Crown for Cyber City. You can see your players before you. We've got Garrett to kick things off. We were
What's
gonna
the main
let
broadcast
hype
watching?
build
They're
up to this
watching.
moment,
Oh, they're
but
watching the same game
Golden
too.
Emblems.
Okay.
Listen, we all try to not talk about.
We're just gonna watch this POV for now. It looks like he got. I mean, he got an okay like Jinx dummy, but I don't think he might want to play around Jinx. Street Demon default. I mean, it probably means you keep Jinx on 9 and you maybe sack Rengar. Otherwise, and then the rapid fire is probably useless. He technically can also play like Exotech or something. Also has both. It's never Nitro, it's never. Yeah, I'd say those are the two. I mean, he has the Street Demon opener, so. What do I make? Should I move my cam? Or my thing? Alright. Right. Okay, that's better. So yeah, it looks like he has no interest in playing Street Demon at all, which I guess it's fair. Doesn't end up being too strong in the meta. Question is, this dummy is not very good. So what's he gonna play? That's a good dummy. Oh, that's a disgustingly, Anyway, and they hit the Divinicore from branching out. Wait, that dummy, that spot is insane. Summer Timer's spot is insane. Anima Executioner Marksman. I mean, at least that's a good anima. slash, like, I mean, you can play around either of those. Also, is there even a point to me watching this one in particular when... Let's pick a different one, because the main broadcast is already watching this. Let's go to somewhere. So it looks like there'd be value in... And, you know, I'll figure it out for game 2. We'll just go back here. So he slammed BT, which, not really sure what that means. Is he gonna play Rengar? Oh, this guy is also... Oh, this guy's Strat Bruiser Street Demon. What is that? Like, and I know the comp isn't like that crazy anymore, but like, that's like literally the perfect dummy. Maybe you could replace like Bruiser with like another one, since you do get Bruiser in Kabuko, but like... So yeah, what is it? What does he even play? Yeah, okay, it's Rengar. Huh. I mean, I guess this is like an okay game for it. Wait, was that a different guy with the same dummy? Yeah, I can actually go back. Huh. What was the other guy's dummy? I don't know, that was the same guy? I don't know. What's up? Okay, yeah, it's just Rengar. Yeah, he has the double dupe and the rig shot. Okay, wait, his 3-2 augments are insane. Okay, never mind. He's back. Wait, Zeri and Planner. I mean, he already slammed the items, but yeah, like I said, the other option was probably extra tech. Like I mean, like, okay, it's like he had to slam BT. Actually, did he? Did he? His fighting opponents were BT plus Rod. Yeah, he kind of had to slam BT. Yep. Glove, be a JG or a Jinx item. Okay. Some upgrades. That's just Dynamo Flex. Oh, okay, well he breaks the win streak. That guy's brand zigs. Oh, that was pretty close. We sell an Echo to make 20. But that has 2 brands. Oh, he has been there with bench. Oh, rain guard. This is other chain item. I don't know what you make from that. Oh, okay, we're going flip. Oh, wait, okay, that's good for this show. Oh, but these components are not. What is that? It's Hodge. Okay, roll down a little bit. I mean, pretty far from like major upgrades, so yeah, he's probably not gonna spend too much gold. No stats to help him, so you gotta just know. Not sure if it's rated BT or if it's rated Hodge. So I don't know how much Executioner he's playing. Because we 6 with 2, the Hodge might have been better. Lose 1 streak, but not the greatest. Next strike. It's not terrible in Straight Demon, but like, yeah. Scoped weapons. Yeah, it's not that. Okay, we have Jinx items. Okay, I finally have 7 in. You can just slam double DB. I think that's the only option you got. I mean, this Jinx gonna pump. The problem is that with Marksman and Straight Demon, like, all this AD is like a little wasted, but still gonna contribute a lot of damage. Jinx, oh, that's pretty good. Okay, he's chilling. Push levels. Oh, this guy got a flicker blade. Yeah, like, the problem is just this comp isn't very good. He didn't really tempo either. I mean, there's a world 7 streets. Just play He just tries to live long enough and hits. Wait, what's component do you need for Street Demon? You have Rod? So find a rod. What's sword? Strategist? Yeah, this will just, you gotta survive. He only has to go 9. But he needs to find a rod, and he also needs to actually reach 9. And he's quite poor, so it's kind of a while before we get there. At least 3. I mean, he dodged the MF ult, so that's pretty good. And like, people can't stop him. The only way to like stop him right now is just to kill him. Oh wait, no, never mind. He just slammed the side. It just. Yeah, no, he's playing for like a 4th. He's just saving placements. Even though like the strategist isn't that useful for the Rengar, it does help make like the Nico and stuff tankier. Nice. Yep. Not 8th. I mean, later on we can look to like replace Ferris with Urgots. You can move one of Death Blades and give Jinx like another different item. What do you have? Oh, Nico too. Timer has Urgot too. Oh, so you could have made the street even. Need anti-heal of some kind. Their options aren't great. Yeah. Oh, got the bunny hop. I'm just kind of chill. Yeah, this. Vanguard jumped into the middle of the team and didn't get hit by anything. Finger dodged. Jump? Oh. He had the 50-50 jump to Jerry. Oh, he's healthy now. What is this game? Prismatic orb, and now we have this. And it's on the Garen portal, like. Yeah, tread, yeah. Might as well. These are not very good. He still has removers. I don't know if this is like the best arrangement, but like the problem is that there's no one else to put the death blades on, so if he had the STheHero or the Urgots, okay, he's stuck on front line. It's a little rough. That guy's a lot of items. It looks like he got the 5th that he was playing for. I mean, he can surely top 4. So I wonder what happened to Summer Timer. Oh wait, you're going for Virus 3 now? I mean, I guess a rigged shop. Yeah, no, he's just trying to squeeze out as many placements as possible. Like, maybe he can go for 3rd. I mean, what's good is that he just matches up well into a lot of these teams. Good into most of the AP players. Like, this ship should never lose to this board. Yep, 4th. So who's left? There's like, at least one extra tech. Not so many options here. Once a Varus item is that team, yeah, this default is just GG. I mean, you probably should have seen what the TG items were first, but like, there also aren't many options to put them on anyway. Yeah, this board is a little tougher to beat. Pretty strong EXO board. Not capped, but it's kind of a bad matchup. Rengar just gets stuck. I mean, it's third. I think you take that. I mean, it's not like the worst. There's nothing else to make. He doesn't have the money to hit anything else. Like, it's probably just a third. I mean, actually, I mean, this board... Oh, never mind, he got... Yeah, he got screwed like Kabuko. You know, it's just the third. You know, it's... Nope. It is what it is. Join mid podcast for the rest.
Where have you been, brother?
I do want to say I'm very impressed with both of these players. The way they navigated what arguably is a very, very hard game of TFT with so much randomness from that golem on top of a prismatic orb that did come through and so on. I'm really, really
I guess
excited to see
this game is like messed up. It's Garen Portal plus Prismatic Orb plus Artifact Anvil on Carousel.
But maybe even 3, depending on actually could be 4, depending on how the marbles fall exactly. But it's gonna kind of set the stage for us to see what we can expect. Frontline's already just crumbling to the side of Lee Sao. Actually, you can see the damage dealer though gets onto the Samira so quickly and able to just bypass the Nico entirely.
Wait,
Wait a second.
Did you just see what the Garen did?
Without stacking damage or one Nico.
Wow,
Yeah,
the Garen
Nico doesn't do
two-shot the
damage.
backline was on the same side as the Varus, and he takes the fight. It was looking so bad for Lee Sao at the start of that one. I think we need to check his mods on his front line. If those are Exotech mods, it makes a huge difference.
That was wild, though. I just saw the backline get demolished. That brand went bye-bye.
TG for the Exotech player.
Playing binary airdrop only has 1 item on the Kabuko. So while this is a 1 item increase for the side of Lee Sao, this is a 2 item increase for Lyris, who's now going to have a Kabuko 2 with 3 items instead of a Kabuko 1 with 1 item.
Hey, Lee Sao's got 2 items. I got a Thief's gloves.
That kind of counts.
Yeah.
Equalizing here a little bit. I was
Look,
kinda
it's
shocked
TG on
actually when
Exotech
you
Garen,
said,
like-
it might be 4 fights, but with how close
That's
this
pretty
one
good.
was,
It might
yeah, I
be.
think you might be right.
And with that extra Thieves Gloves, he's able to shift things around. Has a very good find on the Garen with the Sterix. A lot of AD there.
You see the Vex positioning here. Actually in second row, top right. I want to see what this is actually trying to calculate for.
I think you just get a really big explosion onto the golem.
I think he's trying to guarantee calculated enhancement stats actually on the side of his backline, making sure that Zeri and Jin are able to output enough damage. But
Oh yeah,
Frontline
he's for
crumbles
sure
so
playing around
fast.
Falcon hands.
Wait a second.
Wait,
a
Challenger Zeri!
Wow.
that is a challenger Varus.
What happened there? That literally, it looked like there were 9 units on the board, and a second later there were no units on the board.
That's
That's
like
Flicker
just
Blade Zeri for you.
Targeting. Yeah.
It was tons of damage. It also had execution. So if everything lines up and the Zeri procs on the right person, it's 12% max HP. It's a lot of extra damage being done there.
wonder if you need to actually focus fire your damage from the Lyris on one side of the board, right? We have everything kind of spread out. Ziggs and Brand are going to be targeting different units. Samira potentially targeting something as well. I wonder if there's actually a way to break through the weak side of Lee Sao's board, and we can actually see, yeah, now Ziggs and Brand are going to be on the same side of the board as opposed to last fight. Let's see if this makes a difference.
Trying for sure. Garen is
Oh,
going
huge
to go
cast.
down eventually.
Oh.
And with that, it is only Varus and Zeri once more, but we've seen this story before. Can they clutch it up again?
She takes out 2 of the
Nico
backliners for
Oh my
1v1
God.
again.
Varus.
Wow!
Nah.
And the execution goes through. Lee Sao wins game 1. It seemed like that Nico was going to clean house, but at the
No,
very end,
there's
the
no
pulse
like this
triggers.
Nico doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, there's a couple things to call out there. I think one of the things Lee Sao did really well, guaranteeing the calculated enhancement on the highest DPS dealers, right? Making sure that you're getting all the value of your exotech units. And because of that, imagine that fight goes through and Zeri doesn't get a calculated enhancement. You never win that fight. Small change that I think you know, players who are still learning the game often fall for traps like that, and it's a good expression of, you know, the kind of heads-up play is required on a stage like this.
Yeah, and I do want to go into that positioning just a little bit more. It was so cool because he had the Garen in the back line for calculated enhancement, had the Vex in the front, clumping up his front line because the Brand actually targets the largest group on your board.
Yep.
So he's making sure that Zeri isn't hit right there. And actually, that was 3 1v1v1s in the very
I
end.
mean, it's
Every
not
point mattered.
I was
largest
actually
group,
kinda
but just
wondering, and
the
very
targets
in there,
nearest
is there
to his
ever a
primary
world
targets.
you give up some of those Street Demon hexes for positioning? Maybe to get better targeting or focus fire or something?
I
With
just
that
think,
many units, probably not.
yeah,
It's
there's
hard.
not so much space you can actually tap into, and with the way Lee Sao had his board set up, I don't think there was really a good shot where you're sacrificing the Street Demon buff and then you're also trying to outplay that positioning. There just wasn't any gaps in that defense.
It's never correct to sack the 3D positioning there. Like, there's
an argument
No,
that
I mean, there's
put
no value
Ziggs,
you can
Brand,
get.
and both Samiras all on one side.
Like,
We saw him
even
break
if like
the
you
side
like there
there.
weren't
You have
specific
the
hexes to
third
play
run
around,
Samira, which can get
like
very
positioning
dicey.
wise,
And
there
the
isn't
thing is,
really
again,
much you can
targeted
do
by
against.
Garen too.
Yep.
I think it's a very
Exotech.
high-risk way to play
Like,
the game, but it gives you the potential to maybe
there's no, like,
burst down the
real
Garen
side
before he gets a second
diff
or even
issue.
a third, which we saw in that last fight.
Because
Come through.
the
And
way
I would say
Brand,
that
like
getting
you
a
could maybe
third cast
play
on
around
your
Ziggs, but the
Garen
problem is that
can
Zeri
oftentimes
moves.
be the difference between winning or losing a
So you
fight.
can't even
How
reliably snipe.
crazy did this game go? We
The only
already
positioning
started
nuance
things
trying to
out
get
with the Garen
maybe to
encounter,
snipe
taking a look at
either
how
the
many
Varus
different
or the
emblems
Jhin.
were at play, branching out for one of
But the problem is
first
that Zeri will
offense
always
choices for a lot of
be a
our
problem,
players, which just made
especially with
Swords
Flicker
go
Blade.
even more wild.
Listen, we got it out of the way for everybody at home. That was our one Garen game for the weekend that
Yeah.
we're going to be
I
showing on
think
broadcast.
you're wrong.
I hope so.
Would have that there. But I do want to commend both Lires and Lee Sao. I was already talking about that during the game, but also Dish Soap in the way that they navigated arguably a very hard game of TFT. It was much
Yeah,
that
this
mattered,
Soap's
and
game
kind
was
of finding
disgusting, and he
those
still
lines
somehow
where
ended up with a
you're
third.
uncontested, your B, finding your win conditions, and then C, you're also maybe a little bit lucky with what you're hitting.
Sure.
Very, very nicely done.
I mean, I wouldn't even say he was that lucky. I mean, he was lucky with his augments.
Tactician's crown previously, you might know this player. This is a
Like,
player
he got
who
rigged shop,
to a set 11
two
set
dupes.
championship, found a top 8, right? 4th place at the set 11 set championship. And in a region like Cien where there are so many big hitters, you know, your Fanmies, your Flancies, your Zhungas, I think someone like Lee Sao might kind of get lost to the Western audience. But this is a player who's earned their spot once again, and I would actually consider one of the front runners for the Cien region.
Clement, we were talking about our players in preparation for this event. You were saying Lee Sao is a player that's incredibly good at converting a top 4 into a first place. Would you say this is basically the bread and butter of what he does?
Bread and
The
butter.
bread and butter. The bread and butter. We got it. Well,
Close enough.
he's known as a sort of a tempo player where he actually tries to have a better board than the rest of the lobby out there. But I think the key is you get a flicker blade out of artifact carousel, and
And this is like trainer golem plus 3 artifacts on everything.
A couple support items thrown in there, masterwork
Right.
upgrades.
I don't know if there's anyone in this lobby that was like, man, this is where I thrive. And if they are clinically insane. These are not comfortable games to play by any stretch.
I just want to share, in scrims, people actually restart the game if it's Garen.
Really?
Yeah, because the lobbies are very, very heavily weighted toward just playing around open 40 and carousel +1s. So players kind of have a gentleman's agreement. We go next.
But does that mean that they don't have the preparation for things like this? There
You
were a
gotta think
couple of
big.
players that did struggle with this particular lobby setup. In particular, taking a look at our
Apex.
8th place player, Winvu. I wasn't going to say that, Clement, but you can. And our
No,
7th
this lobby
place
was
player,
decided
Steppy,
by
in this lobby. I think
the Garen.
Steppy, maybe a main problem there, picking Elise, and the Braum reroll wasn't necessarily as powerful as some of these 4-cost, 5-cost boards we were seeing.
I
There's
wanna
nothing
call
else they
back to
can play
something
from
that
that
you
besides
mentioned
just
in the pre-show,
vertical
which is
anima.
The value of momentum in a tournament. I think, you know, a lot of people see a game of TFT, they see the variance, and it's kind of hard to really quantify what makes you a consistent tournament player when there's so much variance. I would argue one of the strongest ways to be consistent in tournament is to be able to play the most like yourself. And something that deters players from doing that is going 8th. Once you find that first 8th place finish, a lot of players struggle to bounce back. Winvu in particular, newcomer to the stage. A few months ago, this guy's just a fan of the game, and in just a handful of months has found himself on the championship stage for set 14. Going 8th in the first game, to me, could potentially be disastrous for a newcomer to the game, and I want to see after game 2 whether or not Winvu is actually able to pull it back.
For me,
I
it's
mean-
free. No concerns anymore.
You know what they say? A diamond is created under pressure,
Yeah.
right? So
Great
I
point.
personally think this is, while it is a hard situation to be in, it is where we're going to see some players really rise to the occasion. And if you're able to step back from an 8th place, then you're going to feel all the better about it, and you're going to be able to face this tournament heads on.
And I would hope that our players can take a look at the conditions in this first game and go, maybe,
Not my fault.
not my fault. It wasn't me.
No, this game was
No,
fake.
I don't deserve the 8th place that I got there. And
Like
maybe
it's
it is
Garen
easier
plus
to bounce
prismatic
back.
orb.
Yeah, I mean,
Plus
I
artifact
think it is funny
carousel.
that, like, normally if you're just taking the agency out of the player and saying, it's not my fault, you would say that that's like a hindrance to their improvement in the game. But when you're talking about Trainer Golem plus double artifacts plus 3 spatulas on the stage for carousel, I think I'm willing to give the players a pass. If they would want to, like, you know, disassociate for a moment and say, like, let's just pretend the next game is game 1, I actually think it's a completely fine way of playing the tournament out.
We're going to be handing out the gangly permit to them.
Yes, yeah, you guys, you get a pass, you get a pass.
These tickets.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. We've got a little bit more in the audience right now as our players are going to take a short break over in our hub. Looks like they may be
There's
playing
a
some
vote
games.
going on.
Or, yeah, or votes or games.
What are you voting
Is
on?
there?
I wonder.
You can vote for this? Encounter?
What do
vote?
they
Call it
have
that?
here?
Oh my
Maybe?
God, could
No,
you imagine?
No spoilers, sorry.
I see emblems, I think they're voting on some sort of emblem thing.
That's a very cute thing to
Ah,
do, though. Well, we asked
your
everybody
favorite
at
emblem?
home to vote for the pickings.
My
so
That's true.
they're going to be back up once we actually make it into day 3.
You know, I'm actually curious to know a bit
Let's
more
look
about, like,
up
the
these
camaraderie of the
scores.
regions. Like, how much of the regional hubs do you think the players are going to be leaning in and leveraging the
Nothing
fact that other
updated.
top players
I mean,
are around
I don't know how many of the
Do you
games
think that 2 players who just finished game
started.
1 would be willing to talk to each other about the game they just had in order to kind of, you know, decompress? Or do you feel like it's more valuable to just keep it to yourself and not give and not allow someone else to have like a therapist on site where they can talk about their game?
Well, they're going to talk to each other before the finals. I think that's the key thing, because you're not competing against each other directly for game 1 and game 2. And we actually have a lot of people in the same study group. In Lobby 1, Shunga and Lisao in the same study group, Lyra and Experion in the same study group. I'm sure they're chatting it up right now.
Yeah, I also think it's part of who you are as a player. You know, some players are really much better at just kind of shutting everything else down, focusing on themselves, and others really like talking to others about things, getting that inside, getting that conversation going.
Well, you know what I like?
What do
I
you
like when we get a chance to see exclusive reveals for the next set of
Whoa.
TFT. And unfortunately, you're going to have to wait a little longer, but I'm just
Oh,
getting
oh,
hyped
what was
for it.
that?
Why is she edging us? Like, I mean, I know we have to wait till after game 2, but like, I don't know why she brought that up
We will have
now.
an exclusive set reveal coming after the conclusion of game number 2. So while we get that game ready, you sit on that. Be ready. Be excited. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I bet it is. I would love to see it now.
Hey, you kind of made me a little bit antsy now. I want to see it.
Aw. I got to keep you on your toes.
Yeah. We're back in Dallas. You can actually see the friends and family room where they're watching. There's another game going on, it seems. So that's what we're waiting on right now, all the lobbies to finish before we can move on to any other game. Oh, man, can you imagine actually being one of the friends and family watching a loved one play in this room.
I would be
Okay,
so stressed out.
let's
I'm stressed out watching
take a
our
look at-
players play. I could not imagine being related to that player
Yeah.
and watching them play.
I try to backseat them. Just shout really loud in the
Yeah.
stands.
Sell board to
Are they
who
in game? Are they done?
Listen, I'm very glad that neither.
Sandbrook,
of
it looks like their
these
game is
families
done.
Amongst our pros. That's
You never
messed
know, you never
up.
know.
That's right.
What the focus?
You see, set 22, my son is taking the world
This
by
game
storm.
done?
Don't you worry.
Game tag, Gangley the second.
That's right, Gangley Jr.
I
Okay.
don't know, with some of the texts that you come up with, I don't know about that one, Gangley.
Gangly Warriors
I
is
don't have
all
any,
I'm gonna say.
I've got nothing for this set.
Gee.
That I did
Kudos.
come up with was killed, so thank you for that one.
You can find
Let's-
something new.
Yeah.
Let's look at the
okay.
score sheets.
I'm not
Unless
peddling
they.
Nitro to Fury to anybody anymore. That was a couple patches ago.
Nah.
True.
We'll see it
However,
later.
Nitro does live on. I really like that line in the recent set. You know, it's like
Yeah,
you
okay,
can
all the
solo
games are
with
done.
it, Shunga's
I
the best
love it.
player on it, and you get those stacks. You just chase around them, and you watch the number go big. Oh, it's so satisfying.
I think it's actually
T-Hex.
it's become a little bit more popular in the last patch too. Like since Tacticians Cup #3, where we didn't see it really as prominently. Everyone was really leaning into those exo boards with the Golden Spatula, and in what we've seen from scrims coming out of the Golden Spatula, it seems like there are a lot of players that are heavily leaning into the Dynamo lines or the Nitro reroll lines to get like kind of a conduit through which you play some really high value units.
One of my favorite condition.
What's your? Let me guess. Maybe
Tell us, Necro.
no scout, no pivot.
High score, baby! That's my favorite. Augment to
Oh.
pair with Nitro.
Oh,
That
and playing
Vagar
Nitro Vagar. Okay, yeah,
reroll.
I like
you
that
got
line
the
too.
Cyber Boss.
I am a
You've got
Nitro
Bobby
Vagar
that's
hater.
launched into the front line of the Nitro.
Yeah.
Clement is looking at me like I'm crazy.
No, I actually have a player so you can root for. There is a Vigar specialist amongst us, and that's going to be AQ1H from APAC.
Let's
So,
go, AQ.
That's a secret weapon. We'll
You know,
see how he does.
I've heard people say that since the Dynamo nerf, I believe 2 Dynamo went from 5 to 4, it doesn't sound like that crazy of a nerf, unless you're playing Vagar, in which just playing 2 Dynamo in the Nitro board actually means that he's guaranteed an extra auto essentially on every cast. And so it goes to show that sometimes the smallest of differences in the patch can actually affect one composition much more so than something even like the vertical Dynamo. So just
And imagine if
throwing it
you
out
get
there.
an artifact, you get Mana Zane, put it on Vagar, and then pew, pew.
I think it's good with the artifacts, right? Mana Zane and Fishbones
effective.
are the two that,
Yeah.
Fishbones you kind of like just pray that it's something really valuable. Otherwise,
Zeri,
the game is really hard to play otherwise.
So, I'm just kind of gnawing onto something you said, because you said there's no comp that you have this time that's a little bit of dark tech. Is there nothing you guys have been seeing where, like, some players have been telling me this might be good? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, we see all.
Oh yeah, there's I would say there's a top America's analyst that's been peddling Nasher Zed for a very long time. I'm not going to name who he is or if he's on this stage, but I will say it's something that's been floating in the ether of the Americas that nobody is willing to attach onto. No one's willing to latch onto it, but
I wonder why
if they get a
don't
spot,
want
I'm just
to.
saying,
strange.
melee Nashers is not that bad. It's really not.
Okay, to
Oh,
give
and
you
it's not
credit,
that bad,
I
but
did actually
it's
try
not
out
that
Nashers
great
and
on Zed.
Besta when you told me to
Set
put
last set.
Nashers on the Ambessa.
So good.
It was actually okay. I'll
right.
give you credit for that
So
one.
you went 7th instead of 8th?
I actually
That's
took
right.
a 4th.
And I want to just say
Pretty good.
again, like if anyone has any problem with my tech, I'm gonna call back to what I said in the pre-show. Just reach out to me at Clement K Chu on X. My DMs are open, and I'm willing to have a personal conversation with every single person that reaches out to me on X. Again, at Clement K Chu.
It's fine. I'll try to find them amongst all the crypto bot scams. We'll get them. We'll get them sometimes. But
That's crazy.
That's
talking about secret
crazy.
Tech, I do want to highlight the Japanese players. All of them have came in having prepped secret 3-cross reroll lines that we haven't really seen in
Secrets.
tournaments much at all.
Yep.
And a lot of players have been saying that they think this meta, if you can't beat the boom bots, the level 9s, you can do level 8 and 3-cost roll downs. They think that is the mainstay of the meta.
Hear me out. Hollow Bovaris.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Exo
yeah.
Tech.
It's okay.
And
It's good, right?
step 1, yes,
Yes, it's
Step
good. It's
one.
good.
Step 1,
Yeah.
have a hollow bow.
I like
No,
it.
no, listen, because everybody says, oh, Hollow Bow, like so useless, not a good Exotech item. But I think if you're re-rolling 3 costs, Varus is actually a very good holder of the hollow
That's
bow.
the perfect composition, I think, to highlight what I think a lot of CN and APAC players have been saying. While a lot of the NA players are more Fast 9 players, like we see from Setsuko and see from Coco, a lot of the APAC CN players think that you should be willing to play the game on level 8 the entire way and go for those 3-star 3 costs.
I will say, though, we did also see a lot of Ezreal reroll.
Set 11?
That was from mobile players. We don't talk about that
Okay,
anymore.
I was going to say, that did not look good. I don't know what they were on, but I did not like the Ezreal in the front line reroll.
Okay, it's worth it to have, you know, an ace up your sleeve when you come to the stage like this, because if
The
you're
problem
right,
with
I actually
mobile
think
is that,
having a line
or with
prepared is
China
very
mobile
valuable for
TFT,
two reasons. One,
is that the game is
it's
slightly
a line that
different.
no one
Like
else
their
does
balance
that. And
is
the second one, I
slightly
think, is a little
different.
bit
So
quieter,
like
but still just as valuable, is that
the comps
when other
that
players
are good on
succeed with a line they're
CN mobile
unfamiliar with, they might be
might
tempted
not
to
work
play
on
that line
PC.
without the same knowledge you have of it, baiting
just because
themselves into
the
a
balance
line
is
they're
like
unprepared to
slightly
play
different.
or unable to
I don't know
recognize the
why,
pace
but
in which it's powerful.
But it's true.
It
We
is.
have seen this in the past as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if somebody just looks at like the post-game screens and sees Dish Soap playing a Rengar Jinx and think to themselves,
Yeah.
hold on.
I feel called out
maybe
right
I'm
now.
sleeping on
Yeah, it's
Is
my
that
turn.
you, Necra? Are
I
we talking
might feel
about
a
you?
little called out right now. No, but I mean, there's so much inspiration to grab from all of our top competitors, whether watching them from the regional finals or right now in the tech round. I'm like, I can't wait to load into the servers and play some TFT right now. Like, I gotta. I'm missing out here.
I want to ask all of you, who are your picks for actually winning the entire thing? I mean, we're here. We've got some time to kill.
You do?
You know?
I mean, I'll start.
We have
I
a
think
lot of
Necra
time to
might
kill.
have the same pick though, so I'm gonna go first.
3, 2, 1. Wait Iverson.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. I mean, listen, this guy has been playing for 8 sets, has made it to 7 regional finals straight, and has made it to the set championship of 5 of those 7 regional finals. If there is anyone from the Americas specifically that is due for a win, it feels like Weijin. This set has been his all set long. He came up a little short at the Golden Spatula, but despite that, I feel like he's someone that's proven that he can compete on the global stage. 3rd place at the Runeterra Reforged Championship, multiple 2-time Golden Spatula regional final winner. I don't know if there's anyone else in the Americas that I believe in more than Weijin Iverson.
I do
Yeah,
think
just
Weijin is
ignore
also
the
a player that
chat.
if he were to take it, I think so many people would just genuinely be happy for
Yes.
him because he's incredibly likable. He does amazing interviews. He streams. He shares a lot of knowledge with the rest of the class. And so I think a lot of people would just kind of be very happy and celebrate with him.
I think that something else that I've really been inspired by from Weijin Iverson in his growth as a player, he's started to include a lot more international top competitors to his studies. So you take a look at players like Solo Gasong
Oh, yeah.
from EMEA, and I think you can learn so much from other players that are at that skill level.
And now we're going to be taking a look at players that are returning to the TAC round
Alright, let's-
so far.
are the
And,
scores
new ones are the returning
updated?
Players, just
They're
to
in
clarify.
this set championship right
Yes.
now.
No.
To kind of show everyone, and I believe they're ranked
They're
by
nuts.
the number of appearances that we
Or-
have. So
or is
Volta
it
right up there, the EMA
this one? Isn't it
representative,
the same doc?
6 times and 3 times in the finals. What an amazing showing from him. He's going to be our most veteran player.
One of the players on the list that I don't want to speak for Makes because you might actually have this as your pick, but I think Lekoko is one of the most interesting characters in the entire weekend.
Right now, okay, whatever. Let's look through. See what they're watching. So he like
as his four augments, and
I think
he has both 3 stars.
this I mean the problem with the current format is that there's just so much like, or there's nothing to do in between. So it's like weird. See what Robin's doing. He's just sitting here, saying anything. Nope. Adge. Yeah.
Because
No
when it
choice
comes
but to watch
EMEA,
main
it's
broadcast.
very easy to look at players like Double 61, previous set champion back in set 3, Volta, 6th time at the set championship, the international stage. Lekoko is someone who I think to non-EMEA fans sometimes flies under the radar. Look at his stats. Clement, we were talking about this earlier in the day. I don't have the exact number on me, but in about 260-ish games of competitive play, Lekoko has averaged ready for this number, 3.6. To put that in perspective, I could give you a handful of challenger players, drop them into Masters lobbies, and I bet you they would not average 3.6 over 260 games. I think Lekoko is so consistent in tournament results that it is actually mind-boggling that he's never made it to the top 8 of a Tactician's crown. And I would argue he's a favorite to win globally. I would consider him top 5, definitely top 10 in the world, period.
That's the story of Lekoko. Last set as well, he missed the top 8 by a single point, having to fall down right there. There's a lot of pride riding on him. I think he's the best of the French, and there's a lot of him right now.
I mean, I said this top of show. If you weren't pre-show watching, that's on you. You should watch tomorrow. I'm just saying. But Lekoko, every single time he's been at the Tactician's Crown, he had a better placement than the time before. You said it, 10th last time. So close
We're running
to that
out of
very
placements
final
remaining.
lobby. Yeah, I mean, the only way up from here is 9th, which would be even more heartbreaking, or getting into those top 8. And we know it's checkmate. It's going to be interesting again, and that'll mess things up.
We still have a lot of games to get through,
There's
though.
no
before we
updates
find our
on the
top
score
8
sheets.
to go to Championship Sunday, and we will be revisiting Lobby 1 for game number 2. So let's go ahead and get right back into it. And we've got our good friend, Alistair.
Alright. This show POV only. Reset the quality. I mean, okay, Alistar, it's gonna be a more normal game. Let's see what components we get here. Oh, you can buy that with everything. I have a decent Divinicore opener. Vanguard opener. No component direction. Yeah, I would do that too. Given the last game. There's not much item direction here. You have a Edge of Night, which is not really great. You can play Graves. But like... Oh, I don't even know if you slam the Edge of Night. Okay, well, it's not Chugbug. Slime and Gamble. Yikes. I guess Gargoyle. Play into 80. Yep. Nice loss. We have Gragas as an option. He's holding on to these Street Demon. And it's more like they're just one costs, but like he sacked Vanguard for Bruiser, which isn't the worst. But I feel like if he had got into the Skarner too, that could have been pretty good. What if Alistar's? Oh, there might be a Graves angle. But he picked up the rod, so I'm not even sure if that's what he's looking for. It does look like we're just gonna go marksman. Make 30. While holding on to quite a bit. Actually, he might just be playing Boombot, just fast 9. It's like kind of rich, but like I'm not sure. I mean, okay. There's a lot of CNA pack. So I'm not sure how the lobby stuff was gonna go. Makes it that far. Okay, he slammed the gun. Is it just Vex? I mean, he slammed to preserve streak, but like, I guess he could still flex into AD if he wants, but now it's looking more like Vex. Yep, it looks like we're just Vex. For Vex, I mean, it's not. In fact, the Ray Treasures is not bad. You can actually look Exotech instead. Even for it is not great. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, he's just Vex. You can also play Dynamo. I don't know which is preferred here. I mean, that guy's EXO. I think he's holding both options. I think he's like leaning for Vex, but technically can play either. I mean, he's Mord pair, Gragas pair, and he's holding the Jax, so this is Dynamo. It's a 1 unit loss. Could be worse. Just a belt, no? Yeah. Just try to get something you can pair with the gargoyles. Morello. Not bad. Dino, for now. I mean, I don't know, maybe he's just playing Dynamo. Oh, we have a Seraphine reroll. With a Radiant Gargoyles Mundo. Okay, well that guy losing rounds, not ideal. Yeah, if Leisha is not tabloing now, yikes. Yeah, holding on to the syndicates make it, maybe we are just going Dynamo. I mean, it would have been nice if he could have streaked. At least two. There's never a reroll option because he's contested, unless he chooses the reroll Varus. But he only has one, so I doubt that's gonna be the thing. I'm still not sure if it's Vex or Varus. I mean, Vex or Dynamo. Oh, okay, yeah, it's never a reroll. Bev's base a little cluttered. Okay, so he's not. Oh, Aurora, what the? Okay, it's just Dynamo. Oh, that guy was Cypher. I don't like this item split. Oh, he slammed it. He slammed the Sterak's. I guess that can go on to like a Garen later. Could be worse. Cloning facility? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. So that guy unironically rerolled Nitro. Yeah, this still wins the game. Does he have belts? He doesn't, he slammed it. He's open chain. I guess he left for Crown Guard or Steadfast. That wasn't even actually like most of these are fine. We got triple gargoyles. I guess. It's better now. But I mean, once you get like a... I mean, does he not intend to play around like a Zac? That's strange. I feel like I would have gone for Bow. Yeah, like it's just cloning facility diff. And this game is kind of like a tale of two metas. Because I think all the reroll players are going bot 4 and all the fast 9 players are going top 4. Oh. Rip streak, but I mean, that guy isn't getting stronger. Oh, but he's so healthy. Yeah, he just never fought out against this guy like the entire game. But he is going to fall off. But yeah, the Flicker Blade TF. NF2? Egg. Spat. Aurora. Aurora 2. Kabuko. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, I don't think these really matter. Oh, wait, he had 2. Never mind. I mean, yeah, this Gargoyles Gragas has been doing work. Oh, Zach Fair. And he's throwing in the Senna for the Divinicore bonus. Only matters for MF, but like it's an extra 10 AD. But I feel like if it was holding a Sejuani, that'd probably be better. Reacting Garen. Let's get like an actual. Thinking like a. Yeah, okay, never mind. From here, probably some AP item you replace the Syndicate emblem, put that on to someone else. Oh, he's doing this. Oh. Wait, that's how he's distributing the items? Okay, at least spam cast is fine, but like, isn't the Morella better on the Aurora? I'm curious as to why he thinks this is the best option. Also, why do they have Samir in? Or is, I mean, the thing is, he had better units to hold before. I mean, how does... I feel like the Samir didn't even cast. Yeah, the Vex is a little better. When he like has spell crit on MF, so it's actually not that big, but like for MF it's like a little bit more range. Lobs. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, I feel like these items would be better on Zac than they are on Kabuko. The problem with Sterix on Kabuko is that I don't know, maybe not. I was gonna say that it would proc before Kabuko levels up. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm pretty sure this matchup he wins if he had the Aurora and the Elise swap the Gunblade and Morello. Two are got Zac 2. Okay. That makes sense. Bastion in. And he's pulling in the Rost for the bonus. Because you lose the Vanguard, but for Divinicar, like, the moment he enters the field, he'll provide the armor. Like, he won't increase the number of Divinicar, like, the number, but the Rost being on the board does provide the bonus. Oh, I guess I was wrong. We should have top 3'd. Mundo player. Yeah, it's over. Respectable second place though. I'm Stoppy with the TF. Warmogs. Oh, Brawl 3. That could be something. Yep, it's Suju. Woohoo! It's a nice first from the soap. Yeah, okay. You know that.
About stage 3 right now in the meta.
Yeah.
Cypher doesn't care, Forward Thinking doesn't care, and Boombot really doesn't care much at all. So I think he kind of lost his edge in being able to out-pressure the lobby like he did in Into the Arcane, where he won on a 2-cost reroll in Zeri.
It's the nuance of the game that I think Dishope thrives in, right? It's like these small whispers of the lobby that many players just cannot see. And what makes Dishope different is that he's such a studious player that he can see parts of the game that are not present. But like Clement is saying, when stage 3 doesn't exist for half the comps in the game, sometimes it can be hard to see those same whispers. But Dynamo is the line in which Dishope's able to showcase what makes him so great.
Listen, I know we all love Dish, but I do also want to shout out Steppy here. In that very first game, a rough start, we were talking about how much momentum matters, how strong it is if players are able to claw back from an unfortunate placement, and does make it here with a very, very good finish in game number 2. That says a lot about a player and their possibilities to fight back and just shrug off an unfortunate game.
I mean, this lobby, we got a chance to see a couple of different trends here. Nwinvox getting 2 back-to-back 8th places.
Yeah.
You also had Shunga actually taking 2 bottom 4s back-to-back. Experian, though, taking 2 top 4s, 4th and 4th. And then you also had Litzao and Dish Soap also taking back-to-back top 4s in these games.
Yeah, we can see Lisao and Dish both sitting at 14 points. Gives you a little bit of a buffer, and we talked very briefly about it, but it's worth it to kind of hammer it down. At the end of today, the bottom 8 players will be eliminated. And so if you're someone like Winvu,
the game.
only 4 games remain to get...
You're watching here.
Afford them. Nice.
Let's see. So we have
Solo's perspective, but this is a hard fight.
Lil Steppy. Wait, so there's Steppy and Lil Steppy.
I think Solo's going to be going third here.
Huh? Wait, I didn't notice. Is that real? Also, it looks like
Last
what
game
Robin
might be
wants.
too difficult to get through, and sure enough,
Sixth.
line's already
That's not
down.
great.
Oh, wait, it's close. It's actually really close.
Slow the song 1 second. Or
Nope, not quite though.
I might know,
Song
he's in
takes a
third.
Shendu now at 1 HP. And now we have the long battle of Graves reroll that has hit basically everything. Senna 3, Jarvan 3, Graves 3,
Yeah.
Aphelios 2.
Yeah, no, okay. This guy hits everything.
56, so we're at
He's
40,
strong.
65% damage amp. We now just spiked it even harder. 72% damage amp.
Wait. But is there actually wait a Steppy and a Lil Steppy? That's funny. Are they from the same region? Or are they a different region? Maybe if funny if they were from the same region. They are. Does that mean something? It's just a coincidence. I don't know. That's funny. Let's see. Some Satsuko. See how this lobby's doing. Edge. Let's not do that.
Ấy. Còn ngày mai thì sẽ đánh thêm để gọi là vào
Yeah, this is the same lobby. Yeah. Look, so in this lobby, Setsuko wins out. That's what we like to see. Couldn't see what they were playing though. Wait, this is the same. Oh, mine just isn't updated. Even if I refreshed. Okay. So, we have a 15-point pointer. This would be Grande. Grenade. I don't know why. Okay, whatever. This shop has, what's 14? Yeah. And we have Lucio, yeah. It is 1/3. And then, okay, what did Satsuko go the first? Oh, he went 8th. I went first, so he's back. And Robin, what did he go? First game. Went 2nd, so now he's 6th. So he's at 10. So yeah, I'll just be refreshing these. The leaderboard. So from the looks of it, EU's doing okay. APAC, you got 1. And then the rest are not doing great. Oh, we saw this guy go edit. Yikes. Americas are doing pretty well. Let's say, oh, Papa Casa, having a great time. Cam's doing good. Oh, he went first this game. That's pretty good. I would say, what, NA and EU are roughly equal right now, and then what, China is doing okay. We have yeah, right now in these first 2 games, APAC are the ones that seem to be struggling. Refresh and see. Oh, somehow we have less scores in by refreshing. That doesn't make sense. What? We lost. Okay. Updated and... Oh wait, the preview. Wait, when are we gonna get the preview? Yeah, I gotta get ready for that. Okay, looking at the scores. Yeah. Grenade. 15 points. Then 3 people at 14. Then 1 13 points. And then 4 12s. So, yep, in the top 16, we have 5 Americas, we have... Oh, actually, we only have 3 EU. I thought it was a little... Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe EU isn't doing as well as I thought. Yeah, America seems to be doing the best. But the top is, like, very mixed.
Well, welcome back here at the Team Fight Tactics.
But China has, like, at the top, and then the rest are, like...
Joining us here
Yeah, there's, like, none here.
couch. We do have CLE back after that amazing Telestrator segment, of course, and Rupe and Apache's Panda making a comeback here as well. How have you guys enjoyed the first 2 games?
It was a crazy start right away. I'm not surprised though. Trainer golems in game 1, I think is tradition now in TAC Crown. Definitely throws a wrench in a lot of players' plans, but I think they managed to make it out alive. No vertical prismatic trades came online, so that's always a blessing. I'm just excited. Always regional rivalry, all the trash talk is finally, you know, gets backed up now on day 1.
Yeah, also some discussion about Disho. Maybe he wasn't as prepared as
bit washed.
Getting a first now in the game. And also talking a little just about KO Coliseum. I'm an otaku myself, and now I'm giving lessons to CLE to transform you also into a good otaku for the future.
I am uninformed in the world of anime, so I'm working on it. I have homework. I've got to be in shape for KO
We're
Coliseum.
talking anime.
Listen, we got you. It'll be on our first agenda for KO Coliseum to actually have you watch some anime. He has never seen an anime before. Just saying. So that is something we're working on, I promise. But
they're really leaning into this being like anime tournament or
and good references. Like if you see anime, you see the references, the angles, the ways being shot, the powers, and obviously like.
Don't worry,
like
we'll get back to TFT in a second.
Like from the bottom to the right, when Brown like takes out the Ezreal, helping is perfect. It's aura.
I'm sure I'll learn them all. I didn't get any of them, but the art looks amazing, and so I'm really excited for that.
Well, what I'm also excited for is our players. You already mentioned Rupe. Dishsoap really looking strong. Of course, a little bit of bias. We did see 2 games there, both of them featuring Dishsoap, so he did really well there. Were there any surprises with the comms that we were seeing? The heavy Dynamo lean, I know we expected, but even less of like the Street Demon and Anima coming together.
We're talking about Dishsoap. Game 1 of TAC Crown, he loads in with the Rankar Jigs, and he did say on a podcast earlier this week, I will only play this comp if I load up with 3 stars in stage 4. He had the augments 4, that's exactly what happened on 4-2. It was a Rengar 3, and then he came online and really bullied the lobby throughout stage 4.
Yeah, so only 2 games, but I expected to see maybe a little more boombots, or maybe being forced. That's what we've been seeing maybe on scrims and on everything else. But actually, it's only if the prismatic one is a little economy or something like that. So it's actually Dynamo Flex, these other comps.
Yeah,
Twisted Fate
Boombot, you need a pretty high econ lobby.
One thing we did see is Flicker Blade, the artifact, really popping off. It went first place in the first game, second place in the second game, and so we're seeing these artifacts really enable some comps and take them to the next level.
We absolutely are seeing that, and I believe artifacts are going to be a big talking point for the games to come. Of course, we are getting ready for that 3rd game. Some of the lobbies we're still playing while our break was ongoing. Then, of course, a reshuffle is going to come in, where players will get new lobbies. From like a competitor standpoint, I know it's been a little while, but you used to compete. How do you approach a new set of lobbies? You like look at that screenshot and you see the other 7 names. Do you like look at your notes you've taken about the players, or how would you approach it?
Yeah, I think the most important is that they recognize you. They recognize the way you play. So, for example, Dehua, that you love to talk about him. You know he's going to play Cypher. So Cypher contested is not the way you want to go. So actually, I think the best way is to make sure they see you and they know your playstyle so they don't contest you. If you can manage to see the rest of the lobby and the way they play, obviously it's good.
Yeah.
It's more important to you leave a finger.
I completely agree.
Honest, I think players have very different levels of prep when it comes to knowing their competitors.
Like some people get to play in certain lobbies for free because
turn to pick or someone's
like
he was asking, who's this guy? Who should I pick? Or is this guy good?
The way
I
the
think
lobby
some players
plays
have
around,
different
like,
levels of
obviously no one's
preparation
gonna
in terms of
intentionally
their
contest
options, in terms of
something
plays, how
if
they
it ends up griefing
I think
themselves.
oftentimes your greatest enemy can be yourself, right? So you need to focus on yourself and your prep.
But the other thing is,
Other
like,
players
assessing
figure
tempo.
that out along the way.
I think judge, like,
Interesting.
depending
Of
on...
course, it can happen that
It's kind of
some
hard with
players
other
lean
regions, but,
heavily
like,
into
you
Cypher,
kind of have to
find
assume
themselves in
certain
lobbies
meta
with
reads
more
of
players
the
that are
entire
also
region.
leaning
Like,
heavily
unless you
into
actually
Cypher.
watch the specific players.
Pretty bad
But,
news,
like,
so
from what
someone
we've,
will
like,
need to adapt.
seen, what we've
Checking in
heard,
here with
like,
our help
a lot of the
players in
Eastern
classroom
players,
in
like,
the
in the
Americas
China
hub
meta
will be
and
watching
the...
globally.
Yeah,
I mean, I
the
guess
sun is out.
APAC
People are
has
starting to
split
wake
servers,
up.
but, like,
It was a little
a lot of
early for
them
for a game
are
number
more
one.
reroll
Things
centric.
started, so, but
Historically,
a
it's
lot of
always
our
been like
fans are
that.
starting to wake up a little bit more.
Good
Whereas
morning,
NA,
Americas,
for,
yeah.
at least, like, NA for sure is, like, fast 8,
Maybe
fast
the same
9, and then
comment
EU, I think, is
was
also
made
fast
that,
8, fast
maybe
9.
1 a.m. he was still waking up. He was still there. He was actually getting to the hub. So some of these guys actually had some times to prepare, and some actually are getting there. He got some sleep, and obviously he sent alfajores to everyone. So giving a little sweet, maybe cards.
Alfajores?
Exactly idea. That's why
Let's
he gave it to the
go.
opponent.
And Tex is someone that was maybe doubted a little bit coming into this set. He's someone that there's been a big gap.
Alpha
between
Hunters
where
are
he
so
was
good.
At the TAC Crown, he had that great showing. I still remember to this day, Warwick Laser Cord, one of the best day 2s ever to come back and just make a massive swing on that day 2. He had 3 TAC rounds in a row and now had a big break. Comes back into it now. Not a great set AVP. Not good scrim results, but starting these first 2 games, very, very good results.
That's something I kind of want to talk about now that we have a moment here, because scrim results, we talk a lot about that. You know, for anybody that's unfamiliar, that's when players get together prior to the tournament and they play some games just to kind of practice, get into the habit, but also to try things. So sometimes scrim results are kind of fake.
Yeah, I totally agree. A scrim for me, especially depending on the type of player you are, right? Maybe you're trying to fine-tune something and you have a plan and you just want to play it out and be like an EXO slave that you have some of them in EMEA. I don't want to say names, but you have them. And some of them, like Tech Summers, for example, we see him with not many good results on screen, but he's just trying things. He's having fun. He's trying to just see and stretch it out a little more.
And sometimes that edge just comes from being creative and knowing where that nuance is, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can just play fiddle reroll for some weird spots, or maybe you can just flex around completely. We saw Robin Songs in the Golden Spatula just have the craziest game I've ever seen with Ziggs carry and all these different setups. And we see our players here now in Dallas in the Americas getting ready for our next game. And I'm so curious to see if we see some creativity.
Have you guys been keeping up?
Oh,
I know
curved
it's
walls.
prep
It's like
busy
a little
and so on,
trippy.
but have you guys been keeping up with the socials content they've been doing with these guys? Our social team is over at the Americas Hub as well, and there's a lot of great videos out there where it's like, oh, who do you think is going to win? And it just cuts to like a 9 screen of them, and they all say me. Lots and lots of good content. A little bit of beef there. TheHero actually saying that all of the EMEA players are going to get day 1. Panda statement?
The who?
The who?
That's messed
Yeah.
up.
There are 9 EMEA players and 8 people get cut on day 1, so impossible.
Technically impossible, actually. Yeah, that's how bad the BM is. It's just not even possibly a thing in this reality. I will say, I think CN had a bit of a bad start going to game 1. 4 of their players were in the bot 8, really. Scored a lot of games left still. They can come back. I know Shunga is one of the players that was one of the favorites, just historically speaking. Not a great start. Setsuko similarly, Volta similarly. So a lot of the historical favorites have not had the best time in these first 2 games, but they have the best mental, they have the most experience, they know how to come back from starting off, 6th, 7th, and still make this first cut and hopefully, tomorrow's cuts as well.
Yeah, and TheHero even preps with some of the EMEA folks, so I don't know why he's saying that. He's just throwing shade for no reason.
Can't believe that. Checking in with our EMEA players where we are, I believe you're just now showing that really cool trailer. In case you missed it, you're going to get a glimpse of it. Is missing the amazing music in the background, though. That is the EMEA players over in Poland.
And they're in a football stadium, actually.
Yeah,
you can see on the left there a little bit. It's actually a very, very cool thing to play TFT in a LAN event with some of your, competitors.
Oh
next to
wait,
you,
their setup is like
fans
small.
watching, your family watching, but also in a football stadium is a novel thing in TFT.
And it's
Yeah,
some of them have experience
Is that
already.
is that the main setup? They're all like playing like that.
Not getting additional pressure for this, but for some of
I mean, it's
them,
like
this is
chill,
new.
but like.
So actually being there, being present, not being maybe in the comfort of your house that is normally where maybe you don't have lighting, you don't have. So this could probably.
At least the venue looks okay. Like I like the glass.
We have to
No.
maybe see
ceiling.
what happens.
Not just some. I mean, 7 of the players from EMEA are French. there is not a single community in TFT around the world that has played more LAN events, starting from the grassroots scene all the way back in, I'd say set 2 even, starting from then on, set 3 maybe. They've had LAN events maybe 2 or 3 every single set, of different sizes of course, but it's still pretty meaningful, and they have so much more experience, feeling the pressure, playing in a slightly weirder setup, a different setup, and still performing.
I mean, just a quick call out there. Paris Open is on the horizon. We don't know much about it just yet, but it is going to be happening this year, really showcasing that amazing community.
And that experience is
Oh wait, okay, so I did miss the thing. Okay, let's go to the main broadcast. YouTube. Let's go back to the preview, wherever it was. It looks like it's here.
for the first time ever. And so some of these players, we're seeing some of that pay off.
Oh yeah, that's like a
We
liar.
definitely are. I am ready to...
Hottest to everyone.
There's no vertical prismatic trades came online.
Is this no? Is this just ad or is this? Oh, it's further back.
Whiskers collar? I think it is. Wait, but that means that
I still have audio for. Okay, yeah. So
that was so
yeah, that was quite good. Not like 10 out of 10, but like an 8.5 out of 10. Like that was like solid and a lot better than I was expecting. Well, I wasn't even expecting a whole opening. But...
Wait.
Okay. We'll take a look and see what's. Who that? I can't tell what champion that is. That looks like Empyrean skin. But obviously there's like some... This is... a character? I can't tell what champion that is. If it's just a custom character or not. I got like Shaco vibes, but I mean, it doesn't look like Shaco. Then obviously we have Lex, Gwen, Lulu, Kagwa. Also, funnily enough, my custom set uses this skin line too, that just as a like together. So Braum with the Luchador. There's probably gonna be a trait with like the luchador theme, and then we obviously saw Soul Fighter. We saw Battle Kamehameha. Wait, was Lux or was that Star Guardian? Yeah, it looks like Star Guardian. There's Star Guardian, Soul Fighter, Dragon Tamer. Oh wait, they're starting. This is like some kind of civilian. I feel like that's like most of who we see. So that's Lee Sin, I think, right? Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. Okay. Oh, no, actually, we did have more time, but whatever.
And one of the things we want to keep our eye on is those in the middle to lower placements, because those players, yeah, they're safe right now. They don't have to change their playstyle quite yet.
Yeah.
But a couple bad placements in a row, and it's going to be a little bit worrying.
Yeah, Wenwu, for example, he's in the lobby. He's the last 40 right now. He needs to risk it. He needs to play Cypher. He needs to try to go for economy augments and try to go level 9 to Boombox. And that should
Would
be
anyone notice if I
I'm here to see
just...
what STheHero can do. 15 points after 2 games is pretty impressive. This is a player that we're talking about.
Okay, game B, main broadcast. It's so low POV. Well, I guess. Where's the. I'm trying to see where people are looking. I know what the lobbies are, but... Or maybe... Okay, here. Okay, so main broadcast is on 1. Which, fair enough. Everyone's watching this. Let's take a look at channel lobby. It loads. Just gonna assume they're gonna start up soon, like this.
而且他上一局就是尽可能的让场面上的质量达到最好，就比如那一波几盖伦的装备。
对，他这个其实很在线。
对的，
这个是其他的状态是很在线的，我觉得。
就说明一直是很紧绷的状态，而且也丝毫像二位说的没有受到第一局的一个影响，那就是最好的。
像以前的话，他就是一个非常偏上线的选手嘛，现在是能够稳住下线了，那这样整体实力就会非常强。
这是不是有点像图上那种稳定当中再去求上线？
对的，其实就是要这样的。
这个。
但是其实我觉得就是第一步你这个选阵做到正确选择，这个其实就已经打败了所谓99%的人嘛。如果你能每把做到你的定向是对的，这个就已经很强了。像圣毒，包括他前面赛程打的，其实都是跌跌撞撞进到后面，但是他到决赛之后，你会发现他的选阵其实没有什么问题啊。选阵好优势太大了。
毕竟是第一个就是开
So this is a
的选手嘛。
Giga Chinese. Like there's 6 players. How did that happen?
刚刚看到有李少3尾子。
Like that's crazy. Wait, there's so.
小鱼青，
圣毒，
然后小七。
Oh yeah, that happening is actually crazy.
好像有点多了。
是，那其实大家都在一组。
Like there's 6.
不是特别好吧？这种。
是的，就是
对，总会有人6、7、8。
其实追分的好像追分的迅哥不在这一组，小七在吗？
小七在的。
哦，那小七其实是像迅哥。
小七挨着勇敢去飞，在第3和第4的那个位置。
Okay.
小七和迅哥分稍微低一点。
How do I
不想
increase quality?
的话就很有可能。
I don't know what any of this means.
我记得小鱼青也是中游偏下的一个分数，刚扫过去的时候。
这里选择塞纳在场。
So I can increase quality.
这个卡在2技能的过渡强度，2号怎么看？
一般不会，我觉得只有皇子一起用吧，不然的话，但是如果你有装备，你前排单。
It is what it is.
就是你两双前排加1单张的话，有装备还行。
对，一般这种3倍卡它不是过分的强的话，都不会考虑去留。
这当然是一个和谐的局嘛，
一个少装备多经济开，
主要是3倍卡丢上去的，就是可能会少智力型。
白色，
一个多装备。这里骑手没有
延迟开始个1-2-3，最后拿1-2-3。
为什么他是要
See.
4吗？
他可能想拼。
他这里有个加里奥，
有个加里奥。
Vi augment woke. Surely not.
对，但是没拼到。
Just say good for something, right?
他是有用之才在保底啊。
有没有基础？
装备其实
是有用之才了。
那就是经济城邦加经济。
Oh, is he re-rolling Mundo again? He has the Seraphine shop too if he wants.
但他这里其实要是有一个2星小丑的话，我觉得会很舒服。
是，这里一个经济加经济可能是奔着95去了。
Oh, he might. Oh, this is another reroll line. But his items aren't great for us. I mean, he can slam Gargoyle either way, but you'd want to lean AD here. I mean, he's not selling anything.
前期肯定是摆的，他这个装备，除非他2星龙女，
装备反正都合不出来，索性就拿一个有用之才。
Oh, is he gonna make 20?
那这里有用之才的话是
He is.
好一点呢，还是像他？
So what's on his ward? He has Nitro Vagar. Yeah. It looks like he's just playing Nitro Vagar. Oh, this is a Poppy augment. But I think they're just playing the Bastion. Just, yeah. But it is a contest. For sure. I feel like TheHero should have pivoted into something else. Looks like just Cypher.
德华这边留加里奥加这个。
There's no way I can increase the quality.
这个指示方向靠了，这里等于说是注册了。
那如果下面有个人直接空了呢？
I don't know what any of this
被断就
means.
被断嘛，这个也无所谓，2阶段。
No, it looks like money. Okay, I'm not signing into anything.
摆的人还挺多
Man.
没有人去过分投资场面。那像这种
I'm just.
水潭的话，其实按道理来说，
May I refresh and get the translation that I accidentally ignored? If I do it from like here. Man, I need someone who understands
的这个风险，都会选择去滑。
Chinese to tell me where to increase the quality.
就走出大连胜。
他比较能够在连胜当中同样去寻找到上限。
对对对。
那一般来说
Apart from that, I mean, Julio looks kind of nice though.
其实是有一些
Like if I understood what everything said, it'd be nice. But
他每次选择都是对
I like the template.
多装备开。
And it looks like there's a lot of things to click. Oh, double component carousel.
你看一下，好像是没有直视的。
Okay, so I think this is like the epitome of like we'll see like just how reroll meta it is in China, because I mean we have 6 out of 8 China. So
也可以3块钱啤酒的。
yeah, we'll see how much reroll we have
最后
here.
能拿到3块钱肯定赚。
考虑绿甲吧，这里是一个2星的纳尔斯特。
绿甲肯定没问题。
Graves.
他这一操确实是打工强度比较
Begin
高
to
的，
slam.
看能不能把这个连胜顺利走出来。
Feeling vain, but like it's
40块。
looks like that's just like a marksman or something.
这个看后面男枪多不多？这把 CN 的选手比较多，不知道会不会。
I mean, it could be Graves as well.
反正大经济的城邦对于伏牛来说一定是好的，就是只要
And that other guy is probably
这个地方
marksman.
的话就是经济也是战力，是一个比较特色的设计吧，这个赛季。
没错，就你有足够的钱可以花，在固定的回合。
你像以前我们玩这个游戏的话，就是你还是拿了经济，好像就是后面上限会差一截，但是由于这个伏牛和扎克的存在，这个赛季就会让经济和战力稍微等价一些。
它会有一定的战力上的联动，就是好的。
对，但是对于勇敢去飞来说的话，这里场上的牌还挺贵的，但是胜负关系一般般，不过没有 F 过人口。
就只要没有 F 的话，就是胜负关系无所谓的。
是。
总归城邦可以帮忙补一下，现在就是看抽卡了，因为这一局他的男枪应该是跟我们前面看到连续的2次，就是从 TOC 然后到刚刚的前2局里面的那个男枪的数量相比的话是差一些的。
是。这里3尾子并没有在选秀当中捡到自己想要的妖姬，在最后一波还遇到了巨型泰坦的德华被断掉了，只是那这样的话前面4连败就非常亏了，因为这个城邦它不缺钱，所以说你拿血去卖的钱就不值钱。
而且，所以我就觉得他开局的33个海格斯选择的时候选的这个，其实这个海格斯是3个里面最差的。 因为是经济城邦，然后最右边是一个偷偷，中间是1223，然后左边是一个重启，所以，但是他为了选择直视的话，然后选择了这个最差的，
对，这里没有质量的情况下去选重启任务会好很多。
对对对，这个其实，但是他也是有他的说法，所以这个只能说运气不好。
对，一个是舍不得加里奥，第二个就是。
I mean, I guess he's committed, but he's contested. And then there's 2 Graves.
更甚至，万一给你一张德子，
是
对吧？那就好很多了。但是没博到也没办法。而且这一局就是像刚刚2位说的，如果你真的重启的话，甚至有机会打连胜。
对他装备是能合的。
是，外面都太白了。李少这边4张小法师。 有一点小亏的地方是有人之才河蟹没有办法击杀掉己方这边的英雄。
这里其实，都可以。其实。
What we're seeing right now is
他
just
要玩也
full
可以，
greed.
拿这个过渡也可以。
Try out econ.
装备不给内地，那有点差了。
对于赌阵来说的话，这里装备没有办法合出来，3阶段有被断的风险，所以说还是
They're both playing it.
更多的考虑去拿着上人口这边。
他战地和圆的牌都在留。
There, let's see how deep they roll.
边地的6张。
I think they're going all the way down.
有点差了。
I mean, they're contested, so they have to.
因为这把是河蟹图哈，地成这样，
它是超多钱在地的。
对，河蟹局这种1费卡其实就风险本来就很高，这波如果不能1波出的话，再加上后面
These guys' items are not very good.
基本上就是一个很难挽救的局面。
离子先
做了。Spark, yeah, I
这
guess.
种还是挺
Titans is acceptable.
对于上9的需求是很高的。
是。
但是。
Well, like the rest of these are like literally unmakeable.
而且他很可惜的是，上一波赢了，就是前面是个2连胜嘛，然后这一波想续上，但是没有抽到。
对，这里勇敢去飞其实还是一个划水的质量，但是好像是被飞哥这边断掉了。
没错，
很可惜，没办法，运气不好。
而且你像这种手里这么多装备，然后对于波比来说也没有做出完美3件套，又让3个闪剑的情况下，
甚至只做出了完美的1件套。哎呀！
对，这个也
不过这个也不太好拿吧？讲道理就是河蟹局。
不太行。那这个应该
而且他递过了，这个拿来敲了吗？还是怎么样？
敲，
这么赌吗？
敲呗。
那敲的话就跟着一个闪剑一起敲呗。魔运那就顺便追个小法。
但是也太少了吧，1张。
刚刚还卖了1张，
就是地的越差越要多追几个3星。
对，
这边要把节奏续上的话，看看能不能抽出来。
如果他地成这样的话，只第一个波比上人口的话，他就肯定是慢性死亡了。
哎，还行，可以。
完了，可以。
They hit Poppy. Oh, they hit it really early.
是能用的，
对，先用个几波。
破防也做了。
Oh, they slammed the guard breaker? Okay, I guess then that means
然后另外能
they have to get a BT here.
我记得这个波比的蓝条只有50啊，魔云波比应该。
I mean, I guess it's better on the round. And then they hit.
2、3。
Where did they get the mana Zane from? I wasn't paying attention.
但他这里输出装已经做满了，就是魔运的小法是可以用的，但是可能破防和法爆的小法是稍微差一点的。
嗯。只是可惜走位稍微差了一点点。如果上一波赢了的话，那这个波比的节奏其实就是好，打到现在是一个4连胜。
是的。
Oh, they reforge into mana Zane?
还好是缓了1回合出了，而且后面可以去补，哎，可以，这波就是补的比较到位了。
那
单甲克是可以带离子哎。
那这样的话9级见了呀。
9级见了，先划水，然后装备重新优化一下。
要看他们4阶段启动的多不多，这里。
This guy reforged into mana Zane.
但第2个海克斯对于他来讲其实是没有什么及时提升的。
是，本来是一个。
他有个墓志铭，但是没要。
对，就是可以拿墓志铭的。
对，这里堡垒的护盾肯定是好的。
主要我在想的是神器有什么神器好的？
我记得波比的神器好像都是
金身可以
不收益吧？就是对他的名次提升来说。
我想不出来什么好的，什么特别好的。魔运可能是能用的，金身是好的，金身应该也还好，因为金身的双抗对于他的提升是很小的。
而且波比有一部分是靠挨打回来嘛，你
对
突发的时候其实没有办法放进的。
感觉还是双吸要好一点。
对你像人造人的金身的话，就是你金身的时候也能回来。
那我能想到的就只有15了。但是没有护盾的15掉血，其实就好像没有什么特别好的。
而且
就那样，
而且15是把那个扛到的伤害转换成真实伤害嘛。
对，
就是对他这个堡垒来说是亏的。
对。
虽然说魔运是好的，但是他没有后排的星级，那其实对于他的提升来讲就比较有限吧。
我其实觉得应该直接给波比魔运的。
或者就是直接拿墓志铭。
对，你要拿的话就直接给波比。
就还有一点，这把装备是溢出的，其实。
所以之前就是说，如果就是现在1费专属的登场明显变少了，但是上个版本的时候1费专属的强度还可以，是因为有一个版本是装备特别少，在没改动之前装备特别少。如果你能够投资到一个这个专属的英雄身上，然后装备数量是刚刚好的情况下，强度是够的。但是当装备溢出的时候，你再去投资完了之后，你很难做副 C 的的话，其实就是不可能。
Dynamo？
我记得那个版本很多人离场的时候只有2个。
Just like Dynamo？
对啊，就是那个时候的幻灵也很强，就是因为。
I guess it could be Graves.
1人3件就没了。
对，甚至我还遇到野
And
外
I
的时候，
spell 7, it's not Graves, just Dynamo.
然后后面回调的这个版本的话，就顺带把训练蟹的这个装备补给也回调了，就是每个训练蟹会固定的多一件装备。像这一把其实是比平常的经济要更多一点的那个开局。但依然是3件装备。
威古斯还有一个技能，但是没打掉，那圣毒的8连胜断掉了。
连胜终结，
没办法，对面已经有着孽。
这里拉尔斯特可能是想要用到底吗？
他这个应该是游神的呀。
对，是一个游神的拉尔斯特。
这个装备，这是
攀登天梯，那就是一个垂直击板，那
就玩
高圣
灵95，
对，高圣灵拼的，
应该是圣灵95，
没问题。这个图玩圣灵，然后加上这海克斯，
是好的，
就是一个性价比上9。
对。
而且毕竟前期连胜打出来了，有压制力。
我感觉这个是一个很低风险的一个选择，然后收益还不错。
三尾这边选择了1个半的经济海克斯，来到了一个原计划的阵容。
然后202层，
那可能也是想一个速9的策略。
就是原
this guy's X attack.
原9的这个
收益不如其他的正常的9路阵容。
对，差太多了。这把这边其实是很对的，游神的这个莱阿斯特，然后有2星的塞纳，加上威古斯过渡，
不过有一点可能会尬住的地方是，你下个人口只有7张赖尔斯特，就什么时候删不知道。然后这个8人口
这得看脸了，
就不管了呀，就不管了呀，就不管他呀。这实在不行了，真不行就最后的时候把它卖掉也不是不能接受。
现在是等一个随机3。
对，其实
对他这个容错和这个经济的话，其实可以8级不抽，确实可以一直不管。
对对对。
圆的牌也留了2张。
他做无尽就不玩哪个圆都不太舒服。
是的。你说圣元上面倒是有装备。
哦，但是他有敲的。
法装有点多，这里绿甲做一个帽子大棒敲一个。
That's bad AP components.
如果要
You are looking for some MF items and you did not get those.
要么扛一下。
对，可以补地了。这里2星3大还可以。
感觉有机会，就是备注的精致一点，滑上去。
你要么地就要把2星维古斯地出来。李少这边转到了一个圆，新圆吗？啊，3
感觉他应该是直接冲9了，他可能。
对，塞维兹这边还有一张盖伦在上面。
只能说地的不算好，因为竞野之前这张铁男就在，然后包括2星竞也有，1张泽利也有，等于说这波启动了之后，递到了一些5费卡，
递到了一些现在上不了场的东西。
是。
主要这个其实就是他这个就是连锁反应，第一个海克斯选了一个很差的。然后连败被断了，然后第二个海克斯选个物尽其用，到现在的话就是确实就很差了。
2经济，第3个得补一个很好的。哦，又是双赢1金，
这个还真挺容易刷烂的这种。
灵魂链接，
灵魂链接保底，
保底。
哦
啊，他直接拿了右边。
选择继续补场面质量，
那就是只打4阶段了。
也可以，那就是到后面稳一个中游名次。
就是反正海克斯都烂了，哎，这边是神器又敲了一个收集者出来。
那好像还不如魔晕。
是不如。
主要是
Wait, what?
像刚刚阿豪也有分享到，就是很少有好。
I went to the Manazane. Did I reforge again?
不过他上不了9的话，他直接在8级。
What are they going for?
人造人那边去了。
4费增援，他这个是还没有增援到的。
他这个
就等着拉人口，
就不管他，就当拿钱了。然后等会直接拿虫子吧。
没问题的。
这个血量2波跳9还行。
Hey, that guy reforged into Manazane and then reforged it again.
还可以哦，容错保的还挺高的。
5连胜。
对外面其实抽的都不好。
主要他的那波删了之后就可以攒钱，就是很对了。
对的。而且他前面就是想一下，如果他再早1回合3的话，这一把就是非常非常好的局了。
是。
就河蟹局玩1费是很对的，因为河蟹局的1费是删了之后还能上人口的，一定能上人口。
就可以把你的上限拉上去。
对，而且你在3-1的时候，这里和
this person is just
经济去抽的，只要冲出来就可以。
Are they just MF Zeri?
那种对局，经常就是你可能
Like, are they actually committed to that?
还可以，但是你打到5阶
This is just raw, like straight exotech.
对，因为到4阶段往后期到5阶段开始的话，这种1费卡就比较需要补出副 C 了。
盖伦吃了改件，那应该是给的是对的。
那这边。
没问题，这个经济的话，基本上是出野就能上9。
哎，不过他刚才把那个第一个痛快递完了，也没有来双 C 的，就是2张4费的第2张，是有点夸张了吧？
对，就找到了1张铁男。
这个抽的属实有点差了，就是听都没听出来。
所以就当时那个海克斯选择的时候就是。 如果你选1的话，一定是稳定的战力加钱。如果你选右边的话，就是可能出现就是你好像拿了跟没拿一样。
就是有可能会给好的，但也有可能出现这种情况。
这假的，就是骗子。
骗子，纯带骗的，就相当于现在是让了一个海克斯，但是没有提升战力。
对。
也没有提升质量。
左边那个右边其实对于这个原计划来说，可能只算半个战力。
李少这边是有一个，被拿走了，德华，扎克。
而且白色的健康这个产出其实出的很慢，这个。
对对对。就主要这个阵容里面真正意义上的输出点只有1个。所以你这个回血就相当于给他1个人拿了，而且还不高，所以就只能算半个战力啊。但如果对比一下左边的那个
灵魂链
接，那就差的那就太多了。
而且他那个金色的其实只给1件装备，再加上那个彩色的半个战力，不是那个银色的半个战力，相当于1个银色战力。
差不多。
左边至少是算1.5个战力海克斯的，
基本上是0战力了。这个
就是物尽其用，半一个散剑，然后再加上后面的1点吸血。
对，
这边已经
小七这边来到9级，有一个螃蟹，然后前排也是非常扎实的一个。
出就出行了，
对于战地来说啊，对于世界人来说，这个2星的科加斯是非常有安全感的。
然后没有滴到盖伦，有点伤。是的。他这个4经济啊，
不过他血量是 OK 的。
This guy hits
现在
everything.
就看能不能把质量就是5
He's
阶段
fast
前期给补出
9.
来。
哎，这边 Bensack 选择用一个杀手转的
Triple
弹枪，然
econ
后把体系内的9桶优化成蒙多，开了一个4杀手。
I mean, fair enough.
还不错的，
而且他抽的很好。
Pretty healthy too.
对，是
该3的
Oh, but
全
he
3了。
lost.
4-5就已经3个都3了。
对，借了
He's still pretty healthy though.
这个确实抽的很好了。
Still has 3 lives.
走力在这里。
这个没有盖伦，加上这个场面，这个海克斯这个未来就很难受。
还得再补。
And then another boombox.
对，主要是他的同行好像
李少也没有，
李少这边递的也不好。李少是非增援拿了没有啊？
They were less rich, but they still
2
hit.
星维古斯。
哦，拿了维古斯。
那其实3个玩95的都撞了，他们要的是同一套。
关键是他们
And
好像
pretty
抽到的
decent
都是不同的
items.
牌，
是，
就是另外的那几个关键的都没来。
包括圣毒这边不知道他场面的情况，也是要的是一个体系的卡。
但是圣徒那边有一张盖伦。
啊，对，这个是不一样的地方。
这个是他稍微领先一点的地方，然后3个人都没扎克。
就是圣毒要鳄鱼，其他的不要鳄鱼，但是螃蟹这些东西都会带。看出野吧，其实出野他们有一波容错，出野其实都还是有机会的，
而且出野还是有一波钱的。
对，主要就是大家都是一样的，那到底是谁呢？
那这个时候就看运气啊，
对，
看谁能抽到。
但也有可能就是每家都是缺胳膊少腿儿，比如说我是2星螃蟹，你是2星扎克，哎，
对，
其实都缺一点。
然后也有可能就是他们的扎克互相对死
啊，
都出不来。
是。那其实多95的环境，95就是2败俱伤。
所以可能多血量的那个95会优势稍微大一点。
是，还是看抽卡，因为5阶段往后掉血掉太快了。这波李少启动。
但李少
Okay, he has the Zakin and Garen.
会给外面的人地卡空间稍微留一些。
是，盖伦来，但是已经有点晚了，其实。
是的，
对于这个容错来说。
扎克，好，就是刚刚说的全听死，卖牌接着抽。
这里是降质量的，上这些1费单卡。
1星
5费
，1星5费。
对。
Back bruiser for 5 plus, which is
反倒是
fine.
无论圣灵95有一个3星雷亚斯的在前面站着，觉得好像还对一点。
对我游士的盟友保底有个3星在前面撑着，哪怕说这些前排单位递得很差。
So this guy just Divinicor. I didn't expect
这
that.
边又把神器给敲了，这次是风衣，是家里是开铁匠。
Wait, is that a Rost 3?
我验证一下这个。
I don't think it's that.
多少个？这不这个神器有多少个？20几个吧。
Also, like, is this just that guy just reforging their artifacts every round, like every stage?
变一个能用的，但是我变了3个阶段，我一个都没有变出来。3个阶段？对，3个阶段。从那之后，我就再也不会去变神器或者怎么样。
不相信潘多拉了。
它是2/3/4那种概率。
Which player
而
is
且
it?
你每次都是重置的，
对，
你不是说我
你有可能隔一回合再变回来原来那个。
对对对，
就是你8个闪现想变1个想要的闪现都很困难。
I'd imagine that they're looking for some kind of poppy artifact. What artifact would that even be?
切回来什么都有了。
对，2星扎克，2星可古博。
反正螃蟹不奢望了，大家都要，有一张已经很不错了。
14血，然后李少那边已经走了，那其实还放出来了一张螃蟹，而且李少那边是那几张5费卡都是1张到2张。
这边防劫防盗的。
This is just Cypher.
但是说明这个好像质量有点高啊。
是个聪明劫。
就是现在玩螃蟹的一个问题所在，一个就是玩95的太多了，有人跟你一起玩，抽卡不顺；第二个就是遇到这种直视。 很难躲，你是单 C 的后排，有点像这种重装枪手这种构筑。
坏，只剩圣毒了，
没有办法，这种其实就是难打的。
对，只剩圣毒了。
就是说，螃蟹可能是一个高收益就是高风险低收益的一个阵容。
No boombot.
发展到现在，大家
Let's Alicia win 8th.
不过我觉得我
Yikes.
非常认同你刚刚说的这个。 就是你觉得你能玩的时候，好像其实人家大多数都能玩。
对呀。
那如果
踩开，比如说河蟹局，
对，那如果大面积内卷的话，其实你这个时候再去玩的话，其实就很 不好啊。
但是它毕竟是5费卡，你相互之间卡牌就是会存在这种问题。然后自己玩圆的，有盖伦2星螃蟹。
你像飞哥这边知道外面要玩螃蟹，那我玩元就好，本来不要螃蟹我也给你拿。
而且我也确实我也可以用。
而且我的血一定比你多。
对，
我是正常打过度的，你是卖血上9的。
亦有差距，亦有差距。 2星鳄鱼
，2星鳄鱼
好像有点顶不住了，要被斩掉了。
这边是羁绊追踪的猿啊。
确实是顶级
And
猿。
this is just trait tracker exotech.
而且它的装备，
它是
pretty good
海克斯都给到了装备
traits as well. Yeah, one useless, but the other ones are good.
圣徒也只剩5滴血，3+95，但是他那个2星螃蟹打别人应该是有的打的，只是这个顶级猿，
对，还有个2星鳄鱼，对。
So we have vertical Vinicore, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna do very well.
6胜0。
有盖伦的话，到时候给到一个什么斗士改进这种，那这个鳄鱼就封神了。
不知道他刚刚的改件有没有给，因为我们刚刚给到的镜头的时候，他应该是刚好在开改件。
是。
哦，那就没有给到对的，所以他鳄鱼身上是没有改件，是塞纳和盖伦各吃1个。
这个鳄鱼的位置。
还是有点缺前排，
只靠一个3星2费，这个时候差了点。
主要这个位置感觉这很难往下走啊。如果一定是过前排的话，
右边肯定是漏的，这个位置。
我的意思就是说，他能不能把鳄鱼去放？对我觉得这个微谷是跟塞纳画一下，鳄鱼去贴墙站啊。
但是他这波调完了还是没有那样站。
那如果这里如果他用了鳄鱼的往下绕的站位，这波会直接把对面尽杀掉，至少。
哦，这里鳄鱼被集火了，
就是一个单顶坦克和一个溜边
Yep,
的。
he's dead.
是的，那
3尾
直接走了。反倒是3尾子，前面我
And
们
it's
看
just-
抽成那个样子，又没有站立。
This is just normal exotech. It's not even trait tracker.
这说明语言计划在这一把游戏里面确实是很好，节奏很好的。
哦。
Patched out health as well.
啊，那这把就很难受了。就是李少。
I mean, anything on the Zeri, I mean,
小鱼青。
going with Executioner, honestly.
然后后四。
Oh, you don't have that active, never mind.
就是本来大家都
What
冲到
they
一
take?
个组里，然后这一局
Got
又是
fired
因为
Jin.
内卷
I
的
guess
一个
that's acceptable.
然后以及内卷研究化，
是
导致名次比较低。
我感觉这个
边被南枪带走。
这个好像大家像在打决赛的登顶制啊，我仿佛看到了那个登顶制的最后2把。大家都在卷那种上限特别高的阵容，那为什么这不是应该是第一天是一个拿分的比赛吗？
So we have 2 Exo, Cypher.
这一组的选手就是前2把的。
So I don't know what the last one is.
挽救一下。
反倒是3尾子和勇敢去飞2家猿走进了前4。
对，这个就是
3尾子和勇敢去飞好像确实是分高一点的。
3尾子是中游，然后勇敢去飞是在就是中上游。
第1页的，
对，第1页的。
就是分越高的越容易拿分，这现在是。
对。但是这个赛制确实对选手的考验就是比较大的，因为这个时候你跟你以往你前面赛段的比赛是不一样的，赛制是不一样的，对手的玩法也是不一样的。
对的，
是。这把3尾子虽然说选经济，对于这个原计划来说，其实有点绑架在一定要上9的这个点上，但是后面是补出了2星盖伦，那这样经济海克斯其实已经转换成场面了。
Just Graves.
跟 Zack 这边是一个4杀手4伏牛，
我怎么感觉他这个甚至跟羁绊追踪有一战之力啊？
他主要是中期抽的太好了，这真的抽的太好了。
因为这里的56层的手里还是60多块钱，
就是到后面他可以无压力的去叠自己的伏牛层数。
但是切回来这羁绊追踪也，我的剑也未尝不利。
他少一个2星盖伦2星猪的上限提升，但是后排现在已经是满了的。
不过过完选秀这边原计划会越来越弱，因为装备已经塞满了。
I mean, the trait tracker should win here.
完全给不进去了已经。
Maybe like 10.
感觉他这个是不是可以咬螃蟹啊？
有科技枪，
这有科技枪，而且这个原计划它是有那个生命的加成的。
对。我维鲁斯
I mean, it looks like there's no damage. Oh, the trait tracker lost.
这么强。
哎。这就是盖伦吗？
就是
trait tracker lost.
但是偏偏我最争气嘛。
对，偏偏我最争气。我是盖伦。
I mean, I think. Their Sedge was poorly positioned, and then I think they just had no damage.
凯克斯战力落后那么多，但就是这个2星盖伦的强度，感觉
是牙刃盖伦嘛，然后有改建。
还是那个勇敢去飞那边的站位稍微有点小问题。
对，勇敢去飞是拿到了第4。三尾子还能不能再往前走一走？
这盖伦会不会把他伤害全吃掉啊？
碰上了。
哦，
这边是
盖伦
绑住的。
盖伦位置稍微差了一点。
哦，但是这个铁男过了，有可能会进后排，贾克斯要捣乱。
而且猪妹是这样有点。
Graves is already on the back line. But it's a split. Oh, Zeri. Oh, that dash is. Yeah.
这波是。
Other Exo. Okay, both Exos are dead.
秀到了。
Just Cypher versus
杀手的
Graves.
这个男枪，这皇子带装备之后血量最低，一直在回血啊。
对，就是杀手的一个攻击给体系内卡回血的效果一直在持续。
对。
三美是拿到了，
而且这样他这个正义的吸血也利用上了。
是，
就是有点联动了。
对，其实主要我觉得还是这个皇子塞纳都双3，这个强度是支撑点，其实是在于双3。
对他还没有进5阶段就双3了，然后这里伏牛跌到60层，真上来到了一个70多。
Right.
德华的
We'll swap.
但是这个加里奥好像。
Also wait. We have 6 China and all 6 of them.
其实掉血直接2枪被 A 到底了。
The top 2 are the 2 non-China. What?
叠的也确实太多了。
That's interesting. Okay, well, default out in second.
杀手4胜利，那2把灯里其实我们看到的都有
Then,
男枪的身影。
yeah, okay, that is a crazy result.
就在大家一开始
I mean, not the fact that Graves won, but like.
TOC 打到线下的时候，大家聊阵容的时候就觉得这不是一个强势的阵容，
like what even happened this lobby?
你在正常选择的时候优先级比较高的阵容，但打到现在为止，我们发现屡创奇迹。
就可能经过2把之后，选手也发现了，哎，确实这个阵容好像表现还不错，可能就拿起来用了。
其实我觉得南枪还是看环境的，就如果说大家都是在运营着玩的，那南枪其实就很厉害。那南枪最差的版本应该是重装最火的版本，就是你会发现大家都是低费堵阵，或者说我的前排都是特别硬的，你没法直接秒过的前排的时候，南枪的环境就会差很多。 但是当中原计划这种不是特别硬，打到大后期其实是扛不住蓝枪的。而且蓝枪是有水银的，你的多段控制其实没有意义。包括说你玩这种圣灵95什么你没有那种，包括就是螃蟹这张牌，它不是一个属于单点爆发特别高的。你像打战士的话，你就没法做到直接去减员，它其实是偏对于一个 AOE 团队输出。但打战士这种就是蓝枪，你看目前能看到的，好像其实没有什么阵容是完全很难打的。
是，而且感觉就像阿豪说的，他可能需要什么。
Okay, we'll probably walk to a different lobby for next game, but damn, let's take a look at the pin like this.
Gobo is also hanging in there.
Ooh, and there's the 2-star.
Yeah, already.
Setsuko top 2 again.
So important here. Double burn, ensuring there's no healing here in the lobby, and now it's fully burst. From Gobo versus obviously the true damage
like
here from the back.
Either flexible or trait tracker into
this misfortune, this
access
to backline.
Actually,
decides to go left and stays left.
Wait, what even is this?
MF
This is
twice, I think the fight is in favor
Bruiser.
of Gobo, there is a
It's just
lot
back
of
to for like with Bruiser.
Varus stun, for example, will be going on to the
With
MF.
Choga.
Likely, there isn't the Braum being hit by Vex is 2 damage right away. That's always going to be a good thing here. But Mordekaiser, every fight that passes, he gets more and more HP. The fights go more and more in favor of Setsuko.
The good thing is, Aurora's ult doesn't actually target the misfortune. The bad thing is, it targets everything else, annihilates the board here, and serves a devastating loss to Gobo, but lives on 1 HP. We're going to get another PvE round, another shot to turn things around for the EMEA player.
We'll be going to stage 7, so if you did your pick'ems and you guessed stage 7-1, that's where we'll end this game at least. So that's good news.
What did you guess? What were yours?
I did 7-2.
7-2?
Yeah.
I like 7-2. Makes sense.
For Gobo, because he was rolling for obviously the Braum 3, the Elise 3, and the Braum was quite far behind after he hit the Elite 3 up. He was stuck on 7 for a little bit longer. He hasn't been able to really cap out this comp with the Legendary. He's still sitting on a Darius 2, which in stage 7 is not always the best news, even if it is giving him some extra damage off of the Syndicate being online.
Has the sack, but obviously not enough blobs
He's still
for
gonna
now.
go 9 though.
Not even an upgrade. So.
Yeah.
I roll for blobs.
Well, he is finding
Both
some of the
rolling
blobs.
blobs.
At least. That's good news. A second Zag in the shops there. If he can find another one, he would be very, very happy, but he's not going to come together, unfortunately. Let's see what STheHero has in the anvil.
Okay, decides to get good items now. Aurora Teki.
Ooh,
Well, I just noticed what his Mordekaiser setup
So much
is.
damage, and now should be significantly better.
Wow.
Access to backline, always good.
We want to keep our eyes on the front line of STheHero. As the front line goes, so does the composition for the Exotech composition. The scaling, the amount of HP, that barcode on the Cho'Gath is incredible.
The MF misses all of the key backline from STheHero. Does cast a second time, but only half of that cast coming through. Vex and Bear is still incredibly healthy.
And the Aurora.
STheHero went out.
More cap board overall.
I
And a great
love to see
performance.
it.
To win a game, picking Reinforcement as your final augment is a very, very difficult thing. Although Belt Overflow is pretty strong, so I'm not too surprised.
2 wins for STheHero out of 3 games. Now, we won't talk about the first one. We can blame, I don't know, something. But he has won the last 2 games, and so reclaiming his throne as the guy who can win games in a great start for him.
I agree. I thought it was a really, really cool game to see from STheHero.
Okay, nothing
I also
refreshed,
thought
but
it was
okay,
an
we
interesting
saw-
game, but as always, there's some highs and some lows. We were talking a lot about for Winvu, this might just be the end of the line. There is a
This
comeback
lobby-
possibility of just
No,
straight
no, we
first
saw
places,
this lobby.
but the
Didn't
mental
fill out the scores.
load really that it takes to overcome such a
But
devastating
D-Hawk
start
second,
is really,
Benzak first.
really big. Aurora sending us into this prismatic game here, and I think the early prismatics determined a lot of what we were seeing. Jack, you were calling out the unexpected expectedness, expected unexpectedness, that way around.
Papa
I think a
Casas,
lot of
1/3.
players going for
He-
that was
he did
really
that.
interesting here.
Yeah, it creates a lot of a bit of variance for your game. It's harder to plan, but it does give you a higher cap because you get more resources because of that.
Hey, what is this lobby? Isn't this just like...
And I think the variance of the second augment also being prismatic, I'm not going to say decided the games, but definitely was
How many
a pivotal
APAC
point
are
for
in this
Games
lobby?
Term, I think, for example.
Zunga,
the moment
which
he
is
picks
China.
high-end shopping with Birthday Present,
Then
it's a very
Americas.
tough spot to navigate.
Then
I get his vision
APAC,
of
APAC,
trying
APAC.
to give up on Birthday Present altogether, but it didn't quite work out. And the flip side for Kambili, binary airdrop comes online. He must have been incredibly happy. I guess an insta-pick because it made
Alright,
so much sense
what's
for his
moment?
spot, and he had a very easy top 4 off of it.
Yeah, Go Bobster on the other hand playing full tempo, at least 3 early. This knows that he's not going to find the brand, so decides to go a little up level, and then being the
he's
Exodia,
EU.
the one who
Got it.
terminated the rest of the lobby. And then what I actually didn't expect
Okay, never mind. It's like not that
was
crazy.
STheHero getting a first with Exovex, just getting the Aurora. So I think we could expect the unexpected from now on with Vex and some additional units or comps getting a first.
Yeah, and GoBoaster did play around his augments wonderfully. Blue Battery, also having that trifecta, it really just powered up that board.
I kind of want to call to a grenade a little bit because we were already talking about it during the game with the marksman board that looked so good, so promising early on and then fell off. A player that had arguably a great start into the tournament day thus far.
And I will say first, Setsugo, I think more than the Aurora, it was just how insane his emblems were, especially the Vanguard emblem, how much that saved your stage 4, how stable you are. With Mordekaiser slowly scaling, you have something that is helping your comp scale when your third augment isn't with reinforcement. I mean, yeah, Dynamo emblem, 2 Bastion emblems, a Techie emblem on Aurora just to deal some extra mental damage to Gobo. The setup was absolutely insane. And Vexo, after we're seeing the Cho'Gath variant, it's just very strong, especially with Belt Overflow, right? It really helps Cho'Gath get those extra casts in, survive long enough to also be a scaling threat alongside Mordekaiser.
And this is one of those things we called out even before the show. One of those conditional compositions. If you have that Vanguard emblem and you have Corrupted Chassis, it just is an incredible frontline.
Your leader, Solo Hesan, Exacted Adventure, getting a good force actually, not easy to navigate. I thought he was maybe going for the Veigar for Shyvana. No, he sold the Veigar, just went for the comp that you know is going to work. So LeBlanc, even though he managed to maybe delayed the tempo and the 3-star, he managed to get a great fourth in a everyone has prismatic. This is so many interests and possibilities, so great done for him.
I think the big point for Zologazang here for me is that he was unable to get that early loss streak. We were talking about it during the game as well. It is so hard to navigate a line where you are banking on the extra resources, on the extra gold to come alive, to really give you the chance to hit your Exalted Adventure. That was denied. He had to find a new
What is
way
going on in this
into
chat?
actually cashing out that augment. And he was able to, a little bit late maybe in comparison to where you would have liked it, but still, a 4th place, you take those.
He picked up, I think it was Unending Despair off of the cash out, and he had it on a Vi 2. Obviously, a Vi 3, that would be pretty impactful. His Shyvana 3 off of the Upgrade Adventure had no items. So just all in all, couldn't really make perfect use of his resources, and found the Galio 3 late as well, which is where he lost a lot of HP already. So I think a 4th is a strong position there. Uncontested Cypher, though, I think you're hoping and expecting, like, hey, I'm going for a first tier. You know, I'm going to win this game. Cypher's so strong, but it didn't quite pan out.
Yeah, as we see on screen, though, we will be heading to Lobby 3 next, which I'm excited about to see some of our new players. And one of the players in that lobby is Tech Summers and YBY1 also, who is one of the players that I've put as one of my favorites because they've been on top of the ladder, specifically over in Vietnam for a while, and they are just someone that people look at as an innovator.
Yeah, they reinvent the game. These are people that people watch. And before, Vietnam has always been this innovation as a region. But then after YB1 gets to the NA server and gets Tom 1, then people decide to pay attention and respect. And he has demonstrated so much. This is the acolyte right now for APAC and my favorite, at least for this region.
In that lobby, we'll also find AQ1H, and that is a player that Clement has been promising up and down. That is a player that plays a lot of Veigar, so I'm personally just really excited and curious what that is about and how that's going to go, and whether or not it's actually going to come true, to be honest. But we're going to take a look at our standings here right now after that 3rd game, and at the very top, we actually did see A1QJ.
Camby Lee, Dish Soap, Robin, Bobster, a lot of America's players on this 2nd page with some of the favorites from CN like Li Xiao also among that top page. And here in the contending spots, a lot of the India players trying to start lock in and get a few extra points. Bowman Death, not the best 3rd game there, unfortunately.
A good comeback from a lot of them, but we do see YBY1, who we'll see next lobby being in 8th place last game, is not where they need to be. Bensack, though, with an important first to come back. Definitely something we want to keep our eye on.
Now this is the last when we know he's not having his good day, and Chunga.
And very few America's players in the bottom.
Again, so one of the hopes for the CN region,
yeah.
not good results.
APAC.
And I think next
big comeback
was Volta there as well. So both of these really big legacy players in the TFT competitive circuit finding themselves at the bottom of the standings after Game 3.
Over a lot of Americas in like the top half.
The state of TFT, about the skill and performance of the new players that have come in. We were talking about how this Tactician's crown, in comparison to some that came before, we're seeing a lot of new faces, and they seem to have got it.
We also saw in 2nd place Xiao Ju, a player that comes from the JOC, a player that maybe many players wouldn't put a lot of hopes on. From CN, they would think, hey, it's Chunga, it's Li Xiao, it's some of the historically players that have come to the attack round before that have experience. They don't feel the same pressure potentially, but he's popping off. 2nd place is really impressive, and back-to-back wins as well. So the mental has to be pristine coming into this game 4.
Wei Shan doing good, and who's doing amazing?
TheHero.
TheHero. Actually, it's TheHero, but we like to call them TheHero. He gave us the possibility of saying it this way, so we are approved. So TheHero from now on.
Give you the hall pass.
He did say he doesn't care how we are saying it, but yeah. You guys like to have fun with it.
I think most players don't care, to be honest. We don't have the explicit hall pass from everyone.
But yeah, he did really well. What can you tell maybe people that don't know much about TheHero?
Yeah, TheHero has been somebody who's competed for a while now, but just now has really put it together alongside his study group. We had so many of them, I believe 5 of them in the America's Golden Spatula. TheHero made it through. Brosif, who you guys might know, just missed out by 1 placement. And so because of that, now TheHero is on the stage. He's got a lot of people rooting for him. He's one of those players, though, that likes to risk it all. Not quite having those 1st places, but 2 2nd places so far is a great way to start.
TheHero told me he was, a few sets ago, he was a player that had a hard time maintaining Challenger. And this set, he said he thinks he's probably one of the most improved players. He's had one of the most transformative sets in TFT. Maybe if you don't know where he comes from, you can't really appreciate that as much. But to be on the global stage on a day 1, your first ever set where you're really starting to get results and you are in the top 5 is so impressive.
Well, let's talk about the players that we're actually going to be seeing in the next game, because I do have an important call out to make. I want everybody to take out their notebooks and just really, really write that down. There is a player called Steppy, and then there is a player called Lil Steppy. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Confused, don't worry about it. You're seeing correctly. They have very similar names, but of course we already talked about Tech Summers. We already talked about AQ1Age. YBY1 also in this lobby, a player I think in past sets a lot of people were huge fans of. Still happy to see him here, but hasn't carried that same kind of notoriety, that same excitement this time around.
Well, there's a lot of excitement around him because every time he's been on the stage with the Tactician's crown, he has gone 3rd place.
Yeah.
Which is incredible, right? Like being top 3 every time, but that's not winning. He does not have a crown for himself. He is not a set champion, and so he's really looking to make that run this set.
I want to talk a little more about Robin also, a cup champion. He has been there before. He has been doing amazing. Maybe not in the contestant of being one of the top 4 or top 3 of NA of the region, but he has been performing very well, playing consistent, having good runs, and obviously being big in stream and sharing his knowledge. So I have good expectation for now.
A player I kind of want to call out is Clicornin. Now, I think within the EMEA region, a lot of people maybe don't rate Clicornin too highly, but I do want to share something from the draft yesterday, because he was one of the EMEA players that were picked last, which is really, really interesting to me to see kind of the meta read from the rest of the competition on who is maybe a player you want to lock out of the lobby that you end in for the first 2 games. And of course, if you're recalling Turkish representatives at the Tactician's Crown, there is a lot of really good memories that I have personally. Last one being Darkest, who had an amazing run into that top 8, into a very, very good chance at actually taking it all. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make it in the end, but I think that's maybe where some of that respect is actually coming from.
When it comes to the draft, a lot of players, they do not care about historical bias. They do not care about, what legacy players have. They care about the scrim results. They've been playing, in some cases, 80, 90 games of TFT with the same players, the same 40 players throughout this last week. And if Cornin is popping off a lot of those lobbies, you are going to respect him. You're going to fear him because he might just have a good meta read. Yeah. All that matters for this tournament is this last week of prep, your knowledge of this patch, your execution on this patch, and Cornin. He's been playing a lot of interesting comps. Rengar Jinx, we talked about. Yep. Not the best results, but still, I think he's historically been a player that loves melee reroll comps in general. And also Nitro Zeri. Nitro Zeri is a comp that he played a lot in scrims. I think it's a comp that has not been meta most of this set. Obviously, Exotech is going to be very contested, so it's hard to pull off. But from a Nitro start, he had, I think, under a 3 AVP playing Nitro Zeri with like 5 games or so in scrims. So I would love to see it in action. I haven't seen it in a long time on broadcast for a tournament, so maybe, fingers crossed, we'll see it now.
And 2 of our other players in this lobby with a similar name, Steppy and Lil Steppy, both of these players from Singapore who do know each other, have played against each other a lot. And I'm interested to see what they're bringing to the Tactician's Crown, because personally, I have not seen them play too much, but I know that Steppy specifically has some really good stats. He's somebody that has some high expectations. And so as we look here, I believe this is from one of our lobbies.
Yeah, so this is live from Chengdu, our CN hub that we have on over there. So we're just getting a glimpse of how they're watching these games right now.
Interesting to see our friend TheHero, who normally likes to go for lose streak, actually winning and going for a win streak. I saw there was a game where he had perfect EXO item and he said, no, sorry, I'll play Cypher. I will maintain this line. So actually great to see that he has this possibility. He said if he was able to force Cypher, he will, but he has been preparing all the lines. So good to see.
And this is round 4, so this is the current game that is happening. These are not post-game analysis, but instead current game analysis that we have here on screen as we wait for our lobby to load in. We do need to call out, though, that we have another Garen encounter.
Is
oh, no.
current game analysis not just called casting?
Yeah, but the screen says post-game, so it's current game, so...
I see.
If it's the 80-20, it's not casting. So.
All right. With current game
It can be both. It can be both, I think. But yeah, you're calling it out correctly. Another Garen encounter that has come true there. I was trying to jinx it. I said no more Garens this weekend. It didn't work out.
It's not on broadcast, though. This is not our broadcast lobby.
I'm pretty sure it is on broadcast.
Okay, but this is current game analysis. It's a different title altogether, Max. Remember.
Okay. The dream is still alive is what you're telling me. I get it.
And I believe this is Shendu, who has Golden Fleece, which is one of those augments that goes along with Golden Ox, and he has 4 Golden Ox already here on stage 2, so can cap very high. Definitely something that I'll be looking at the scoreboard later to see did they go first.
Yeah. We had the interview with Moji, top of show, once we opened up. He mentioned a lot about CN players. He talked about Sendu specifically, the player that has been absolutely smurfing it in scrims, even above players like Weijin and Lekoko. Has not translated that success onto this day one just yet. I think he's around 10 or 11 points, sitting around 30th in the standing. So I kind of thought to myself, players who do well in scrims, it doesn't always translate. We had Bintum a few sets ago, did really, really well in scrims, and then didn't really have great success in the attack round. It's a whole different story, right?
Let's take a look at.
선수가 지금 시태윤이긴 한데 이거 그레이브즈 조직이거든요.
그쵸, 수훈을 만들었다는 것 자체가
그렇죠.
대검도 하나 들고 있고.
과연 이번 그레이브즈는 성공할 수 있을지. 다만 걱정이 되는 건 바파카자 선수가 하위권이었었기 때문에 계속
At this lobby.
3등을 하긴 했지만 여기서 무너지게 된다면 아무래도 복구하기 좀 힘들 것 같습니다.
A Clear Mind, which is an augment I personally despise. Because it just feels so bad to not be able to hold anything.
네, 엑스페리온 선수는 사이퍼를 노려주면서 계속해서 연패를 하고 있는 중이었고 다만 나오진 않았고.
Patient Study, Cypher. But without Cypher in.
이러면 갑자기 또 전환이 됐어요.
무조건 르블랑이죠. 이렇게 되면.
네.
이게 별밤을 먹었을 때 가장 고점이 높은 덱이 이제 르블랑을 하는 거기 때문에 그쪽으로 아마 봐줄 것 같습니다.
앞라인도 꽤 든든해요. 그렇죠. 맞다, 그 이만한 가치 구성이긴 해요.
네, 사실 이만한 가치가 생각나는 그 구성이지만 별밤이라는 거.
네, 신거는 자야가 있어요.
이쪽도 사코 기물이 있습니다.
5레벨에 다들 뭔가 4코스트 기물들을 좀 많이 짚고 있는 그런 상황이고.
네, 동특 시너지까지 함께 보고 있어요. 뭔가 매번 게임이 좀 예상이 안 되네요.
맞습니다.
야츠하시 5연승입니다.
이러면 진짜 야츠하시 선수는 아까 빈틈 해설님께서 말씀해주신 것처럼 밸류가 열릴 수도 있겠는데요.
야츠하시 선수는 확실하게 그쪽을 좀 하고 싶어 할 것 같긴 합니다.
오박사 선수. 이거는 어차피 2연패. 네.
그렇죠.
깔끔하네요.
상황이 굉장히 깔끔하고.
네, 3연승 이후에 2연패였습니다.
엑소테크 쪽을 만약에
바루스도
본다면
그렇죠. 슬슬 집으면서 가긴 하겠죠.
왜냐면 또 OX어테크가 하이퍼 성군이었기 때문에 그냥 당장에 OX어테크 된다면 맛있게 써줄 수도 있을 것 같고요.
이건 확실하게 세라핀을 내려놓으면서 그렇죠. 바루스로 바꿀 생각을 하고 있는 것 같아요. 모르가나 이성이나.
맞습니다. 아이템도 꽤나 어울려요.
그렇죠.
공허의 지팡이에 지금 연운 하나가 더 있고요. 이제 조금씩 방향을 좀 틀기 위한 준비를 하고 있습니다. AP템이 잘 나오고 있긴 하네요.
그렇죠. 아이템이 구인수 혹은 이제 대천사로 뺄 수 있는 상황이었고.
보면 돼서 진짜 이중 기술의 알문 자세를 하네요.
그렇죠. 하지만 이중 기술 같은 증강을 먹고 알문 자세를 했을 때 리스크가 굉장히 큽니다.
이게 진짜 빠르게 완성되는 게 아니라 모두름이나 잘못 봤었네.
저희가 잘못 봤었.
저희가 잠깐 약간
You have Gorilla reroll.
아니 이거 어떻게 제가 잘못? 이게.
Not the best items for it though. You have a JG though.
해줘버린 상황인데.
Actually no, you have a Warbox. Never mind. The items are good.
그래도 이번에 자이라 삼성이 붙었고요.
Actually, the items are really good.
준비가 되어 있었습니다.
보멘데스 선수가 잘하는 선수인데 아무리 그래도 이중 기술 먹고 하진 않을 거라는 예죠.
이게 저희가 편견이 너무 없었는데.
I feel like I slammed the cloak here.
앞에서 다른 걸 보다 보니까
너무 열려.
I guess it doesn't matter that much.
콘으로 보면은
As you lose anyway. But
모두를 위한 하나면
이게 원래는 위신부터 했어야 되는데 이게
사실 좀 비슷한 아이콘들이 많아요.
그렇죠.
네.
이런 왕관의 의지, 고전압도 괜찮겠고요.
아이템 증강 쪽으로 많이 좀 채워줘야 하는 상황입니다.
일단 왕관의 의지를 돌리는 게 좋을 것. 이게 원래는 진짜 좋은 증강들인데.
그러니까요.
왜 지금 나올까요? 이게 아쉽겠죠.
그렇죠. 고전압에.
honestly, is forward thinking even bad?
했을 때 이게
이 두 개 뭘 먹어도 자신이 있을 텐데 이 보멘데스 선수는
그러니까요.
지금 상황에선 자신이 없을
고전압.
거예요.
보니까 특추도 비슷하네요. 생긴
그렇죠.
게.
특성 추적자랑 그리고 또 마법 주사 이런 거 원래 항상 비슷해가지고.
Actually, no, that's pretty bad. You pretty much have to wait till stage 4 to hit.
선수한테 이미 너무 악재인 게 1코 리롤 덱인데 템을 아예 안 줬어요. 돌거북에서 거의 안 줬거든요.
맞습니다. 아이템 개수가 많지 않은 판이에요.
But he's only 4 Mundos, which is not very good.
이렇게 지금 재빠른 무장의 큰 꾸러미를 먹은 이런 쉰거의 필드를 이겨내기가 너무 어렵거든요. 이러면.
삼성작을 하고도 문제가 생겨요.
그렇죠. 삼성작을 하고도 이렇게 지는 상황이 나오기 때문에
당장에 지금 필요한 아이템만 따져봐도 일단 치유 감소 있어야 되고요.
그렇죠.
그 다음에 문도 탱탱 또 들어가줘야 되고.
지금 만화템도 없잖아요.
네. 지금 먹어야 할 아이템이 너무 많습니다. 다음.
삼성 작업도 중요하겠지만 일단 아이템을 얼마나 좀 빠르게 확보할 수 있느냐가 관건이겠고요.
엑스페리온 선수는 복제에서 검을 뽑았었네요. 사이퍼를 하고 있고 아파카사 선수가 이제 그레이브즈.
그래도 카사 선수가 애니가 한 장 빠르게 나와주면서 사왕소는 좀 이른 타이밍에 맞춰졌습니다. 그런데 잠깐.
Pause.
여기서 퍼집니다. 말씀하신 대로 지금 꽤 이른 타이밍에 사왕소를 만들어냈기 때문에 일단 좀 골드를 뜯어올 수 있는 확률 자체는 많이 올리고 있긴 합니다. 이게 또 사왕소가 만들어지는 타이밍도 굉장히 중요하잖아요.
그렇죠. 여기서부터는 이제 완벽한 연승 전환이 되어서 사왕소가 좀 잘 터져주면서 골드를 많이 복구를 해야 되는 상황 같아요.
다만 확실하게 이제 불안한 점이 있다면 여기도 템이 없기 때문에 지금 아이템이 펌핑이 안 되는 상황이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 사왕소를 맞췄지만 아무도 못 이기는 상황이 나올 수가 있긴 합니다.
그렇습니다. 지금 오박사 선수의 순위가 원래는 16위였는데 3점을 추가로 확보하면서 24위까지 떨어졌네요.
네, 8단계가 하락을 했고요. 근데 점수의 어떤 편차로만 본다면 또 그렇게 큰 차이는 아니에요.
그리고 좀 탈락 위기의 순위까지는 아니긴 합니다.
네, 그렇네요.
그리고 지금 3경기까지 했을 때는 상위 8명에 에이펙이 무려 4명입니다.
스테피 선수가
그러네요.
올라오면서
야, 오늘 AQ1H의 성적이 너무 좋은데요?
그렇죠. 1등, 3등, 2등, 21점. 종합 1등이죠.
맞습니다. 그레네이드가 6위 기록하면서 순위가 좀 떨어져 있는 모습이고요.
그리고 세츠코 선수가 첫 판 8등한 걸 봤었는데 두 번째 판, 세 번째 판을 모두 1등을 하면서 17점으로 7등.
야, 8위 한 번, 1위 두 번을 기록하면서 완전히 바뀌었어요? 순위가?
그렇죠.
세츠코 선수가 제가 알기로는 저번 시즌 같은 경우에는 좀 개인적 이슈가 있어가지고
그렇죠.
대회 출전을 못했던 걸로 알고 있거든요.
맞습니다.
네, 오랜만에 이제 대회 출전을 해가지고
사실
역시 이런 거 정말 기억을 잘해요. 네? 기억력이 좋아요. 고에프레설이.
그래서 세츠코 선수가 오랜만에 이제 또 월드 출전을 해서 실력적으로는 문제가 없는 선수였기 때문에 좋은 모습을 또 보여주고 있습니다.
그렇습니다. 그래서 지금 1위 두 번 기록하면서 하위권에서 상위권으로 올라와 있는 상황이었고
사실 이제 세츠코 선수가 정말 잘하는 선수지만 월즈는 이번이 두 번째로 알고 있긴 하거든요. 그렇기 때문에 이번 기회를 아마 잘 살려보지 않을까 생각은 하고 있습니다.
네, 그리고 뭐 추가적으로 순위에 관련해서 말씀을 좀 드리자면 DCSO프도 7위 기록했네요. 그러다 보니까 순위가 11위까지 떨어져 있습니다.
리샤오 선수도 상위권에 있었는데 세 번째 판 8등을 하면서 많이 내려왔고요.
그러네요. 좀
확실히
많이
이게
내려오고
초반보다 보니까 한 판 한 판 이제 변동이 많이 되다 보니까 별로 뭐 상관없는 것 같습니다. 지금 24등이어도.
맞습니다. 그래서 지금 뭐 오박사가 13점이긴 합니다만 리샤오와 2점 차이밖에 안 나요.
그렇죠.
15점이기 때문에 금방 역전할 수 있는 점수대라고 보시면 되겠습니다. 반면에 타로가 또 손이 많이 끌어올렸네요.
맞습니다. 근데 다만 진짜 이 4라운드가 딱 어떤 분기점이 될 수 있는 중요한 라운드거든요. 여기서 만약에 좀 높은 점수를 획득하지 못한다면 남은 5, 6라운드 경기가 굉장히 피곤해질 수 있을 것 같아요.
그렇습니다. 그리고 퍼즈 이슈는 이게 지역별로 좀 워낙 다른 플레이어들이 하고 있다 보니까 그 이슈에 관련해서 빠르게 들어오고 있지 않습니다. 만약에 들어오면 좀 안내 말씀을
And
드리겠습니다.
I think they're talking about the reason for the pause.
이렇게 바로 시작이 돼요. 네, 바로 만나보시죠.
Okay, we resumed.
네. 그래서 이제 퍼즈 이슈 전달될 때쯤에 시작을 하기 때문에
큰 문제는 아니었던 걸로.
네. 그래서 이제 퍼즈 이슈 전달될 때쯤에 시작을 하기 때문에
아무튼 이 바파카사 선수가 지금
So Babakas has been Graves.
맞습니다.
다만 상대도 강하진 않아요. 물론 사이퍼 캐시아웃을 받아서 조금 강하게 만들어놨지만 르블랑을 템이 여기도 없는 바람에
맞습니다. 그리고 사실상 돈돈을 먹어가지고
그렇죠. 여기는 그래도 전투거든요. 할 말이 있어요.
그렇죠. 뭐 이게 그리브즈에게 정말 좋은 전투 증강이냐고 묻는다면 또 그거는
아니지만
물음표가 또
그렇죠.
생기긴 하지만 그래도 어쨌든 전투 증강이니까요.
없는 거보다 낫잖아요.
예.
아펠리오스 있습니다.
아빠카사 선수 벨트가
그쵸?
필요한 와중에 벨트 아펠리오스가
그리고
이거
바로
앞에 있어요.
분할류에 과다치유였기
그렇죠.
때문에 사망수를 애니보다는 아펠리오스로 받아주는 게 조금 더 효율이 나오긴 하거든요.
그렇죠. AD가 훨씬 좋아요. 자, 이러면 아펠리오스까지 확보하고 있는 바파카사 선수였고요.
엑스페리온 선수도 사이퍼를 타면서 제드를 챙겨주는 모습이고 다만 제드를 챙길 때 바로 안 먹고 좀 고민을 하다 먹었거든요. 아무래도 템이 조금 안 어울리는 게 아니었을까 생각을 해보겠습니다.
자, 그래도 일단 아펠리오스를 고민 끝에 챙기는 판단을 내렸고요. 쉰거 선수의 체력이 91.
여기서 스테라까지 들어가게 된다면 그레이브즈 3팀이 됐기 때문에 힘이 좀 붙는 타이밍이긴 해요.
네. 그리고 애니는 아펠리오스로 교체를 해줬습니다. 스택도 나름 좀 쌓아가고 있는 모습이고요. 오박사?
오박사 선수 이거 언제 먹었었나요? 특성 추적자로 보이죠?
네, 이러면은 지금 뭐가 없죠? 그라가스 나왔고요. 딱 깰 수 있는 그라가스를
아니죠. 신성기업이 이미 있기 때문에 이게 지금 당장 안 되는 조합이긴 합니다.
네, 그라가스가 있으니까 앨리스가 필요하네요.
그쵸. 앨리스를 넣으면서 하면은 바로 깨질 것 같아요.
일단은 지금 특성 추적자를 깨고 또 조합을 맞출 기물들도 같이 잘 잡혀 있기 때문에
돈도 많고
네,
이게
제리도 있고
요즘 특성 추적자 트렌드가 7레벨에 확실히 리롤을 좀 쳐가지고 늑대 때부터 이제 생각을 할 수 있는 그렇게 만드는 게 트렌드이기 때문에
네.
아무래도 다음 턴에 좀 리롤을 칠 가능성도 있어 보여요.
맞습니다. 사실 앨리스 한 장만 뽑으면 터트릴 수 팩스페어.
이러면 진짜 아까 얘기했던 백소테크 각도 살짝 나올 수도 있고요.
그렇죠.
아니면은 신성 밸류를 해도 되고요.
나왔어요 앨리스. 이러면 깰 수 있습니다.
고구모 팔면서 그렇죠.
네, 이렇게 넣어주고 그라가스 올라가야죠.
네,
달리스도
자,
팔고
이렇게
그렇죠.
자, 일단 한 턴은 어차피 뭐 연패 중이기도 하고요.
네. 자, 그리고 딱 말씀하신 그 늑대 타이밍에 좀 쉬어갈 수 있는 시간을 벌 수 있겠습니다. 그러면서 이제 조합만 좀 바꿔 끼워주면 돼요.
추가스는 이제 폭발보 상징에 대한 어떤
그렇죠. 약간
그러니까.
그거에 대한 아웃까지도 보는 것 같고 앨리스랑 라스트도 사고 싶긴 할 것 같거든요. 앨리스 페어랑 라스트.
7X 특크 아이템이 뭐였죠? 몸체의 송골계 마지막 7X 특크 아이템이 오든이었었나요? 뭐였죠?
활이었네요.
활이네요.
활이면은 오히려 백소테크를 할 때 도움이 되는 아이템이긴 하죠.
맞습니다.
Okay, I'm back.
네.
일부 한 3마리 잡으면
맞아요. 잘 졌어요.
자, 일단
체력이 57.
지금까지는 왔어요.
이제 터집니다.
뭐가 나온지가 중요해요. 와! 이야! 일단은
쓸 수 있으면 일단은 쓸 수 있는 게 나왔고
일단 쓸 수 있는 안돼 아쉬운 거는 이제 초가스를 날리면서 약간
그렇죠.
각을 폭발보 쪽은 약간 배제를 하면서 했는데
일단 그래도 왔어요. 이 판을 딱 잡아내면 될 것 같고.
네, 제조합기가 아직 없습니다.
거기는
그래, 엑스페리온.
Radiant. Hedge of Knight, that's actually a pretty good hatch out.
7레벨의 이성이에요. 오, 자 드레이븐까지 추가로 들어와 있긴 합니다.
이 제드가 4라운드에 죽기가 쉽지 않을 것 같죠?
네, 찬란한 밤의 끝자락이 나왔죠.
That's very good. Not very close to hitting, but you might just not reroll.
손길이나 수은 장식기도 만들어줄 만하고요. 타로 선수는 이제 다 찍고 올라가야 합니다.
Malawi.
이쪽은 별밤인데요.
별밤이 좀 터져줘야 되겠죠.
7레벨.
I mean, I guess that's something.
오히려 7레벨을 찍으면 사실 르블랑이 나올 확률이 올라가는 느낌은 아니긴 하거든요.
약간 기대값이 떨어지긴 합니다. 그래도
그렇죠.
별밤 발동 확률이 늘어나기 때문에 그래도 여전히 이 코스트 기대값이 좀 높긴 해요.
그런데 이번 턴에 붙지
Viego on 7.
그러면 이번 턴 좀 위험할 수 있겠네요.
Not that good in their spots, but it's something.
엑스페리온을 만났어요. 엑스페리온을 만나면 절대 못 이길 것 같고요.
Hey, it's kind of awkward. It's like it's really hard to keep re-rolling from that spot. They're very far off.
일단은 상징을 다 사용할 수 있는 그런 상징들이 나왔다는 게 중요하고요.
다 찾아서 일단 넣어줬고.
그리고 백스가 또 이성이에요.
그쵸. 백스 페어를 또 들고 가면서 좋은데요?
좋습니다. 지금 일단 가닥을 잘 잡았기 때문에 조금만 더 다듬어 주면 아니면 지금 상황에서도 충분히 째질 수도 있을 것 같고요.
자, 그리고
이
이번에
머리띠는
프리즘 생각인데요.
머리띠류는 안 나왔으면 좋겠고.
그렇죠. 머리띠 밸류는 안 좋습니다. 특히나 신성기업 상징 같은 경우는 2개 이상이 필요가 없고요.
심지어 행운의 장갑도 별로고요. 이거.
맞습니다. 이미 아이템 창 꽉 찼거든요.
다 돌려야겠는데요.
그렇죠. 이미 볼 게 없어요.
득주에 너무 좋은 사이버제트 통실이
아마 고를 것 같죠?
이거는 사실 뭐 고민할 필요가
그렇죠.
없는.
가야죠.
네, 완제 5개를 받았는데 사이버네틱 진강이 나왔어요.
그렇죠. 템도 지금 기술강 오로라에 공허의 지팡이 바루스 이런 식으로 옮겨줄 수 있고요.
자, 혼돈의 부름인데 도장 3개였습니다.
도장 3개면은 진짜 보멘데스 선수한테 제일 좋은 거 나온 것 같고요.
아이템이 안 그래도 부족했는데.
그렇죠.
사실 아이템이 지금 다 비어 있었거든요. 다 채워졌습니다.
그렇죠.
맞습니다.
타로
그나마 좀
선수는-
아이템 수급을 네, 받을 수 있는
타로 지금 바닥
도중에
쳤는데
나오겠고요.
안 나왔어요.
아, 지금 타로 선수가 이게 7레벨을 결국 성급하게 가게 돼버린 것 같은데
삼성을 좀 빠르게 찍고 싶어하는
그렇죠.
마음이었던 것 같아요.
영웅-
경쟁자도 있다 보니까.
영웅 꾸러미가 있었기 때문에 오히려 르블랑이 한 마리만 있으면 되는 상황에서 굳이 7레벨을 갈 필요가 없어 보이긴 했는데 이런 타로 선수는 대위기고요.
사실 이 사이버 보상 회수도 굉장히 빨리 했으면 그때부터 연승이 됐어야 되는데
그렇죠.
그렇지 못했습니다.
그리고 신고 선수가 바파카사 선수한테 졌어요. 물론 신고 선수는 지금 돈을 잔뜩 그냥 모으고 있고 바파카사 선수 그레이브즈 오늘 봤던 그레이브즈 중에 가장 성적이 좋은 그레이브즈입니다. 지금까지는.
네,
아,
그리고
여기도-
한 장 남았습니다.
여기도 한 장이 괴롭히는데
나와도 이
이
타이밍에 삼성 그봅니다.
심지어 이 타이밍에 40스택은 많아요.
그리고 소름 돋는 점 6레벨의 아펠리오스 이성이었어요.
그렇죠.
일단 하나는 공동 선택에서 가져왔고
하나는 그러게요. 두 개는
두 개는 찾은 것 같아요.
그렇죠. 갑자기 나왔네요.
야, 6레벨의 사코 이성.
야사시 선수도 제리를 하고 있지만 야사시 선수의 제리에는 크라켄이 있진 않고요.
그리고 제리가 그부 쪽으로 다가오고 있었습니다.
그래도 잘 도망가고 있는데
하지만 덩치 큰 친구들 플래티넘을 받고 있는
그런
그런
잡혔어요.
플레이.
그리고
먼저
세주아니가 스킬 한번 돌렸고요.
유동 콘덴서 앞에서는 그런 게 없긴 하죠 사실.
네, 그부 삼성 찍자마자 패배.
이게 정말 제리와 그분은 전투 구도에 따라서 극과 극이기 때문에
맞습니다. 제리 입장에서 이걸 지내하는 게 있고 그부 입장에서도 이걸 지내하는 게 있거든요.
제리가 오히려 좀 붙었다가 멀어지는 바람에 빠르게 정리가 되지 않았습니다. 아, 또 이제 그부 거품론에 대한 이야기가 갑자기 좀 나오고 있는데
그리브즈가 진짜 애매한 조합이긴 하죠 지금.
유독 저희가 황금 뒤집개부터 유독 안 좋아요.
이게 사실 잘 풀렸을 때 또 인상이 너무 강렬하기 때문에
맞습니다.
그래서 사실 생각보다 저점이 높지 않거든요.
근데 지금 뭐 랭크 통계만 놓고 보자면 그 티어가 낮은 건 아니잖아요.
네, 랭크 통계는 여전히 괜찮지만 스크림 통계 그리고 대회 통계까지 보면은 아까 아닌 것 같은 약간 그런 느낌이 들죠. 근데 애초에 그레이브즈 덱 같은 경우가 보통 할 수 있는 게 없어서 하는 경우가 많기 때문에 그 부분도 물론 고려하긴 해야 됩니다.
일단 르블랑 삼성은 찍혀져 있고요. 그리고 바파카사 선수가 그부 삼성 찍자마자 패배를 좀 기록하게 되면서 배치를 왼쪽으로 다시 바꿔주고 있습니다.
그렇죠. 지금 오박사 선수 덱 다 맞췄을까요? 조합?
와,
돈도 모으고 있고
그렇죠. 계속해서 어수선한 마음도 받아주고 있고
네.
통신도 열심히 받고 있고
그러다 보니까
이러면
9레벨까지 금방 갈 수 있겠습니다.
그렇습니다. 9레벨 가서 신성 폭발 밸류 쪽으로 완성이 되면은 지금 진강체의 합이 너무 좋기 때문에
네.
9레벨 가면은 무조건 1등 할 수 있는
네.
상황이거든요.
1등 포텐셜은 가장 높습니다.
그렇죠. 이번 판 또 다른 선수들이 엄청 잘 뛰어오고 이런 게 없었기 때문에 지금까지는 충분히 할 수 있을 걸로 보입니다.
그리고 지금 전력 자체도 강해요.
그렇죠.
백스가 이성이다 보니까 잘 잡고 있습니다. 상점에 유독 백스가 잘 뜹니다.
백스 삼성 혹시 한번 봐주나요?
근데 구입은 안 하더라고요.
그렇네요. 아무래도 좀 이제 또 비싸다 보니까
그렇죠.
네,
어스만은 또
그러면서
이런 자리가 있는 게 좋죠.
일단 폭발봇은 계속 모아가고 있습니다. 야, 오박사 이번에 8점 한번 가져갈 수 있는 그런 가능성이 눈에 띄고
다만
있습니다.
엑스페리온 선수가 마지막 진각을 꿰뚫는 연꽃을 먹으면서 와 제즈한테 없던 무한의 대검과 그리고 반각이 없었던 거를 완벽하게 찾아버리긴 했거든요.
그렇습니다. 자, 일단 이성 드레이븐이긴 한데요. 말씀하신 대로 제드가 지금 이성이고 템도 워낙 잘 들어가 있잖아요.
그렇죠.
사실
제격이 붙나요?
제드가 너무 세 보이는데요.
그렇죠.
제드가
엑스페리온
와요.
선수도 그걸 알기 때문에 돈을 안
와.
쓰고 모으고 있단 말이죠.
자, 제리 잡아버립니다.
질 수가 없어요.
순간 거리 벌리면서 잡나 있는데.
오박사 선수도 불이 타고 있고 오박사 선수 입장에서는 엑스페리온 선수만 좀 늦게 만나면 여기서 무작위 골렘 무조건 고르죠.
그렇죠. 이거는 상징이 많으니까.
폭발보세요.
심지어 망령의 적검.
아니 심지어 저 찬란한 이온 충격기 망령의 적공 콤보가 뒷라인 죽이고 옵니다.
그렇죠.
이거 심지어 찬란한 이온 충격기의 데미지가 폭발봇에 적용이 돼서
네.
폭발봇이 터져가지고 이거 그냥 끝났어요.
진짜 폭발하는 골렘이 나오고 말았어요.
이거 그냥 진짜 끝났어.
이거는 제가 봤을 때 항이에요.
이거는
오박사 무작골렘 사 이거 버그다.
아니 오박사 이제 뜰 때 됐어요. 얼마나 고통스러웠습니까 지금 세 경기가.
그렇죠. 이건 유효죠.
이거는
예.
다른 선수들이 무효. 이거
그렇죠.
폭발봇 무효.
지금 오박사 선수의 골렘에 뭐뭐뭐가 떴어요. 무효 이러는
예.
건데 어림도 없죠 이거는.
야 진짜 초반에 그런 얘기를 하셨잖아요. 이 무작위 골렘의 가능성이 있는 조합을 갈 것인가에 대한
그렇죠.
이야기를 잠깐 해주셨는데
마침 또 특성 투자자였고.
그러니까요. 특수가 또 떴고 게다가 폭발봇으로 갔을 때 워낙 잘 맞는 시너지들이 많이 나왔잖아요.
사실 저게 나오면서 일단 당장에 우르고시 9레벨에 나오지 않아도 당장 6폭발 완성이 된다라는 거.
네, 그러면서 이제 뭐
네.
코그모 이런 좀 안 좋은
그렇죠.
기물들 버릴 수 있고.
심지어 제가 볼 때는 6폭발을 안 하고 그냥 4폭발만 써도 초가스 우르곤만 딱 쓰면서
네.
그렇게 해도 너무 셀 것 같아요.
그렇죠.
맞습니다.
방향성이 굉장히 좀 많아졌어요. 뭐
그렇죠.
고밸류로 갈 수도 있겠고요.
진짜 말도 안 되는 시너지가 나올 것 같아요. 7신성 4폭발 뭐 이런 거라든지.
그렇죠. 약간
네.
그런 느낌으로 가는 게
그러니까 지금 이제 오박 선수가 만약에 가렌 들어가게 되면요. 개조체에 함정이 없어요.
그렇죠.
뭐가 나와도 좋아요.
다 쓸 수 있죠.
신속 나와도 맛있고
맞습니다.
폭발 나와도 맛있고.
네. 지금 그 퍼즈 사유에 대해서 많은 분들이 궁금해하시는 걸로 알고 있는데 저희 쪽에 소식이 그렇게 빠르게 들어오고 있지는 않습니다. 지금 해외에서 지금
그렇죠. 이게
네,
워낙
방송을
또
하고 있다
여러
보니까.
곳에서 하고 있다 보니까 어디서
네.
문제가 터졌는지 전달하기도 어렵고.
맞습니다. 그리고 이제 지역별로 플레이어들이 다 다르다 보니까 이게 또 언어의 그 소통의 문제가 또 있지 않겠습니까? 이렇게 막 서로 이제 통역하고 그러다 보면 그때쯤에 이미 경기는 시작이 돼요.
네. 혹시 이번에도 좀 빠르게 시작이?
근데 보통 퍼즈가
네.
뜨긴 뜨는데 금방 해결되더라고요. 네, 그래서 잠시만 좀 대기해 주시길 바라겠고요. 일단 오박사 선수가 지금 체력도 제일 많고
맞습니다.
상황도 제일 좋아요.
맞습니다. 이거는 사실상 뭐 이런 말 하면 안 되겠지만 거의 1등했다.
네.
네. 그나마 막을 만한 선수가 없는 건 아니에요. 엑스페리온 선수가 진짜 강하긴 한데 다행히도 오박사 선수가 체력이 많아요. 그렇기 때문에 엑스페리온 선수 제외 다 이긴다면 엑스페리온 선수한테 3번 정도 질 수 있는데 한 2번 진 다음에 나머지 다 이기면 되겠죠.
그리고 레벨업 증강도 있고 골드도 꽤 많이 모아놨기 때문에 9레벨도 금방 갈 수 있어요.
그렇습니다. 사실 저 정도 이제 밸류로 특성 추적자가 딱 터지게 되면 사이퍼도 쉽지 않죠.
유일하게 위험한 게 9레벨을 갔는데 우르고도 안 뜨고 가렌도 안 뜨면 그땐 좀 위험할 수 있는데
9레벨인데
예.
설마 안 뜨겠어요.
그렇죠.
그리고
그래서
뭐
개인적으로 9레벨을 천천히 갔으면 좋겠다.
많은 골드를 가지고.
그렇죠. 그냥 죽기 전까지 제가 볼 때 들고 가도 될 것 같아요.
근데 문제는요. 안 질 것 같아요.
네, 지금
체력 자체도 너무
그러니까
세요.
지금도 엑스페리온 빼곤 다 이겨요. 그렇기
맞아요.
때문에 엑스페리온 상대로 이미 1대1을 하고 있다 생각을 하고
급할 게 없잖아요.
그렇죠. 나머지는 다 도시락으로 보고 게임을 했으면 좋겠어요.
맞습니다. 일단 오박사의 상황이 굉장히 좋습니다. 13점으로 24위에 머물고 있는데요. 이번에 8점 가져가게 된다면 16위 이상까지도 좀 갈 수 있는
그렇습니다.
네, 그런 점수를 쌓아갈 수가
여기서
있겠고요.
1등을 하게 된다면 내판 21점인데 내판 21점이면 진짜 높은 거거든요. 내판 21점, 오 굉장히 좋다.
맞습니다. 그렇게 되면은 이제 2일차로 갔을 때 포인트 싸움에서도 그렇게 밀리는 포인트가 또
절대
아닐 수
밀리지
있잖아요.
않습니다. 절대 밀리지 않고 유리하게 오히려 유리한 위치에서 게임을 계속 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
맞습니다.
너무나
이게
그 중요한 분기점 4라운드에서
그러니까 그리고 이번 시즌에 오박
Item wise, you're probably looking for another tank item over here. So BT or Bramble. Yep. Okay. Nice. That makes sense. I like that. Weijin was able to get decent items here. Puts them on Zac. Has gone level 9 to get the Zac in. Zac only 19 blobs. It's not the worst. All right, up against a Vanguard. That's 6 Leonas, by the way. It's 8 Leonas. Zenbai has 8 Leonas. I don't know if anybody's noticed. That is 8 Leonas. Oh, the MF ult does take down the Aphelios. That was a great MF ult. Good positioning. With Aphelios down, Zenbai probably going to lose this fight. That's half the damage. That's big for Weijin. Zenbai taking a massive hit. Lyris in 7th, and that's great for Weijin, who just skyrocketed from possibly going 5th to top 3, maybe even top 2. We're rolling for some extra blobs. We don't really hit. Zenbai, unfortunately, does not hit Leona. He's trying to sell for it. It's not happening. He's given up. He knows he's about to lose here. He's trying to roll for it. It's just not happening. So Zenbai is about to go 3rd here. The question is, will Weijin be able to stay up against the Cypher player? But, I mean, Weijin getting a 2nd here, he's going to be really happy with that. Ow. Not even close, baby. Ouch. Did Zenbai win? I can't imagine Zenbai won. Yeah, okay, so Weijin gets 2nd. Hey, not bad. Not bad for Weijin to get 2nd. All right, over here, I will turn this on for you guys. I'm going to go get a restroom break and get a drink.
Try to get good units. Normally, you don't get at least 3 so early, so maybe he could stay on the line a little more.
And Steppe, we talked about the potential he had in this stage 3. He was sitting on a lease pair. He had just cashed out over encumbered and had a lot more items than the rest of the lobby. And we're seeing the results of that. A 9 win streak, a 3-item Elise, 2 red buff as well for potential Aurora in the future. A very good tempo spot both in health and economy to make it to 9 eventually.
Yep.
And we saw it from Gobo in game number 3. This is a line that can definitely win games, or at the very least land in the top 2.
We should see Robinson now for the cash out. He's almost at 250. So let's see if that's the threshold that Robin is able to manage. And maybe a good cash out here to do the trade and the switching of units that you mentioned. Trying to go for that trade tracker and the EXO line.
Champion Duplicator is found, which is great. But now we have to figure out trait tracker. How are we going to get that in? What trait web are we going to use to get there? And maybe not even play around EXO. He's got some boom bots and a great setup for that. I'd be curious if he can get to 9.
Interesting.
Good look at Lil Steppe as well. He's going to be our main Cypher player in this lobby. He had picked up LDP as a 2nd augment. Just a very, very good augment with the extra HP you get now off of 5 Cypher onto Galio and the LeBlanc, the 2 main carries of your comp. So I imagine he will be rolling now on 7 after his cash out and can potentially become one of the scarier players in this stage 4 if he's able to hit the LeBlanc and the Galio 3.
There's a lot that's kind of going on at the same time. We have our trade tracker players that will need to find their web. We have Lil Steppe that's probably maybe going to be cashing out as well, and then rolling down a little bit. And Summertimer kind of finding himself at the bottom here. But yeah, I mean, Robin getting exactly what he wants here. Theory 2 already online this quickly.
Yeah, he's close to having that trait tracker board really centered around specifically this Shyvana, able to get a lot of traits given through there, but not quite at the 7 yet. Collecting a lot of Exotech units, because oftentimes you can play the board you're going to get, find the units that you need, put it in for 1 round, lose most likely, and then cash it out.
Exactly, and obviously Nitro is the way to do it. It's easier to get that cash out possibility. Now taking a huge flush. So huge hits for him, still with some health, but he needs to do a transition now.
And he has it in also. He has 8 currently on his board, so he will cash out next turn.
Yeah, a lot to do in very little time, but Robin able to show that even at his big age, he was able to do just that. And we're going to get another set of prismatics before he's actually going to be able to see his traits. But here they come. We're going to be seeing what actually did come out of that composition.
Robin also got cybernetic bulk alongside that with all of the different emblems he has. That is a crazy spot and very possibly went out.
So I'm seeing one Dynamo emblem for sure, but I'm also kind of squinting at the screen a little bit. We're going to be zooming in, of course, once all of our players have picked, waiting for a Q1H at the top there, but here's little Steppy.
Yeah, he has the Mastermind, so he can turn an item to Radiant. Same also for one of them, so two of them got this possibility.
We see the trade tracker from Clicornin. So that's the Divinicore. We're seeing Marksman, we're seeing Executioner, and another Divinicore, as well as Slayer.
This could definitely be a vertical Divinicore legendary setup. He has picked up Invested, so he's going to have the gold to get there. Potentially can go 9 if he finds stability off of just the emblems themselves and maybe give up on the Graves altogether. Not many copies are sitting on, and he's already level 7, of course.
Yeah, this is a great setup for that. You have a lot of the great items, as you're calling out, and it's also quite flexible. You can play the different things to really get that trait tracker to use all of those emblems well, and it looks like that's where we'll be headed, but we do need to keep our eye on the right side. Steppy has still not lost a single round this game at 100 HP, and he's doing very well in our standings currently and is looking to continue that trend.
That's crazy. Steppy just kind of rolled up to this lobby and everybody else said, I want to lose. And he was like, okay, I guess, so I will win. And then just played to those outs, try to keep the board a little bit stronger than the rest of the competition, and it worked out. Text also kind of just cruising by there. We just saw a glimpse of that board is on that Twisted Fate reroll, but I really want to see Robin and see what the trade tracker actually is.
And AQ1H has given up on vertical anima altogether. He's just playing, fundamental TFT. I have frontline and some damage off of my Silas. I have backline off of my Dynamos. Dynamo's a very strong comp now in the meta, and let's see if this can make it work. We saw it a little bit as well with something like a Vi, Unending Despair comp with Morgana, for example. It's just, if you have frontline, you have backline, it's going to work.
And I think this is my first caster curse on the Tactician's Crown stage. Steppy lost, like as soon as I said it.
Can't believe you do that to him.
It's so rude of me, I'm sorry.
So rude.
I didn't mean to, I promise.
And also this makes so much sense as well. 6 Vanguard when you have Final Ascension, so you're going to have the chance to buy a lot of time for the damage to come in. Eventually you have Piercing Lotus as well, so it could be a really strong setup from AQ1H. We're starting to see why he's currently the point leader in this tournament.
Yeah, maybe more flexible for Vanguard didn't make sense, but now it looks a lot better. Obviously, having also the Elise there for the damage, and now thinking about going in additional levels and trying to find Aurora and some additional win more to actually cap the board. We're seeing also Robin. We call it out once again, Vanguard plus Chassis.
Man.
The super Exodia Mordekaiser there for Robin, plus the trade tracker, plus the bulk. This is just too good.
Age does bring wisdom. Very much so. Just click trade tracker. He's so smart.
He also has Rapid and Marksman.
Yes. It's a very good spot.
It's a trade tracker special.
That's
This is why our players love this augment so much, as does Clement. Looking at the rest of the players in this lobby, 4 Radiant Refractors. Not surprising, considering there is a lot of reroll. We have Tex with the Radiant Refractor, the Rage Blade on the TF. We see the Kraken's Fury Radiant as well on the Vayne here. But a dire spot from Summertimer, 23 HP. He likes playing Senna reroll a lot. In this case, Vayne is the star of the show, but it's not quite doing enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough, right? You go in, you expect to maybe reroll a little bit, hoping that somebody else is also going to reroll on those 2 costs, as there's a lot of Cypher players just in general, and you think you're going to have an easy time to hit. Does find a win here, but with the possibility of the 2 trade tracker players, with how much HP both AQ1H as well as Tex Summers have, I think Summertimer is just kind of falling off a little bit.
And this is somebody that we've had a lot of expectations coming into this tournament for. He has the lowest AVP throughout the competitive season this set in the field at a 3.38. And so going bot 4 here would not be something we'd expect.
Clicornin just finding that Graves 3, very important call out, as that is going to be the peak. As we did see the trade tracker that he was working with still going to stay around that golden ops comp that he's been leveling up as well. And Lil Steppy was rolling for that LeBlanc and that Galio as well as the Draven. Does find at least the Galio to maybe buy himself a little bit of time. 1 copy of that LeBlanc and 2 copies of the
It
Draven.
doesn't look good. He's been against his father, so big Steppy against little Steppy here, and very much stronger Dynamo on the other hand, and should be the win.
This thing not actually his father.
He put actually, yeah, Lil Steppy put his name in honor of Steppy.
You can say Big Steppy and Little Steppy, but you cannot call him his father. Okay, let's just establish that.
You know,
we are at the Treasure Dragon. Of course, we called to it as we loaded into the game. This is a chance for players to find that one thing that really excels their comp, but of course, you need a little bit of gold to actually roll it.
And you can find some really important things here. If you need a spatula to really enable your composition to get to some higher breakpoints, you can get that on this Treasure Dragon.
Lil Steppy really needs the LeBlanc upgrade, not just for the upgrade itself, obviously, but the fact that LDP, you're double dipping into the value of that, giving Galio more AP as well on his casts. So that's going to be the key thing here, and he's on his last life. Maybe has to give up on the the Dravens. I would think at this point in time.
Wow.
But Cornin also finding Jarvan 3 after that Graves that we just saw. Big hit.
And Summertimer was also chasing the same upgrade, so this means that Summertimer has to probably sell the Jarvans. It's going to be much harder for him to hit and try and use that extra gold to go for the Senna 3. We'll see if Summertimer notices and understands his position coming into this last roll down.
Yeah, roll down coming through here. This will be life or death here. Not going to be able to hit the Jarvans, but still is grabbing them. Oh, man.
Yeah, very difficult. Yeah, we already know there's another Jarvan by 3.
All right, at least you have the Vi 3. That's going to be helping you a little bit. Skarner's 3 would have been nice as well, or maybe that Senna 3 now that the Jarvan is out of the question. But really, I am asking myself, if you see Quick Horn and find that J4 3, do you not just sell it?
Yeah.
As you know that somebody else has already hit it. But yeah, like you're saying, LeBlanc 3 for Lil Steppy finally coming online.
Lil Steppy, though, is facing Quicornin's board, which is incredibly strong. One of the coolest boards, having amazing synergies. 6 Divinicore alongside the Golden Ox as well. It is going to be a terror to Lil Steppy's board, but the LeBlanc does do an incredible amount of damage there and will continue to heal up with the Gunblade, but it's not going to be enough. He does die out. Wow.
Too little, too late is going to be all I have to say about that. Lil Steppy trying to fly a little bit too close to the sun with how aggressive this lobby really was on the loss streaking end. Good news for Summertimer, despite still holding on to that J4, does make it into one more round, one more fight, one more chance to find that Skarner.
Ooh, Robin lost a round.
Oh. To whomst?
This is like a very strong setup here.
Yeah.
Mace's Will as well. I mean, bulk. The augments are really, really insane. Vanguard Emblem, yet again, from an Americas player on there. Mordekai's are going to really help this EXO comp really start capping out. We saw it from Setsugo in Game 3. We're seeing it from Robin now in this Game 4. And it's going to help them scale their power into Stage 5 and 6 as well.
Summertimer just found that Skarner we were talking about, so another upgrade for that frontline, 12 HP. We're going to see whether or not he makes it through the fight, but we're going to take a look at Steppy and Tex as they're going up against each other. I was talking about how much HP Tex has built out in the early and mid game. Now that's falling off a little bit. You can see all of the gold has been spent, and Steppy just, you know, still kind of chilling.
Yeah, and also the comp only has the TF3 far away from Brand, doesn't have an additional carry, so just trying to hold on the HP and get some places in.
Lots of stabilization happening towards the bottom of our lobby. Summertimer able to put another win together. Also, we have a big HP disparity, but it is coming back down.
Yeah, didn't find the Senna there.
No, AQ1H also taking a couple losses with that Silas 3. YBY1 does have this interesting thing, and this is probably why Robin Songs is having a little bit of a harder time, not quite able to get what he's looking for because he's contested. YBY1 taking Call to Chaos and getting that double lock-it in the front line too makes it just incredibly difficult to take down any of those units.
It's a very unique lobby complexion. 2 players playing around EXO and everyone else re-rolling and helping each other hit, obviously, with so many of the 2 costs being re-rolled, Vayne, Graves, LeBlanc, Twisted Fate as well for Tech Summers. So everyone is able to hit, even the 3-stars, right? The Elise we're seeing, the Senna is very close, the Jarvan from Cornin.
Steady damage, but Jean is also Hollow Ball plus 2 crit items here, making good scaling, also generating additional mana thanks to the crit passive from the Hollow Ball. Trying to find the win-out possibilities here in Jean 3, now taking a hit.
Summertimer.
Summertimer goes 7th.
Quite unlucky there, wasn't able to really get that comp together. It's rare to see a Vayne either way as the main reroll line to opt into, but then of course kind of contested on that Jarvan as well. Was not able to put it together. Robin, too slow.
he really wanted that extra Vanguard emblem because then Vanguard would actually be active. That's another shield that would proc to make this Mordekaiser even stronger. So not quite finding what he's looking for. He's just a little slow.
Oh, well. He knows that.
He's old, okay? Give him a break.
We're seeing for Tex now, despite coming into stage 4 with 80 plus HP, despite the stage 2 win streak, TF is starting to fall off. We saw one of the fights earlier where the MF with a marksman emblem melted the Braum here. MF2 is found. It's a pretty big spike here. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Maybe go for the top 4 he was angling the moment he committed to this TF line.
YBY1 also found that Zeri 2 that he did not have before, so he'll have significantly more damage to go alongside that really, really big front line.
And the big question is, for Tex and YBY1, who's on the other side? YBY1 is going to find Klikornen with that Graves comp. And that is just such a brutal comp. You can see why that Graves backline into the Theory immediately takes her down. And from here on out, I just don't think there's any coming back. On the left-hand side, though, Tex was able, with that MF2, to stabilize a little bit and claw his way to another win as they're trying to hang in there. We're seeing elimination as YBY1 takes out.
Yeah, difficult spot for him. Tex Summers taking an additional possibility. He knows he's not in a good spot. This 5th is already pretty good. And HQ1F, the one who was being the best, at least in points right now in the lobby, just trying to get as much possible here with the Super Silas, but still not enough.
And really cool game from AQ1H, thinking outside of the box, not playing the traditional vertical anima with the Silas comp, instead playing around just what he's hitting, and just a really cool tempo game, especially.
Okay, gets a ghost. So good news here for Tex, having a chance, and now dreaming that HQ1H has a possibility of going maybe with less or finding another one, but
ooh, such a good MF angle. Tex there destroys most of that back line from Steppy, and this should be a clean win just off of that positioning for Tex.
Yeah, and that was one of those times where you're really thankful, because sometimes Misfortune can leave those units alive at like 1 HP and then get healed back up, especially with a Radiant Gunblade on the other side, but that was not the case. So much damage coming through. And we do see Klikornen falling down here, staring down now a bot 4 possibly.
I kind of want to point out that with 5 players in the lobby still, your matchmaking is not 100% safe. So the Misfortune being able to actually clutch that out with great positioning there to find that entire backline, very, very favorable for Tex. But yeah, like you're mentioning, Klikornen will need to find maybe yet another upgrade to try and stop the bleeding. That Renekton 2 would be so big if it came around.
he's very strong. Trying to find 48 here. Should have a chance. He will roll all the gold, and then if he doesn't get exactly the 48, he will get the additional during the fight, just with the gold. There it is, 48. So additional damage now for all the units.
But no Renekton 2.
The key thing is the corner is essentially down in prismatic augments.
Yeah. Decides to sell it directly.
It got him to this place, obviously, but he isn't really having a board that really resembles, prismatic econ augment, like invested worth of gold, whereas players like Robin have cybernetic bulk, a lot more combat strength coming from that prismatic augment slot.
So did juggle some items here, actually had to sell one of the Renektons to try and free up some of the items that he got to get better items
Graves
onto the Graves, but can Graves reach that Elise in the backline, or is he going to stay there forever? Renekton will assist.
Oh,
Graves falls away. No.
Gonna be
Still
enough.
good enough for
Graves wins the
Klikornen.
1v1.
But that was a prank and a half.
He's happy. He's happy.
And Tex Summers does fall out in 5th place with the Twisted Fate board. Obviously, Twisted Fate being someone a composition that's not going to win games, getting that 5th place, he's probably okay with. Little sad that he couldn't pull off the 4th.
Steppy, a real masterclass of how to play around this Dynamo Flex line, or how to play around this Elise. So much HP was saved on stage 3. He lost streak stage 2 and then just took over with the 3-item Elise and the upgrade on that Elise herself. And we're seeing the result of that, right? 43 HP still, just a buffer of HP that guarantees him a top 3 at the very least.
Robin now has Renekton 2 alongside the rest of the things that make him strong. And so it's looking very, very good at 22 HP and on fire. Can he take down some of these players that are trying to challenge him, though? It is going to be very hard to beat this board.
Yeah, trying to get the ascension here. HQ1F is not enough. There's just too much power for Robin. Falls down 4th place for HQ1F. So it will leave a little breathing room in the top of the table. And remember, every point counts. For tomorrow, there's no reset, so everyone just want to be as high as possible to ensure a day 3 also.
But one person more than everybody else, and that is going to be Cornin, who has made his way into the top 3. We're talking about how a top 4 would be tremendous for him. Even better, any single spot he can fight his way up into. Of course, a little bit of a legendary assist there from that trait tracker, but you take your wins, and this is going to help to shrug off maybe some of that bad momentum of the early stages. However, goes up against the ghost copy of a very scary board. Robin on the other side here. Will he be able to take it down?
The Graves being targeted by just all of the carries on Robin's side. Can the Graves push through Renekton in time? It looks like the answer is going to be no to that. Renekton battle in the middle, but the main carry is down. The Cornin is as well. A top 3, some frustration knowing that with Golden Ox, you do have a chance for a win out if everything goes well, if you outposition your opponent. Not the case there. And the Vanguard Mordekaiser are just too beefy to handle.
And Robin lost to Steppy. So the heads-up fight there is not going to go the way that he would like. Robin Song again.
He knows he won't make it. 2 times the same result.
It's really mean that they keep showing up too, right? It could just be a normal carousel, but no. He gets tempted every time.
And we're seeing the difference with what we saw from Gobo last game with his at least 3 Dynamo game is that you have a much stronger front line here from Steppy. You were able to make it to 9. You weren't stuck on 8, rolling for Braum 3, who isn't really the strongest front line in the game right now. You're able to play for a Zac win out, for example. You have a Kabuko that can be dragged in, potentially a Kabuko 2, and just the cap is overall higher for Steppy here.
Well, I don't know about Kabuko too, because as we said, Robin did lose the previous round, and that was also against Steppy. So really it is on Robin to maybe find the upper edge in the positioning here, as this entire front line is being lifted into the air. Misfortune trying to get that second cast off will succeed, but doesn't actually take anything down. Too much healing coming out from the opposite board.
Wow.
And he's not able to clutch it up. We're going to go into one more round as Robin knocks him down a peg.
Robin is reversing his fortunes there in that matchup. Definitely just better positioning going through that fight. Zeri able to stay alive, but as you called out, the Radiant Gunblade is so much healing. It's so hard to take down that Elise.
Time to sell these Ross potentially, trying to go for a few more Zac blobs. This is the last life for both of our competitors now that we are in stage 6.
Yeah, what are we holding these for? Okay. I guess we don't want blobs. Listen, they're overrated apparently, but Steppy and Robin fighting it off here in game number 4. Very close in points, 17 and 16 points. But Sejuani has the entire field on lock.
Sejuani did not get a second cast off, which is huge in these fights. Not able to stun the backline once again. The Renekton, though, is still crucially alive and slicing through the team. Now on to Elise and taking it down. Citadel's giving Robin Songs taking game number 4 here of our Tactician's Crown.
16 points from Robin coming into this game. Now, after 4 games, sitting at 24. Probably one of the best performing players from Americas. Coming into a meta that is not really very narrow. It's a very wide meta. I was a little bit worried for players like Robin, who he's best when he can execute on comms to the highest level possible on a narrow meta. We saw it at regionals, for example. With
이 엄청나고 이거는 오르골 이성이 반드시 좀 나와줘야 되는 상황 같아요.
그렇죠. 사실 이게 모르가나를 방금 팔았어가지고 일단은 여기서 레넥톤을 챙기겠죠.
코브코도 있고요. 자, 일단 레넥톤 말씀하신 대로 챙겨갑니다.
가렌이 이제 나오긴 합니다. 이 가렌 개조체가 여기서 폭발봇이나 신성. 근데 사실 폭발봇이 걸려야 돼요.
그쵸. 폭발봇
나왔어요. 자, 이러면은 폭발봇 개조체를
가렌에게 주고
백스한테 줘도 될 것 같고요. 가렌한테 줘도 될 것 같고요.
네.
사실 저 기술광 토큰을 백스한테 나중에 옮겨야 돼서
지금 그러면은 사실 백스에게 주면서
그렇죠. 그래서 폭발봇 토큰을 가렌에게
주고
뺄 수 있죠. 전역 갑주를 레넥톤한테 주고
공허의 지팡이를 백스에게 줘야 되는데 자재기가 없고.
그렇죠. 그게 살짝 아쉬운 건데.
사이버네틱 통신 터트리느라 자재기 다 써버렸고.
폭발봇이 이러면은 가렌을 주겠다는 거죠.
그리고
레넥톤이나?
골렘을 우측에 배치해서요. 일단
가렌을 줬네요.
예, 드레이븐 쪽에 붙이긴 했습니다.
골렘 위치 많이 좋은데요?
너무 좋아요.
드래곤한테
들어갑니다.
붙였어요.
그리고 가렌 딜까지.
자, 무작 골렘이 자르는
잡았어요. 자, 가렌으로 마무리.
이게 닥터 선수의 심리전이 진짜 대박인 게
오박사!
여태까지 무작골렘을 일부러 1렬에 뒀거든요.
그쵸.
1렬에 둬서 일부러 나는 여기 반대쪽만 딱 묻히겠다 이런 느낌으로 쓰다가 진짜 중요할 때 한번 정확하게 썼어요.
자, 이러면 전투 한 번이면 끝낼 수 있습니다.
할 수 있어요.
코브코?
이게 엑스페리온 선수도 절대 좋은 핑에서 지금 게임하고 있는 게 아니기 때문에
네.
둘 간의 핑 차이가 그렇게 심하지 않습니다. 무조건 다음 턴 갈 수 있기 때문에 굳이 안
배치사.
팔아도 오케이.
좋아요.
일단 골렘 위치는 그대로입니다.
오박사 선수 진짜 이 순간을 위해서 아껴두고 있었어요.
엑스페리온 선수가 자지기를 썼는데
이러면
지금
설마 찬방 끝을 드레이븐?
아, 이거 저격 배치를 대비하는
근데 이거
아이템
살짝
배치인데요.
의미 없어요.
이게 과연 좋게 작용할지가
그렇죠. 의미 없어요.
네.
자, 이번에는 르블랑 쪽이긴 합니다. 골렘 위치.
어느
자,
한쪽을
그래서-
자르고 시작하는 건 좋아요.
네, 밤끝은 다시 한번 제드 쪽으로 들어가 있는 상태인데
제드 순식간에 터져버렸고.
예.
이렇게 되면
제드는 잡혔습니다.
자, 오박사 선수의
못
대기.
맞겠는데요. 밀리고 있습니다. 자,
너무
이대로
세죠,
마무리가
이건.
되겠습니다. 오박사의 승리입니다. 이렇게 8점 챙겨가는 오박사입니다.
정말 기회가 왔을 때 딱 잡아내면서 붙이기.
마지막까지 방심하지 않는 게 아니라 오히려 상대방을 방심시키면서
그렇죠.
1등을
Welcome back, everybody, to day number 1 of the Tactician's Crown for Cyber City. We have played 4 games, and we only have 2 more to go before we cut the bottom 8 players in our competition before we get to day number 2. My name is Zekra, and I'm so excited to be back here alongside Panda, Clement, and CLE. How are you feeling heading into our final third of the day?
I'm pumped, but a little bit worried. A lot of the tournament favorites are currently sitting in a dire position on the standings. Only 2 games left, 8 players going to be cut off, which means that it's a wake-up call. This is a day 1 where you have to come in with your absolute best form, or else you might be in trouble.
I mean, it might be for you, but we're going to see in a second, but I'm pretty excited when I look at the standings.
There's 4 American players on top, but unfortunately, the big scrim monsters, Chengdu, Lekoko, and of course, I forgot the third one, all on the bottom of the standings, is a little bit worrying. Scrims don't mean as much as we thought they did.
Wayshan Iverson's in the top 4, though, and he was another one of those scrim monsters, so I think some of that practice before the Tactician's Crown has certainly been paying off.
Dish Soap, though, has fallen off a little bit since his great start. He went 7 and 8 in the last 2 games, so it's fallen down that leaderboard.
But as we move towards the back couple pages of the standings, this is where things are going to start to get very tricky. 17 points right now is going to be that point total for the 25th placement, but everyone else is still pretty close together when you take a look at that 32nd place bubble.
A tragic day 1 for Wenwu, unfortunately. 4 8th places in a row, only 4 points. Has to at the very least try and bounce back this game 5 and 6. I think the odds of making out are pretty much 0, but it's your first showing on the big stage. You want to at least end strong and showcase that you do have what it takes to perform against the best players.
And there's still prize pool on the line for all of our competitors. So not only are you doing it for your own individual pride, but also because there is that cash on the line. 5 games, though. We're going into game number 5. If you really are towards the bottom of the standings, what are you looking towards to try to turn your fortune around?
You have to think big. You have to get maximum amount of points, because even if you survive the first cut, there's many more cuts to come on. Starting in the bottom, you really want to be like Xiaozhu in the back here with the first in the standings and go for high cap win out compositions. And, you know, the Cypher and the Trade Tracker, you can't ask for it, but if you see it, you're clicking it auto in those spots.
And everyone's chasing Xiaozhu. That's why he's on the wanted poster. Everyone wants to be where he is at the top of the leaderboard. And there's some of our players that are really fighting for that in this day number 1. They want to have that 40-point day that everyone is searching for. And we'll see in these games 5 and 6 if someone can get there.
I think it's curious as well. Some players, depending on their pedigree and their history in TAC rounds, they might be looking at this as just a way to survive the initial cutoff, and that's good enough for them just to make day 2 and then see what happens on day 2. But for other players like Lekoko, like Volta, like Shunga, like YBY1, they don't really care as much about just making day 2. They're thinking about, I need a first right now, I need a first in game 6 because I need to come back to make day 3 eventually. That's really their mindset as tournament favorites. So I think we will be seeing some radical shifts in their game plans and some much bigger risks being taken in these next 2 games.
That's a really great point, because day 1 points will carry over to day number 2, so everything that you accumulate today is going to either really help you or maybe give you a run for your money, and you're making it to that second day of competition.
And I do want to point out a comp that has been missing from those sort of like top spots. It has been Boombots. We expected that to be kind of the killer. Lekoko was known as the 110 ways to play Boombot player in scrims. Didn't really work out, and instead we have Dynamo as the front runner in terms of the compositions. It was always considered kind of 3rd place in the Fast 9 compositions, but that Elise 2 stabilization on level 7 has really fit and defined the TAC round meta.
And it may even be an overcorrection, right? Everyone's expecting people to play Dynamo, but instead, or expecting people to play the Boombots, but instead playing Dynamo, and now no one's on Boombots, so maybe we correct back towards that.
I think Lekoko was playing it so much that it was contested every scrim game, and everyone was now scared to play it. It's the long con.
Well, what was it? If you see your opponents do it, then you want to try to emulate it, but if it doesn't work.
Actually, Lekoko played, we talked about a lot of Fiddle Reroll, and I saw a lot of other players trying to play Fiddle Reroll. They had like a 6.0 MVP, and they're like, what is this guy doing right that we can't? Literally every single other player from every region could not make it work.
Are you saying Lekoko not only set up 1 trap, he put 2 traps there?
I think he trapped himself, because he has to start popping off in the next 2 games.
Oh, well, for game number 5, we are going to be following the action in lobby number 3. As a reminder, we did reseed our lobbies based on the overall standings, so we've got some fresh faces for our players to play against.
Yeah, and one of the players at the top that I'm really excited about is Kambuli, who is having his best set ever and has already started off strong here in the Tactician's Crown. I am so excited for him, and I really hope he can keep it going.
Absolutely. I feel like Americas is kind of...
Don't
Can I
say
say
it.
my bias here?
You're allowed to be biased, for
Go
sure.
for it.
I think Americas is on top right now. It looks very good, especially with Wei Iverson all the way up there in that top 4th position. And the rest of Americas, not too far behind. Most of them will make it to day 2.
Thank you, Necra. That is the jinx we were looking for. Sorry, America's players. EMEA is now time to rise in the final 2 games of the day. I will see for this lobby in particular, I think it's really interesting from the perspective of Dr. O being the only Korean player representing, a major force in TFT coming into this game 5, for example. The same for Vabakasa with Brazil, even with Sologasong and the German TFT scene as well. So really a lot of hopes on these 3 players, big fan bases, and I think big expectations as well for all 3 of them.
Solo Gasong as well, being the only German player in our standings, and he's at 23 points, sitting well in that middle range, setting himself up for day number 2. But again, we want to go day 3. We want to get that Tactician's Crown, and so we need to have a few good games here to really move us into that top 8.
And I do have to shout out, we do have the Mobile Player Championship in here as well. Xiao Yuqing. I know it can get confusing. We have 3 CM players with Xiao starting in this one, but this was the JOC champion. Okay, so he does have that pedigree. He's a relatively unknown player. First JOC, ran the entire way, won the championship. A lot of surprises in store for us.
Is there anything that you feel like separates the mobile players from the players that we see in the TOC?
I do have to say that I think they come in with different meta reads, not always positively. And I think they're great TFT players, but unfortunately they spend most of their time in a different meta than the desktop version. So it's about adjustment for them. Can they actually catch on to what everyone else is playing? And a lot of these players outside of, a lot of these players don't attend to scrims so much. They try to catch up to the meta in their own ways first.
That's for me the biggest question mark, because there's many players who, even if you have a different meta read or you're behind or you feel underprepared, if you participate in world scrims, if you play like 90, 80 games from some players, you immediately start catching up. You immediately get up to speed with the lobby tempo, with what comps are being played, atomization, etc. So I'm surprised that JOC players don't index more of their time and more of their prep into world scrims, but they still find a way to make it work. They always impress us despite the doubts coming into day 1.
It's the fast APM that you need to have on mobile. I feel
Necra
like
knows. He's an iPad TFT gamer.
Listen, it was better to play on the iPad instead of one time I was on my laptop without a mouse, trying to click around on carousel. Impossible.
That does not sound promising.
Shout out to all the trackpad gamers that use a keybind to move around the map.
All 3 of them?
Oh, what?
No.
Smart.
You do the right mouse button to a different key,
I see.
and you just click that around. You move your mouse. It's great. It actually works. Pro tip.
Oh my gosh. It's actually game changing, and I'm about to try that.
I can go to the tactical breakdown if you want. We can do a present about keybinds. It'd be great.
I just, this is embarrassing, but my roll downs are really slow, and I just found out that the D key is for re-rolling.
What? Really?
No, Necra.
Oh, no.
Don't tell me this.
Oh, man. Okay.
This is why I never play Cypher.
All right, we have
roll
the Wolf
fast enough.
Unchained in set 14. Next set will be Necra Unchained. Now that
be
she
like rank
knows how to
1.
reroll.
It's anime next set. It has to be my set.
Everything is going in your favor, Necra. You can't drop the ball on this time. It's challenger minimum.
Okay, bet.
Oh, you heard
Bet,
that? We all heard
bet.
that. It's going to happen.
Well, I know we are so excited about set 15, so make sure that you stay tuned at the end of game number 5, because we'll be able to give you another sneak peek of what to expect in set 15 KO Coliseum. What did y'all think of the music video that we had?
I loved it. I am a big anime fan. The moment the rumors already started coming out and reaching my ears around a year ago, I could not hold in my excitement, just trying to imagine what it would look like, a crossover between the anime world and the style and TFT as well. And already getting our first glimpse, it looked so promising.
You know what else is promising? Our players for the Tactician's Crown. Oh,
I thought you were going to double jinx America's players.
No.
Show some respect.
I already said one, but if I do a second one, it's like a double, like positive.
Okay, let's go America's players.
All right, well, we got Vi as our encounter for this game number 5. We got a chance to see that Wolf Unchained hero augment. Do you like hero augments with the Vi encounter in this set? It was very popular last with the Vi encounter. Popular.
interest debt because you can't pour it down the drain. Go get your money right with SoFi.
RNG Golem, il est fort en exotique.
Ouais. C'est vrai qu'il faut prendre ça en compte.
Ouais. Non, mais ça veut dire que nous, a priori, pour les cocons, on n'aura pas de RNG Golem, je pense.
他极限装什么？然后勇敢去飞也是珍藏财宝。
对，珍藏财宝相对随机输出的里面就算是最稳的，那可能最不稳的就是假人啊，那包括启哥选的。但启哥的话，就是想看他会兜出什么样的阵容吧。毕竟那菲瑞就是真赌狗，现在偏难玩。
没错，全赌狗的话的确是不太行。有没有跳刀什么？
对，
然后 S Coco 这个人已经有一个破亿的版面了。这样的话，他在连败，启哥刚刚是赢了第一回合，
很多珍藏财宝，所以后面会很难赢。对，你毕竟是拿非凡冒险嘛，你的战力是很延迟的战力。那这个时候，其他人的财宝领出来就不太好赢。
有没有那种
对，确实不赢。
有没有那种前面很强的彩啊？
前面很强的彩，
因为大家看起来现在都蛮延迟的。
随机输出类好像还真。真没有，
我一时半刻想不到，但是我现在看就是好多人都是要很慢才可以体现那个彩的价值。你也是正常财宝，
大家都是觉得这个在比赛里面是最稳的。
像现在因为分数已经大概4把打完了嘛，有些人就是在前面要打稳，有些人就是后面要拼上线。这彩的开局本来是给拼上线的一个机会。
对，但如果是黑市类的话，就会比较有趣了。黑市类的话就会有2之1直接拿高端购物的。直接跟着末日去玩，末日85，
如果能出，当然是也是一样非常强势哦。那这里Summer Time决定是用一个2星的纳菲瑞做前期打工，间接的卡到了启哥的一点牌库。对面
其实他应该是看了一圈，发现启哥要，那我就合了。
对，
如果启哥没有开出这一支的话，他可能还不会合。
遇到这种意外，刚刚是有给4费吗？
对。After 是拿到了插牙跟一个可能，我猜可能是 Nico 火男之类的，
用不到的，
直接不要，
先滚。
对，那这边的话，毕竟是3回合的延迟嘛，那比较好料的是第3个，你有没有办法开到那些5费卡？那你可能前面就要往会放5费阵容的阵容去玩。
对，
拿开到插牙可能。还真的就是高百兽，然后希望后面有欧罗拉拉另外一支5费卡，比较容易放5费卡的阵容，不然你可能孤注一掷，你决定要玩末日85了，有可能不报5费，他报了5费，也有可能不报那一支乌尔加特，
没有乌尔加特，现在感觉都免谈。
但要看起手厨房，
结果是如果是2、3个版本前已经笑出来的宿舍，这个版本的话，刚刚也有，但那个是收过指示的，收过破亿的，所以这边迅哥也有在蹲破亿哦。
对，但有另外一家也在蹲
，S Coco 啊，
对
，S Coco 感觉蹲得很彻底的。这里也先把前排的将防，
要跟对面对蹲，那就是3种连败排位，迅哥的摆的这种，然后前排置顶，一个后排顶的，然后还有卡
在角落的，
对，那3种就是互克，
对，真的是互克那个都是博弈，就是这边
你要用哪一种？剪刀石头布？
对，我记得这个是可以把角落拉出来嘛。
对，这个是克缩脚摆，但如果对面把一只后排摆在第1排的话，你2只就会激活那个第1排，就是输。
我也是在这个比赛里面被摸鸡摆了一次，发现有这种事情，哇，他等级比我高，我还输他，我傻眼。
地许 Soap 这边一个
很棒的牛
看一下他会不会打到勇敢去飞吧，不然2家抄起来，其他人又是比较难过的局。
对，然后启哥看起来胜败关系不是很好，感觉有点红绿灯了。
前面输了1把，后面还是有赢，但就是要看一下他怎么兜出他的非凡冒险。他的非凡冒险有一点难题，有一只格雷夫，但底特普这边遥遥领先，那就只剩纳菲瑞跟镜，但纳菲瑞镜就是
这把有珍藏财宝。蛮大概率，
对，
也
外面会有非常多极限，
不好低。
这个极限，它比较合理的玩法可能是就低完以后，然后再上去玩极限。不过先不论外面抓你几张镜，你光是低完外面可能就没有猪女，没有泽力了。
对，
所以有一点头大。那AMP 那边又有点太弱。
，MP 现在确实不够强，
所以这把蛮考验启哥的发挥的，是一个防守局，
我觉得有点寄望于3-2的那个增幅装置能不能来个翻盘东西。
好消息 ，Developer 跟勇敢去飞有遇到，然后 Developer 这边格雷夫3神，然后也开始在叠金牛了，
攻势这边先按2下，
质量非常好，然后等一下再按3下，
对，非常攻势哦，哇，巴布斯刚刚跳了一个2星镜，就少1张，又少3张了，没关系，这都等第一排开始，说不定第一排的时候呢，牌都来了。
感觉可以不急，因为等一下如果有黄金门票之类的，
对啊，
可能还可以等来。就是第一个已经是够好的战力了，那你中间可以，这个是双金球吗？
哎呦，
好像是金球里面的金球。
他前面是先掉了闪剑嘛，然后这边再开了一个金球。
启哥挑一个大飞瑞2出来。
哦呦，勇敢去飞跟巴布斯这边拉6等了。头先给法洛斯带，看一下，因为勇敢去飞刚刚是输了嘛，所以全场唯一连胜确实只有，巴布斯拉7，桑莫他们拉6，
这么疯啊！
巴布斯是给了很多钱，是不是？
感觉应该是双金球都爆全部是钱，
感觉爆了很多钱的巴布斯。那
再加上他的
意料之中的意外哦，
对，
肯定又甩了一些马逆出来了。
他确实就是玩百收的，因为他预期第3个会掉5飞卡，那这个时候你只要掉1张欧罗拉，你另外1张5飞卡也能上了，甚至你可以先不要这个镜，你可以放个鳄鱼或佛爷哥之类的。那这边，哇，这么有钱呢，3之1
7等40块钱，
要不我们去玩末日？
对呀、要不上去，
要不直接
就算了，
扣个膜已经开始流了。
那倒好，
但好像，
哎呦，炸了，
差一点呢，
地雷炸开了。
差一点，
还好有百兽道具哦。
炸了，这边有没有带一个超前部署？又是一个金色，现在金色感觉比彩色刺激。
哇，他如果7等，然后这边有超前部署的话，超级无敌的感觉。100滴血
4-2应该是包够，
穿
那就是没有，
就是穿刺喽。穿刺莲花，2星的1v1，
但装备好烂哦。他这边能合的就是火斗加红3烧组合，
直接把你烧烂。
但可能等2个模仿吧。这边最好的 out 还真的就是他卖了最好的 out， 感觉是双海妖，然后玩乌尔加特。
对，
双海妖破防。
热知识啊，3个降治疗不会叠加。李少夜刃，他不会要来冲吧？
那他的预料之中的意外是爆格雷夫，所以他还真，
他如果要来冲，我感觉第一手已经开始碎碎念了。
还真有刺客吗？那他这个装备只能去玩鳄鱼了呀？
对啊，
还是他自信会有？
这版本还有什么？还有什么可以消化夜刃的角色？
感觉是自信第3个会爆鳄鱼。
哎呦，钱是有了，
我看起来是要
掐标了，
要冲，
要掐标了啦！哇哦
，Developer 开始碎碎念了，
已经开始念了。我不用打开它实况就知道现在在干嘛了。
感觉在那边留言，现在开始要被 ban 了。
对，大家都很懂。
哇！我第2轮2星格雷夫，你0张，你要这样撞？
我的
压低呀，
压低呀，因为母掉啊！你想什么？我不懂，都不懂他在干嘛。那启哥这边呢？
启哥这里
看一下，
玩赌龙，在这个赌
龙小狗，然后3张镜，
这个就是会是一个跑龙，甚至发育不成龙。
对，因为
他好像也没东西玩了，
也没看到3星的角色跳出来嘛。而且他已经6等了，他为了要低2倍牌，所以还是还要6等。
坏消息是，他这个非凡冒险的版面是很难锁的。
阵容本身不是这么强势哦。
对，他在赌到3之后，感觉都不太好锁。
有个血手在镜身上，
这就是在血手最强的版本的时候，他就是一个最强的斗士装，那不错的坦装加不错的 AD 装，
反正面板会给。
对，只能面板白那。后面可以预期有3星大飞瑞了，只是用不用是不一定。 但至少会有3星纳菲瑞。好消息是有2家在冲格雷夫，所以2飞卡会再更干净一点，2飞的卡池。
没错。
奇哥这边在赌出3之前，能够咬住多少血量吧？
还是挺需要这个3星的。
对，
真的，
现在这个版面有点尬，然后非凡冒险现在进度也有点差，只有5张，5张，但他得要抽到16张，
缺的还是挺多了，
缺11张，
因为也只有。我来2张，
他2张还有个2星的，
对，就是
他是8张，
这样的话
负8。
哦，我刚以为你说狗狗5张，
它是两只加起来8张，但2只加起来要16张，加2个小尼口就够了。但另外一个好消息是，看起来没有那么多极限吗？就对面拿了一个2星镜，但再往外面看是看人家有多少极限。
这个如果他要这样玩下去的话，哪一套的崇高冒险飞完冒险奖励比较好？
最好的一定就是光巨杀加光浩
战嘛。
对，
然后2个桥的，
但是他没有坦克啊，因为他没有坦克位，他的光浩战在纳菲尔身上感觉也一般般。
如果是这个版面给龙女。
对，但是龙女得赌3，但他我觉得好运姐得不要了。感觉那个好运姐会有点卡。这龙女3其实还蛮重要的，如果真的是爆光浩战者的话，
对，哇，3-6这边，而且如果就光爆燃来讲的话，3-6才有一只3，其实速度是比较慢的。
而且前面是没有叠龙的，前面是完全没叠龙，所以这个龙就当做是送的。
哎呦，迅哥怎么又变了一个？
但是感觉这个没什么用，因为你还是终归于有没有鳄鱼，
有没有 crocodile？ 对，
但可以让你在8等的时候就放4堡垒，可以让你有一个
比较
速射猪猪
优质的前排。
对，好消息是这边可以喘一口气。
哦，他的杰地也来了，7等。
以这2个组合来说。能在开奖之前还有67血，算蛮不错的。
然后迅哥这边在3-7能遇到这个，感觉也比较开心一点。啊，第一 top 7等，
但以地狱 sub 的玩法的话，那就是他会转。那要转成什么呢？
他已经在留末日牌。迅哥这边经济肯定是够的，272层。
那你就要看等一下泽利2的快不快，加上你的劫2的快不快，至少没有鳄鱼，至少也要有一个劫2型去带你的这些装备。
对，
但一个海妖都没有。
没错，
还有一个小球
，no 攻啊，蓝
有了，
嘿嘿，这不是补上，嘿，史瓦尼，
哎呦，
那没事啦，但是。光这样的质量也不太够，
对，
这已经不是之前的
还得要玩，还得要低，
对，起码要有个版面出来，猪女2张，然后达瑞文
不能要
1-2星，不能，这个不是，啊，这个可以，得要有个像样的坦克才行啊。好了，那这边时间也不够，先给装备，
巨杀，
兵甲嘛。
兵甲也得要了，
兵甲也得要了，然后把批量稍微分一下哦。来看一下后续能不能再给，哇，这边能来一张鳄鱼的话，起码有这个比较锁血的底气，
但
急需啊，他这个血量
没有，泽利还没有对着啊，那甚至达瑞文都还没有。
奇哥这边大低的一波，哇，
有
一把好运结合，
有一家在赌破亿，
他的镜已经是要3了，哦，右踩，
是不是来不及捏啊？应该是来不及捏，应该是双3。
对他狗也3嘞，那这边感觉只能 OK， 好给什么呢？哦，光头啊，
光头加无限拆，
然后加一个神器，神器有没有？
神器有什么好的？
有没有什么好的？
没什么，
好像
没什么想法，
没想到什么好的。之前黎明配狗也是一个，对，啊，所以这边可能要拆一些装备，
对，但是感觉后面伤害会有一点不够。那光头应该在奈德雷神身上吧？哎呦，来不及，这边操作量太大了。
对，
蓝 B 可以哦。 再敲。
那这样的话，
偷可以要，因为你有无限拆。
正义
还是想要先做口的装备
吗？啊，决定
再敲，
可以再
敲。
嚯，哎，打手连加可以考虑，
这感觉要了。
好，这边起码是4杠2收出了非凡冒险。没有到很晚了。如果到4阶段底的话，他已经没血了。
要做的操作太多了。
对，
那现在的话，至少有一个奈德利3去叠层数，然后这边赶快调一下精算强化。OK。但看起来不像是一个非常强的版面。他前面踢到那么深，应该是想要顺便龙女3了，但就是留了好运姐，导致龙女没3，但留了好运姐，所以好运姐2了。
随机啊，给了一个猫哎。
可是就是钱，反正有什么被卷了嘛，那就上等去玩。
他要去9等了。
因为他前面在抽之前，因为他狗也不是2的，所以他抽之前应该就看到有人要硬卷他，那他是，哇，他是一下没抽，然后金流都是靠按 F 的。
哇，迅哥倒是靠着第3个针补装置补出了 N 多把大剑呢。人手一把死人，
大提升，
很好。那迅哥这样，
但质量很差。
主要去看一下其他家第2如何。如果大家都第1的普普通通，他是有解锁的。
这边没有4阶段，没有乌尔加特，也没有鳄鱼，
没有关键角。他的科加斯不知道2了没？刚刚迪 shop 这里 ，OK， 不用担心了。然后奇哥的话，可能要找一些坦装了。
赌龙的话，感觉他需要一个薄木，因为他的纳菲瑞跟镜都是 AD 角，
需要破防。破防啊，很重要的。要看一下，不知道其他人版面勇敢去飞啊 ，Bobster 他们现在怎么样 ？Bobster 早拉7的，现在保在66滴血左右。Les Coco 40次重抽，
哎呦，救大命了，而且还真就差加里欧哇3，
真的是救大命嘿！40次 reroll 给他 roll 出来了。
而且第一个其实补到很强的战力，因为这个阵容比较怕没有装备。这个阵容他现在3个 C 位就差勒布朗的装备了，然后甚至等一下可以再养劫，然后嘉文就先卡着别人。
哦，那这样其实是挺好的。Let's Coco，
对，而且容错也还有，就这2波不要掉太多血就好了。
好，李少的话是格雷夫，但格雷夫这边往左边滑了。
看有一个夜刃可以解仇恨。
这边应该格雷夫会赢，
滑进去了，但旁边还有一个勒布朗。
夜刃，但是格雷夫滑脸上1枪、2枪、3枪，
哎呦，
够了！哎呦，就差一点点啊！这3枪开下去，勒布朗顶不住啊，
差一点点，
差一点点
不会倒。
没错，3枪不倒。
现在应该还好，还有3-1，就算这边输了，还是一个舒服的血线。
Summer Timer 来到了，他是一个相信圣元的孩子。
他想说，我这个乖乖拿。哎呦 ，Usurper 转一转，
哎呦，这个9等转成这样，
盖伦有了，
盖伦2星，扎克有了，
但问题是他34滴血，他现在需要的是回合数，钱已经不缺了，就是缺回合数去让这个盖伦变厉害。
需要发育哦。
在右边的话比较容易假赛，会往场外丢，但左边会好一点。
看一下，不过这一边丢一个大应该可以撸4只，会回不少魔。算这一波啊，哎呦，走到后排了，再转一个甜甜圈。OK， 又要再转了，把后排打光了。哇，这个还能偷家了。
你说 Usurper 这边的混沌召唤也是好的，至少是经济，虽然不是直接经验或者是重抽，但至少给他经济，不是那种什么3个。
难怪他这么多钱
，3个2装的，哎，秒拿。哦哟，还真拼了！我想说要拼，
确实要讲
但如果
拼一下那个末日，
可能会拿个前排了。
但这边如果开出末日救急大奖的话，
对，
哎呦，那也是无敌，
还真是要拼，这边也是要拼，而且也拼到了，这边还真有用。
对啊，这个射手转职，
而且这个会痛呢，
这个很痛呢，
这个假人是会痛的呢。
这个敲一敲后面那个还要起来，然后那个狙手砰一下，哎呦，
哎呦，
小圈
圈。哎，但这个东西会占到精神强化吗？这我还真不确定。不确定这个会不会占一个精神强化？
这 combo 确实有点多了。
但这样，
又一张 刚刚又有一张龙女，看龙女有没有机会3星？
这家变很强了，
好猛哦，这边好猛哦，而且装备是补得出来的。
他也要拼，哇，这就是世界赛大家的。
他战略呢？
对啊，
他大奖，
而且这个战略还真的是这个阵容最好的提升，二战略跟0战略的提升是非常非常大的。
对，
那就拿什么呢？枪刀。不拿枪刀，
不拿枪刀，
拿捷的装。
大剑想要做捷的装备吗？
夜色水银，那给鳄鱼，感觉是可以先给鳄鱼，
感觉是给鳄鱼，毕竟捷也是1星，
一样有吃到5波。
哦，对，他有5破亿，
然后跟达瑞文有一个联动。
哇，这边刚好对到奇哥，来看一下奇哥这里，
好痛，
够不够力？再咬一下，1下2下，哎呦，实在是太疼啦。
主要是这个组合包有点太烂了。就是你城镇以后的强度也不太够，那个龙女没3很关键，就是那个暴龙其实只有1只3是不太够的。
没错。那像刚刚 Step 一样哦，一堆3星，
每个人都在拼好像没有人弱的。
哎呦，他是
这个也是
塞勒斯
对，
皎洁月光塞勒斯，
没错，然后不要斯拉芬的，这也是非常非常强的。
对。
大家的版面都很强，
奇
哥这边的版面
看起来就
很一般，只能说
龙女是3了，
但已经有点晚了，就是那个龙第6轮才会200，有点太晚了。需要有人诺了
终于有诺了，
迅哥，
但迅哥其实也就差个坦克，
对，但迅哥是玩的是最勇的阵容，
他的捷已经切到了近了，哦呦，再一个刮，那控制键再敲起来，捷要这么会切啊，菲克 ，One to Slam。好痛！
还有，
大家上限都开太高了，
感觉很微哦。目前看下来没有弱者哦。有没有人盲电
？Les Coco， Les Coco 的破1出了一个，然后李少的格雷夫是先倒了。
有没有人盲电？现在看守卫吧，反正外面的人是很强的。Usurper 那个末日盖伦也有了，
超猛。
然后
改件不知道发啥去了。Bobster 现在的版面不知道长什么样。
对，这个龙应该遥遥无期了，
很难看到200了。能够涨到180，我觉得你很欣慰。
好运姐塞的算可以了，就至少
你说有个破防，
至少有一个耳语，
对，
就光耳语算是素质不错的装备。
所以说一个他直接集结了各种破防于一身哦。我要站前排破也可以，我要站后排破也可以啊。打到了 D-Sop， 那
但 D-Sop 没有。但D-Sop的扎克也2了。
对啊，扎克也2了，这应该是没办法打。
但输3之内有办法吗？
有点难感觉
是直接被车过去，那就看 Coco 能不能盲电了。哦，没有。
哇，那这样
只能说这个冒险开得太烂了。对，这个冒险感觉城镇也看不到什么未来。城镇比较有画面的是玩7元的，但就是怕你城镇以后再去转7元，根本没有主女哲理了。
对。这边还有一个宿舍转 ，Les Coco 拿下来，勇敢去飞补了先锋的转职，兵甲 Summertime， 然后 Bobster 偷
卷 Soap 的格雷夫是勇敢去飞吗？
李少，
李少，哎呦，那 Soap 现在感觉士气大增呢。
有，他现在一定很开心啊！要是有实况，他现在笑得很开心。
那如果这把吃的不得了 ，Soap 感觉
哇，气势又回来
了，
气势又回来啦！这也是发电呢。
这边因为好运姐加强，感觉选手的好运姐这张卡信赖度很高。
那看起来接下来2天就值得注意这个好运节的相关体系。
但2家选择那个固定的魔像，那剩下6家全部拼，
要拼大的。
只看到这2家是堕落的选择。
对，有时候比输了更可怕吗？
对到
了，哇，对到了，
杰也2了，宿舍也给他升出来了。
哇，那样刮过去，可能要跟好运姐说拜拜，看一下。
对，而且杰是闪掉好运姐的子弹的，这边应该一点都不够。
对，勇敢去飞的话，应该也是要倒在这里喽。然后 Bobster 同时间也倒地 ，TFT 收下了对手，
又来了，又要2家烧决赛相见了。
Oh my god！ 那到底是6宿舍强还是这个4末日强大呢？你看一下改进不知道发了什么。
炫哥2星鳄鱼的感觉应该是有赢的说法的。他的改建是2个全队嘛？这第一个是秒选的
末日改哦，2个都是末日
，2个都是全队。但是他让了一个假人，炫哥的假人是
前排
假人。
这个是一个极限，但极限的话感觉也不错吧，毕竟极限他带绿甲，光绿甲算不算一个优质的坦？
算就
还是还好。
就
我对这个组合不太熟
能接受了，就是一个坦威了，比稳定的再弱一点点。那就少了一个拉人以下的功能。
确实。
哎，他这个发育起来了，又弄到一件装了，
又有携手。
不过比如说打得很好，就是他前面葛雷夫的时候，有时候你可能3-2抽一抽，3-3抽一抽，然后你遇到同行才发现，哎，你怎么卷过来的？但比如说不在抽牌之前很谨慎，他就一直盯着李少，你到底是不是？那看到他爆了2个小妮口，夜色嗜血一盒，那你就不要再多有其他想法了，他就是
了，他那边一选就是了。
对，那他就是的情况下，比如说我想到的唯一的路就是四末日嘛，那你的四末日斗士装就是有盖伦带，
对，
那也成功玩到了。第3个有一个经济救他了，不管是投资家也能救啊。我的召唤有一半是经济啊，他抽到的比较烂的，但至少也比较烂的经济也是经济，30块左右吧，
上去也是好，
对，
哎呦，2星2鱼了。
但打瑞文还没人，
非常的特别。但因为刚刚前面的 Coco 也是卡了不少张，那 Coco 现在还活着呢。
有人打瑞文3，哦呦，大提升，
有啦，
大提升，
打瑞文。那
夜色或打手，看要给接哪一个，想要更痛，感觉挺合理的。
装备优化，
水银
，OK， 然后迅哥这边就主打一个人多势众，加假人，然后再加上皇冠，场上人口9，但是摆了11个人，一家老小就下来打了。
对面这个感觉
应该打不赢吧？
不赢，因为可以吸回来。
对，而且这个扎克挺难处理的，还有盖伦呢，盖伦现在依然坚挺呢。应该这里是你的极限
在浓，
还有闪剑
双杀，
双杀。哇，那看起来末日是最终的神呐！这里
第一次看到成功的末日啊，但是就是不急，但不急才是这个阵容的关键啊，因为你成型了就真的没人打得赢你，不管是破1还是这样的，就是10羁绊或者是6末日才打得。
One Grim Reaper in this lobby that is Bowman Death. The moment he faces Bowman Death, that'll be the real test of if he can stay alive or not.
I still think Vapakasa has a very good look here with the Divini Core Legendary line. This is what he end up with. It's basically a slightly weaker version of the Boombot line, but still very popular in CN.
Easy fight win for Vapakasa to take, though. Oh, Solo is one Braum away from being able to 3-star that unit. Wonder how much of a power spike that would actually give him. This late in the game? I'm not sure.
It would buy him a lot more time.
Give him.
So there's a slightly easier chance to find the upgrade on the Braum here, but not being hit by 5-3 is pretty sad for Solo.
I liked the tech there, using your extra duplicator to get the extra 3 bit of gold and then sell to get your Aphelios. So finally, after what seems like forever, Xiao Yuqin is able to get that Aphelios too.
Yeah, he also has 52 stacks on that Golden Ox, which is quite strong. But the problem is we've seen Graves let us down all day so far. Something that's not performed as well in the late game as we need. But onto the backline now versus Kimberly, who also has an Urgot too. The Urgot will lock onto the Graves and will hope for the execution before it falls down, but will not happen. The Misfortune cast does delete the Graves and Xiao Yuqin from this game.
I thought maybe Xiao Yuqin would have been able to get through this fight because you actually saw the Quicksilver really help out versus that Kobuko stun, but just not powerful enough versus those legendary units.
Yeah, the key thing there was that he couldn't find his Jarvan 3.
Renekton 2, no, it's ping, Dr. O, intercept, defense being played. And Vapakasa almost found a clear line back into this game. A lot more stability in the front line to buy time for the Urgot. Instead, finds a blue buff, a second one. He can now slam this onto, I believe, the Vex. He had the item transfer over to Urgot after that upgrade was found.
He is stabilized around that Shogath 2 in the front line, which he did not have before, and so that is quite good for him. As we see our side-by-side here, Vapakasa, who has now put a few wins together, but Dr. O now falling down lower in the standings.
Dr. O did have 21 points, though, heading into this 5th game, so it's not totally over for him yet, but being at bottom 4 here is definitely not going to help out for that final game.
He got sandwiched 2 ways on the Vex,
Yeah.
wasn't able to hit his main carry. Now finally having his main carry transferred over to that Varus 3. It's been a tough stage for stage 5. Let's see if he can hang on.
On the other side, though, is one of the Grim Reapers of this lobby. The Cypher cashed out with all of the 3 stars now for Dr. O. Campbell Lee on the other side as well, pulling in that 2-star Urgot with a 2-star Aurora. Also incredibly strong. We saw them take out our last competitor. Looks like Vapakasa's Urgot is going to do enough damage to take down the Misfortune, but Dr. O falls out.
No Varus cast. That's the end of the road. Vapakasa does look like he is strong enough. Campbell Lee is a player who isn't really playing for the highest cap. He has 2 econ augments. He played off of Spoils of War, played very high tempo using his econ to try and get some extra resources off of his first augment, but probably happy with a 4th if he even gets there. We're seeing 3 players now on 1 life coming into the end of this stage 5.
It's really important here for Vapakasa with only 14 points. Top 4 would be great to keep him in the running to make that day 2.
It's going to be huge for him. Sologasan definitely looking kind of capped at this point. You know, no upgrades, stuck on 8. Very far from Elise.
Interesting positioning, though, from Solo, completely separating the Moses positioning, not usually played in this composition, but instead here trying to dodge the Sejuani. It will only stun 1/2 of the board. The Misfortune will get stunned just before the cast comes through from Misfortune. Is a lot of damage, though.
Buffer does work out for Solo, but can he stay in here? No, and that's already targeted.
Oh no! The Silas is on the backline and deletes the Urgot. Vapakasa loses to the Wolf Unchained.
We talked about it, the Grim Reaper in the lobby. That would be the real test for the Urgot board for the player who was on 1 life for so long in this stage 5.
Oh, 3 people eliminated.
Now it's going to be Silas, Cypher, and Exotech in the top 3. We have to mention it, 98 HP still for Bowman-Death. Just a very clear line. The moment he saw that Silas, it was an insta-pick. It fits his game plan, it fits his playstyle, and it fits the encounter, right? Buy and 3-item Silas in stage 2.
And our lowest point earner so far today in our lobby, Lil Steppy, at 9 points, now putting himself in the top 3, gives him a chance to fight for that day number 2 and make it out and play some more TFT tomorrow.
He's going to chase Steppy. You know, this name is all in salute to the GOAT of Singapore. He needs to be on the same level here. We haven't taken a look at his board for a while after he was able to beat out Sologasong, so checking in on his augments.
Bowman-Death is now pulling in a Kaboku 2 that is on his bench, which is incredibly strong. He's got so much HP to work with as well. Down at 10 gold does mean that he will not be going to level 10 very soon, but will hopefully be able to econ back up with these newfound upgrades.
That's so cool. He's waiting to see who he fights before deciding on his items, getting maximum juice out of everything.
Really showcasing how locked in Bowman-Death is for these last 2 games, knowing that he has to make a bit of a comeback to be in a comfortable position to make that day 2 and represent well, the French TFT on this day 2.
It was a very winnable fight still for Bowman-Death. I think if he just tries to hide his Silas a little bit more.
Also, I want to call out, Bowman-Death has 6 Leonas. And 6 of them are on his board. He's playing
Whisper Jack.
Oh, sorry.
Players might hear.
Sorry.
Don't you guys just ping? I feel like we should let the entire lobby know. That's what I do.
Can we ping for them? Hello.
Yeah, but finding the Xayah 2, not itemized, but I feel like that was still better for Bowman-Death to now have on the board. That was a big difference between that last fight and now.
Yeah, I think he needs the Leona 3 to beat the Cypher board. Unfortunately, in terms of the meta, I would still give the best chances to Zimbai.
There is a stun from the Sejuani, though, that's going to stop at least this Graven cast for a little while. And now the Mordekaiser and the Sejuani actually do walk down to stop this Draven.
Wow.
And Zenbai takes a hit.
That was not the board I was expecting to beat Senbai here. The Exotech able to come through, and I believe it was largely on the back of some of a good roll on our Thieves' Gloves.
Silver lining is Zenbai is still on 2 lives, so can take 1 more loss before committing the rest of his goals.
He has
here.
8. He has 8 Leonas.
If he commits, there's no defense actually from Zembai, which is very surprising. He's sitting at 50 gold, and he is not trying to stop it from happening at all.
Sold the Koboko too, actually, to be able to get the Aurora too. Now just needs something to be able to put into the board and throw in.
Does he have a remover for the treasure? Okay, he does. So he's going to get 3 procs of this.
There's a setup we talked about, the Zac giving extra items to the backline trade the moment he gets taken down, and then the Zac son and daughter also giving extra blobs or extra items yet again. So itemizing Isaiah 2, for example, while the Leona and the Silas buy as much time as possible in the front line.
And
it looks like it's enough.
We did sell the Koboko 2, but we were pulling in a Leona 2 with items on her. We did not remove those ones from the bench, but instead are getting pulled in by the Aurora, which makes it very strong. Is there a Leona on Carousel? No.
Surely someone has to deny, right?
You would think so.
Wonder if you go for the Vow here for the Zac.
Extra splits?
Yeah. You delay the items, but you get some extra value potentially from the stuns.
I don't hate the Archangels though for a 3rd item onto the Aurora.
Here comes the roll down. Where is that Leona?
But at least you get bloblets.
Here comes the roll down. Proceeds to roll 6 gold.
Yeah, right. Very important 6 gold though. I hope that the rest of our lobby has taken note that they've tried to find some Leonas to make it more difficult for Volmandeth here. Not quite finding what he's looking for, but this, again, is a very, very strong board. That Aurora is very strong now with Archangel is going to be the main source of damage alongside that Silas.
The key thing was that the Silas was focused very early on in the previous fight versus Lil Steppy. This time around, he has a positioning advantage going on the far left, so that should be able to get some kills off the board.
Zeri's in trouble.
Oh, she's Challenger. She's Challenger.
Oh, that was dodges the Sejuani ult as well. He's still alive and kicking, and Zeri is long gone. Lil Steppy taking a massive hit down to 1 life. 5 HP for both of the remaining players. Volmandeth has 84 HP still. What's going on with this board?
If he does start to lose a 1v1 matchup, he's got lots of time to figure it out. Maybe some positioning tricks, maybe some moving items around. He can figure it out.
I think we're just waiting for the inevitable Volmandeth win at this point.
Also the fact that the Silas wrapping can really turn the outcome of a fight entirely just off of the positioning. So he has a lot of chances for fight RNG to go his way as well, trying out different positionings, just trying to bait his opponent onto the wrong side.
We are seeing Zembai this time more aligned with his frontline tanks. I think the problem last time was Mordekaiser and Sejuani were able to walk right on top of his Draven. So this time with a better positioning, further away from the focus fire, and not in Sejuani ult.
Yeah, Lil Steppy did hit that Urgot too, but he will be falling out of this game here in 3rd place. A great comeback from him. Not maybe the result he was looking for, having a great comeback, hoping he can get that top 2. The Sejuani on the wrong side, though, is going to be a huge difference.
And, you know, we could always just drop a duplicator here and kind of end the low, the very long slugfest that could be ahead of us.
Simon using his powers to bless an EMEA player, I'm down.
This is going to be very interesting. Now we're in the 1v1 stages. There's so much more that, you know, what David said was about sneaking that Silas into the back line. We've seen techs that you could put it on something like a B1 and try to wrap around.
I did call this out earlier. We're heading to stage 7. Volmandeth has so much HP.
7-2, please.
This could go longer than 7-2.
No,
this could go
7-2.
longer. Oh,
Just
he's got a
7-2,
Leona on bench now. Oh, no.
Still one more.
There's still one more in the shop he can't find.
But a Renekton too? I don't know. I think that might seal the deal too. Now you've got the threat of this Renekton alongside that Silas that can go into the backline.
Perfecting the Leona items as well, so just a little bit better item quality on your main tank, as well as Renekton picking up Asterix is going to be pretty big here.
I think it might be over.
We'll start to see who is going to win these 1v1s.
I like the positioning. The backline Silas is actually really unique when you have the Sejuani positioning or Galio positioning like this. If there's enough space, it didn't work out in this case, but he can wrap all the way into the backline. We saw it from Rost a lot in some matchups.
You could like ping pong your Silas all the way into the back line if there's enough blockers right there. Unfortunately, we also had a row 2 unit from Zembai, so kind of anticipating that somewhat.
Guys, we might have a really long game on our hands.
Nope, just right here.
Right here, you think it's going to end?
Hit him with
For
it.
your
Hit him
pick'em?
with the
Now it's gonna end.
anti-ties positioning.
Yes, and we
Oh,
could
the
go.
other Leona. It's in Zenbai's shop.
Oh no.
He's gonna lock it.
He lacks critical information.
This is a key move here that decides champion. You don't want to show it on your bench. They could try to pivot it out, just like how Dish Soap won his first championship.
Yes.
So you don't want to show your opponent. You're happy to just lock it there.
Yep, the throwback to Inkborn Fables, Bintum versus Dish Soap.
You can just keep it locked for the rest of the game. He knows his board is very strong. Zenbai versus Vomandeth here in the 1v1. This is a chess match, straight up. What positioning will work? Silas is now on the right side. Can this possibly pull off the miracle?
I mean, it's going to be a showdown between this Vi versus this Silas, but as these shields start to diminish here from the Vi, unfortunately the Silas is still going to get caught by that Sejuani, and even these tornadoes trying to get into the back line can't make it. Vomandeth takes yet another hit.
My pick'ems are doomed.
And the problem here, we need the Zac to give the items to Xayah a little bit quicker. Xayah has to help Silas push through one of the two sides, is the issue there. We saw Zac just a little bit too late to give items to Xayah. She only had the Hawes on her first cast, and Silas was not able to push through the Vi in time to wrap into the back line.
Xayah is unitemized, so no focus fire there, so I totally agree with Panda right there. He has to try and position that. Zac items goes onto Xayah. Xayah bursts down a hole in the front line for Zenbai, and then Silas cleans up the back.
Oh, I thought we were going to try center Silas there, but does shift all of his powerful units to this right side of the board. We see everything with items on that right side for Vomandeth, hoping that we can get a wrap. But the Draven and LeBlanc have not switched sides. The Jukes have come through. But what about this fight? What can go differently for Vomandeth to win this matchup?
And Aurora is not a...
Silas to the back line?
Damage dealer, but Silas is in the back line.
Uh-oh.
LeBlanc is down. Draven is next in line. One more Silas cast does it. And that's going to be it. Vomandeth, the Wolf Unchained from all the way in Stage 2, entered Stage 4 with a 15 win streak. Had to try and find the right positioning, but finally takes down the Cypher reroll and takes the win in Game 5.
This is what tempo gives you. He had 70 HP versus 5 on the other side, so a lot of opportunities to try. And a lot of these fights, they are not deterministic. There's random things that could happen around there. If you have enough HP, you'll get enough tries.
He was putting the chess in auto chess there. That was very much a positioning battle. He made it work, and because of that, because of the positioning there, Vomandeth able to take the W.
Wow, and these were some really important placements. Taking a look at this lobby, a couple of the players that were in the middle, Zenbai at 18 points gets that second place. Unfortunately for Xiao Yuqin, which was very important at 17 points, gets the 8th. I think these standings are going to look very, very interesting as we finish out the other lobbies for this 5th game.
And it warps the game plan for the Game 6 for this lobby as well. And now everyone has a very clear mission. Do I need a stable top 4 to just get me in a nice position for day 2? Do I need a first place to try and even make it to day 2 in the first place? So we're going to see players maybe not playing the playstyle they're used to, instead being forced to adopt a different playstyle to try and find the result they need.
Now it's going to change basically 2 things. Who do I target and what comps am I going to go for? If I have good points, like someone like Dr. O, he would still need a little bit more points, but generally, Vanguard is okay in this type of situation.
How many players are going to feel bullied off of going Vexotech or even going for that Dynamo Flex? 2 very heavily contested compositions, not just in this lobby, but in the previous ones we've also seen on stream.
It's very interesting looking at our results from this current game. We also see the points from this lobby on the right side. Vapakasa down at 18, but Campbell Lee at 30, putting himself very, very stably, definitely within day 2, but hopefully putting himself in a spot to make top 8.
Well, what's this? I'm receiving word from production that we actually have a special reporter from the KO Coliseum here to give us a little bit more information. So Milo from our dev team, please take it away to premiere a couple units from KO Coliseum.
Milo here, reporting live from the KO Coliseum, where our top fighters are gathered for the battles ahead. You already got a glimpse of some of our crowd favorites from the set, teaming up in the cinematic. Seraphine, leading the Magical Girl Squad. Gwen, spinning up chaos with her explosive threads. And Ezreal, training up to his full potential. I can't say more just yet, so I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Is that Star Guardian?
It
One of my
kinda looks
favorite
like
verticals.
The theme looks like, I mean, the style is just so nice on both the unit itself, but then the art next to it, it just looks so good.
And personally, one of the best skins of all time, Chibi Soul Fighter Gwen, looks amazing. The needles flying through the map. There's a lot of really cool visual abilities happening in this set.
I'm here for Ezreal.
I'm here for pretty much every unit, I think, next set, to be
Yeah,
honest.
true, actually. I just want to look at them all. The anime theme is, it's chef's kiss. I can't wait.
I also can't
really
wait for this Game 6 as well. Just so much going to be on the line here. I'm just so curious what first what lobby we're going to in terms of what's at stake, and secondly, what comps players go for. For some players, this is maybe the last game of TFT they play on the set, depending on the results. And I'm just curious to see what they commit to. Is it going to be something they have comfort on? Is it going to be something they haven't played at all recently and they just know they have a spot for it, for example? The mental battle is going to be really outstanding here in Game 6.
I don't know if if I were in their shoes, I'm not sure I would be able to take the risk. If you know the statistics are showing you Marksman Vanguard, very good. Exotech, if you have the right items, also looks very good. Do you want to actually play something that's a little bit more of that default comp just to see if you're safe? Let's take a look at our standings to see which players are on the danger zone bubble. But we're going to kick things off here with our middle of the pack.
Yeah, these are players that are trying to avoid the bottom two, really need to stay in that spot. So going for that top four.
Yep. Taking a look at the cutoff, it's going to be 19 points with Hanxing there in the 32nd place. All the players below that are on red alert.
And some historical names here, legacy names in competitive TFT. Shunga and Volta currently on the chopping block. They have to put up a big performance to make things work. Setsuko taking over in these last games.
Third first for him is incredible. And now Dissoap also bringing it back with the first place.
America's looking strong. I have to say Setsuko has to be the most anticipated player coming back. The last time he was here, he broke the record for the group stage with a 72-point showing and then flamed out in the final. So how good can he do it this time? Only his second time at TAC Round. Unbelievable.
For Summertimer, a player with a lot of expectations after the set he has had. 31st in the standings, 20 points, still very much in his hands to make it into day 2, but he has to put up a great performance in this Game 6.
And shout out to Winvu, who we talked about having a very rough start of the day. Got his first place on the Tactician Crown stage.
The chains are off.
Yeah. Is there a world where
No,
he goes?
no, there isn't.
I'm sorry.
But that was cool. He did it.
I did already say it's impossible.
Well, you know, the first place is a pretty cool thing to be like, yeah, I can still do it.
I mean, there is $1,000 difference between being in the bottom 4 of today's tournament and being in the next 4 positions.
Right.
So.
And for someone like him, who he considered himself a fan before this set, where he had been playing but hadn't really had the results, and now is maybe finding a way to make this a sustainable living, competing TFT full time. The prize was a big thing, but also I think just the mental aspect of it is going to be huge as well.
He does still have the Pro Tour to look forward to, so I don't think it's going to be too sad going forward for him. My sadness comes from the 3 Japanese players, all former Zeta players. It seems like they scrimmed together, they had the same meta read, but it didn't work out. Below that 25 to 34 slot right now, all fighting for their lives.
But that cutoff is so close. I feel like with what we just saw in that game number 5, anything is possible for our players that are fighting to stay in the Tactician's Crown Cyber City competition. And day 2 is going to look different as well. We're going to be jumping into our lobby very shortly, so we'll make sure that we tell you about those format changes that we will see on day number 2.
不过没关系，我们先来看一下启哥。启哥今天刚刚提到31分，就算是一个不错的第一天收官。不过启哥因为前面表现得很好，所以现在有已经28了，
对，也非常靠近30分了。
对，不过应该就是需要稳住心态。上一把其实就是非凡冒险一开出来就感觉很难玩了，
对，就知道这把其实蛮难玩的哦。那没关系，刚休息时间来个蚊香什么的，调整一下心情啊。那这把场地不知道是什么，然后等一下来看一下开局这边，爆蓝的牌先放在场上，然后场下其实
有前期的留牌，应该说前期进的牌比较糟一点。
对，
这边一样
有可能要连败，
就不留伽罗，留个飞来对子。哦，反而留了蒙牛体系。然后选择不留堡垒，有3个小丑，看有没有想用。
哇，但装备这边水滴加上腰带，
感觉应该是一个特别的赌狗图诶，它的爆燃的优先顺位非常非常高，因为前几把有爆燃是选择不留的，有可能是幸运商店或2星商店之类的，
好像是金钱桶，
金钱桶 ，OK，
就是征召完回来之后要分钱吗？还是不要？
哦，那这边
攻
3只小丑选择完全
要留，完全都要留。留个2星看一下，等一下第一个这么装置刷出来的
打工会有一点难受，因为3爆燃加小丑，那另外一边的体系也没有一个好的前排，也没有3罪恶开出来。
对啊，或者是有个好的斗士、好的先锋，目前都
有人已经在单人打野了。已经有人勇敢去飞，在勇敢了，
在勇敢了。
对，这个打那么久，就是有人在单人打野。
OK， 2当没看到
，2、1应该先不要，复制可以保底，那1、3可以先不要，
那感觉
那就2保底，然后看一下拿到什么。大剑吗？大剑的话，精进携手，那又比较偏破译了。
哦，2星。那这样的话，大剑有没有机会？有那个，
第一个携手应该是得做，那只是后面的话需要看一下是玩什么的。
有任何小丑的可能性吗？现在这样，
小丑的话，其实大剑多也是好的，因为你在前期杀戮还没那么高的时候，你也可以带携手嗜血、夜色啊这种，然后反正后面一个分给小丑，一个分给鸡，
很多人可以拿。
其实。如果你目标是一个安全的，应该说还是领先在前8的话，小丑应该是做得到的。以前期的调牌来说挺好的，但小丑的3件装会很难急速的生出来。
对，
那如果身上有一个模仿啊、物防啊，你可以第一个做携手，第二个做夜色或嗜血，应该会更增加你想要玩小丑的意愿。现在应该就是过度。
没错。那这也看一下，迅哥跟李少这个回合也来到了4等。
然后比如说我这边一个算是中规中矩的经济，不算强也不算弱。
啊，这个看起来很像是本尊，
就是开的非常好了。
对，开到了风衣哦，4头牛，是葛雷夫。
那这边的话，开局有留葛雷夫，然后又直接开到葛雷夫的神器，然后并且是有大剑的，算是挺好的开局。然后有人直接开盾，
你看起来很像是一个破衣，
勇敢去飞，前面感觉是在追大分啊，因为他就是即使你从比如说今天是只举前32嘛，但你32名晋级，明天其实超难追，不如从这把开始追。
对，有好的局面要把握嘛。我们就是拿铁前面就有提到了。不能只把它当成1天6场，要当成12场比赛。
对，用抛12去看的话，你只是想要前20次晋级，你明天的压力就很大了。2把完马上要淘汰8个，你就要一直游，一直游。那这里Summertimer 本来是一个赌狗型选手啊，但这把走向了营运，也是把装备做最强，然后拿一个中规中矩的
纪元哦。
对，纪元。
这看起来就是开局，好的质量，那我来了。
不过上一届世界赛比较印象深刻的就是 Disturb 的纪元是会在有2个对子以上的时候就把免费滴给滴掉，就是继续提升它的质量，确保连胜。对，那边有进对子有开影对子，感觉是可以滴的。
启哥 携手巨杀，
也是没选择上粉的，有4张小丑，那应该是要冲了，
不错，
应该就是选择就玩小丑。
OK， 不要跟我抢头，谢谢。OK， 看起来收割到了不少的人头，挺好的。来一个仰卧起坐，奖励一下自己。
那这边的话，可以做个夜色，物防应该比较不会有人想要。
猎刃确实也是小丑需要的。
夜色水银，然后最后面巨杀留给小丑，然后剩下的装备过给自己。
对。我后来就是听大家们的分享 ，IE 就不太好。
因为就是其实你前面任何能做的都可以直接做了。你后面小丑的务工有叠到了，其实他拿不拿那个 IE 都能秒杀。
没错。
那这个时候你的 IE 可以给杰更需要这个 IE，
可能需要更多的爆发。奇哥这边很犹豫啊，到最后
没有夜刃 IE 也可以。
对，
反正就是你的小丑前期叠到为主。
勇敢去飞这边就拿了一个3块钱加文加锁指甲走了。
但体哥玩杀戮有一个问题，就是他的远近近邻第一个把它甩掉了，第一个有出过了，
很优质的。
对，所以你后面不会再出这个几乎是杀手的专属海克斯的，所以算是一个蛮亏的地方。
这确实是个隐忧。
因为你后面甩不到这个最好的海克斯了，
而且现在胜败关系红绿灯起来。
但这样子的盒装应该也不会考虑格雷夫了。现在格雷夫放上去就是希望他帮我打1块钱。
来，我希望你来财，来财，来财，
来看一下能不能不小心弄到1块。反正胜败关系已经烂了，那剩下来小丑放着就让他弄一弄。
哇，好难想象这些选手为了
0块不给你弄，好人。哎呦，他放了4只，本来是空城。OK，我想说
我很怕什么都没有，你说打不到钱算了，还叠不到攻击力，
也太亏。那这样其实算赚了。
对，
赚了1.2点 AD，
挺好的，挺好的。能叠到 AD 是最想要。
没打到金牛的钱啊，不过至少应该有的击杀1只到2只。
有小提升2星牛。
然后这里有一个很顺的格雷夫，直接飘格雷夫2了，不过有被断掉。然后刚才好像没有生命腰带留给他，所以他的携手也一样还没做出来。然后 Summer Timer 前面是
连胜的嘛，
对，
就是
纪元的2星塞勒斯，
然后加2星的摩甘娜，这边是
变成了
极限了。
对，而且这个算是一个很好的搭配。
哇，这魔斗
很硬。
这个2阶段这个魔斗金变态，
再打到
5连胜。
5连胜跟5连败应该都有拿到，然后接下来就是看奇哥的决定玩不玩小丑，
放了一个雷哥，看能不能偷偷的换牌。
他还是只要你还没有抽的话，就跟解说一样，你还是可以跑，不一定要跑到95那么尊贵，但你是可以跑得到，比如说6先锋枪这种比较一般的阵容。
对，1变3，一起叠。
但好像可以赢。对，对面还没有携手，但有打到1块赚烂。
Yes， 30，那还好，还是有3连胜的。接下来就看小丑夺快3了，
要看一下玩不玩。
也是有可能走到别的地方去了。
没意外的话，应该就是玩这个。但玩这个另外一个比较麻烦的地方就是你的杀戮者在8等roll牌的时候，你就只单听1张节。所以如果你的节奏不够好的话，你节2的不够快的话，你会在8等坐牢。
对啊，而且我觉得3阶段，
这个是对赌圣好的东西。这个应该是加攻速缩小，然后蓝 B 也是节好的东西。然后那个绿色的大件不确定他们能不能用。
对，
前面好像是不能用。OK，
1张
决定玩小丑。
张数不是很多，刚讲完，
但有3纳
2，3纳2，然后再加上6张小丑。
奇哥的1费都不喜欢，就是在
直接落杆了。
对，落得太深，都是有一把是留着50吧，这把有留着30，
还是比较
去防一手，等一下出什么2个小尼口之类的。
蓝 buff， 那这边 IE 给巨杀给3纳。这个 哦，又遇到了迅哥，迅哥这边看起来也是能叠的。
装备非常非常好，杰跟小丑应该都能够有装备。
不过当然选秀的杰肯定是跟他无关的。
但有人在玩格雷夫啊，所以就变成两边其实撞到了三娜，就两边的三娜加稳都删不了。对奇哥来说没那么伤，但对格雷夫来说伤一点。
格雷夫还蛮有这个啊，踩的有什么好？
二先刷吧。
可惜没有瞄准。
对，没有瞄准镜。
要是有瞄准镜的话就太好了。刀剑永留，无可动摇。
感觉一也不要吧。
一现在确实没有之前这么强，
好小。一的话是算是先锋的专属，在先锋里面挺好的。那因为这几个小杀戮都身板很薄，
对，
所以拿到这些盾效益没有，比如说像先锋这么高。
但其实我比较好奇这边的选择，因为我自己的话可能会觉得说，我想要在一个3阶段很强的，就是马上可以变强的。
马上可以变强的，
到底是1好还是3好？这边，
那肯定是蓝盾现阶段强一点，或者是你的踩潘朵拉，就是你得要很快的变出小丑能用的。假设如果是有光装升级的话，肯定就是选光装升级。
所以就是都会比这个3的刀剑好。
对，刀剑的话现在没人带，而且你的杀戮其实不缺 AD
啊，对。
你现在有这么多大剑，也是3大带2个杀人剑。不过能够续上第3轮的节奏，算是小丑最重要的事情。
对，
所以你后面反正要赢不赢也是看外面多弱。
你已经是一个极限科技了。
而且看起来他们的绿球掉的东西是可以用的。
都合了。那这样的话，极限科技的吸取精华当然是好，不过其实蛮累的。就是你每个回合，然后要一直上，一直下，一直上，一直下，然后给那个东西，
但是非常强。
对，
但就是每回合很费你的操作。
对，要蛮多的操作去弄那个吸取精华。但就是等于每个人就蹭一件装备的话，平均实力是变强，勇敢去飞，
算是极限里面的专属跟先锋里面的专属，就这2个拿到都非常厉害。
勇敢去飞这个层数就不太高了，现在只有3破1而已。
而且没有拿到投资家，
对，我不太确定他
路
前面有低
路会有一点点窄。
这边是主力嘛，然后低寿婆那边，哎呦，
不过这把的踩大家都挺讲究的，这个主力也是非常讲究的，
对，这是非常讲究了。有没有什么特别变态的踩啊？
在现在这个版本的话，就是投资家，然后对奇哥来说应该是光装升级赌阵的话。那当然，吸取精华，你后面成型的时候会非常非常厉害。
迅哥拿走了人家的这个杰力加腰带他是选管道，我好久没看到管道在比赛中。
管道现在也是有一点亏模，就是你延迟4回合，但拿到的其实跟一个踩差不多，而且你还不能决定。
对，
你到打野的时候才能定。
那这个主力玩先锋的怎么样？
主力的话，就是他没办法吃到先锋给的属性，他就是一个我觉得快选不了的强度。
真的，我也很好奇，什么样的情况下现在可以选到他？
对，应该其他的真的是崩到不行。
不过就看迅哥这边的玩法，他也是有上去然后再做变换的可能性。而在 DSOP 这边，目前的流装有点像流牌，有点像圣元系列的
没有留扣个模，所以应该就是圣元玩到底了。那就要看一下他的采预期是什么，因为如果预期是锅铲的话，圣元顶多就是一个发电转法罗斯，没有到那么好消化。那如果是2尔装的话，维可斯能拿的2尔装应该就是鱼骨头，看一下他能不能甩得到，
还是说他这里真的有在等一个接下来再回到战地的一个可能性？
对，但没有留扣个模。
对啊，
所以如果是锅铲的话，要走战地会有点硬，就是这边得要是投资家才有办法拿。哎呦
，3-6的时候
7点升，至少血量是保住了。这把看起来像是一个前3的小丑，就至少整个节奏是很对的。那中间他没有选择潘朵拉，他选择极战力，然后有在2星小丑
从3-2、3-3、3-4，至少赢了3轮。那这个彩色其实就算赚了。
他还花，这边也有夜刃哦。
而且也知道小丑就是没什么上限的，所以就很认命的，现在直接1块钱不存，我就靠
上等，
现在压你们的节奏，把你们的血量多压一点，然后把我的血间差拉开一点，等一下就方便我吃到第2。
哦，好跳，
看起来蛮容易前2的。目前的血量差有点拉开，
对，
但是还有一个 Coco 啦 ，Coco 是格雷夫，然后刚才看到已经至少6张。是前期天湖开到披风的格雷夫，
对，我的 Scope 确实血量很好，94D 的 D Scope 这边进到野怪2星的魔斗，前排的坦克也有了，然后看勇敢去飞，主剑铁砧，金钱，
那感觉如果不开的话，就比较像在赌气了，不开，
真的像在赌气，但有5破1，决定要再吃上去，33滴血。
多吃2波的话，他现在才1连败，多吃2波其实
也多不了太多，
可能会有一个 Nico 的就停在150，
150确实是比较好的层数，
或是175，
比如说75滴血，
钱很
多，
但是要看一下开什么东西，能不能开到鱼骨头？鱼骨头维可斯蛮厉害的，选择先抽再开装。能合的先合，也是一个好习惯。在摇摆的是
来了
维可斯跟4发电，两边在摇。
法洛士，这边可能要
灯摇了呀，
可能要下追踪扣喽。你要去哪边 ？OK， 那看起来发电这边也是。哦，对，其实还是发电这里的话，今天的表现都蛮亮眼的。
开的好烂，这就是彩色现在很亏的。1刀没了，
卢登吗？啊，一刀遇到起哥了，
怎么拿都很烂呢。这把感觉是像是7-8，这边虽然血量看起来76，但应该是要1波不赢了。选择的阵容也不强，然后这个卢登也烂烂的，
而且他这边还在犹豫哦，就是下面排
那都是双摇的缺点了。对，双摇。你得付出你的血量，因为你会多需要1-2轮才能转完你的阵容。
他可能觉得还没有拿到他关键牌吧？那经费死期英雄礼包感觉都
1当保底吧，
只能是助攻碑文的保底了。哦，炙热灵魂，
刚刚掉了10血，突然发现。
对，刚刚是绿色来一个10血。酒桶，蜘蛛来了，2星蜘蛛。然后维克斯卖掉了，那就是专注在发电。那这边好运姐，也需要来个2星。那等下装备要给上去。
哇，这个感觉8等的发电
，8等，然后拼罪恶的感觉不太够啊。Buster 这里呢也是哇，10百洞变强，然后加上管道，最终
月光
走到了一个
但没有留豹女。也没有留
对
纳菲瑞，
所以这个 MP
他应该是想玩寇格魔那个什么末日
寇格魔，因为寇格魔过度了，
所以应该就是，
但他现在有点尴尬，就他的 MP 也只有2而已，不知道这样开会不会比较强？安妮是有2了，
这边简单的就是选秀救我18D。刚好遇到一个弱的，能不能有乌尔加特？
啊，需要来一张乌尔加特，这感觉只是一个过渡，
应该还是会想转过去，
不过没什么钱了。说实在的，这8等要滴出点东西蛮难的。科加斯，
我决定就是 MP 了，那要赶快找到有纳菲瑞了。
啊，菲瑞
要找到一只那个奈德利，
完了8等找1废牌，算经典款了。老经典了，这样，
危险，
而且他也没有猫咪哦。哇，那起哥的这个局势看起来就会比较好一点。
哎呦，钻进去，
贴到安妮脸上了，来1刀、2刀、3刀带走。前面是有 激发的尼可还在撑，问题是后排快被偷光了，再一刀。
问题是小丑不会打那个，
没错，小丑就不管你了，已经把其他人都清光了，再跳，再普攻 ，OK， 再跳，再普攻一刀带走。
但感觉这个实血对奇哥来说算是一个坏消息，因为
他希望人家赶快倒啊，
对，他是希望靠血量差距赢的，但你下面的人可能会因为这实血就
多了一波
回来了，
而且他刚刚是有输的，
哇，那下面的人脸色铁青，我的五费卡，我的关键五费
对
卡，
，Bobster 一想说完了，这边我的乌尔加特怎么变成一本书啦？
绝对他已经在转
哦，对他也是去 MP，
已经不是沃加特了。
那还是脸色铁青，这也救不了他了。有一个852的梦想也没了。这文章之书开什么对小丑是比较好的？
感觉这把有2家双摇，但是看起来效果都不太好。体育设备也在双摇 ，Bobster 也在双摇。
蛮勇、宿舍、先锋、堡垒，没有，
感觉是大手一敲了。
哦，他确实是有敲。
要不大手一敲
，OK， 先第一排第一碗敲也合理。
其实也可以就优化掉9桶。哎呦，
给一轮，改一轮来了，
那优化掉9桶了。我这个盖伦没上好亏啊！
遇到谁？遇到了啊，Bobster，他这里看起来就是打算用街头先拼先过渡了。
都是少了，哎。对，没有奈德利。
对，因为上奈德利抢月光，
他是4街头啊，他就只是因为有了月光，所以就随便放一只飞。
但问题是看起来不太够啊，可能就要倒在这里了。OK， 2个格雷夫
完全不够，
配上安妮一棒砸下去，Bobster没有看到4阶段的野怪。
对，MP 还是太弱了，甚至2星萨米拉感觉结局也差不多。
勇敢去飞等于是平白无故多了10滴血的容错，但是。加里欧差1张，达瑞文差2张，这边卖结了吧？
应该是得卖结，
卖
加。
他再等最后一拍，然后开了文章之书，开到了金牛，卖加文，然后上战略，不要这个结的杀戮了，跟
他这个第3个是不是开不出来？第3个健康财富。但这边要输
感觉高级开不出来，看一下这一波有没有赢。然后对到启哥哦，
输4只会死。
不过启哥的小丑现在粘在
上了，
啊 ，OK， 一刀过去，
但小丑也
被锁头了，
这样死不了了。OK， 等一下，其实输1只也不会死。哦。难道罪人？
罪人竟是我！哇，钱来了，
一个钱，来财278，好像开到偷。
那这样的话，也算是让他赌到了，就对勇敢去飞来说。
但问题就是他前面砸锅卖铁已经卖掉勒布朗，大概可能有卖了一个2星勒布朗了，就是你的上限已经注定没有这只勒布朗3了。然后刚才是出产嘛。所以有开到的人是大提升，那这个金牛就是完全没有用。
好忘，刚才没注意到启哥那边的文章开到什么？
其实能开到所有都没用，蛮衰的，因为堡垒、战略，甚至杀戮、
宿舍啥的，
先锋什么的，宿舍，
还蛮多能用的。哎，对你这么一讲，确实是蛮衰的。
我这个不能合吧？自信
，OK，
感觉应该要先这个3了，
这个3，
不然又要砸锅卖铁，
对，又要考虑要卖结了。迅哥这里就是一个末日，
但也没有开到末日，
也没有末日转了，9等，然后也是没有加文发育的，跟着没有盖伦发育，盖伦这边才上，
没有扎克，
也没有扎克，那这样的末日不太够。
但遇到了现阶段来说没那么强的，
遇到了小丑。萨克够不够力呢？这边还在开装备，装备还没给完，很急。
但是另外一边好像没有接，后面
那这里看看，
如果是3个3呢？
哇，又跳到了另外一个乌尔加特，那迅哥没了。这波95是没有成型的，
太穷了，没有拿到彩色经济就不太够，已经多10血容错了，反而是勇敢去飞，这10血挺关键的。
哦，Summer Timer 开了一个好的。开了一个先锋啊，先锋转，经典款圣元，
然后炫哥是不是有点危险啊？这把如果是拿到老七的话，
对，不知道炫哥的分数。
然后这边哇，三纳跟三纳，
对，我
这个就是想要保容错，所以我就他就全力想要第一只节，想要赶快开出6杀戮，但没有，所以就是三纳跟三纳。那好家在遇到95还没有发育起来的，
对，遇到李少是极限哦，开到了转职什么？开到转职处刑，觉得
这边有一个
小手发挥了，
水银有挡掉中远控。后面
一刀一个
得力的残局，
三纳1点9纳 ，OK，
OK， 他的至少还是维持在血量，还是有血量差距啊，还是像是一个人前4的小丑，感觉走位最差哦，接来了 ，OK，
好了6杀了，等一下看一下后续，
终于来这个集了，
对，装备要怎么样持续的去优化一下。
对，不过辅助装没有开到对的，可惜。没有开到双蓝盾。
哦，如果双蓝盾的话，
那-2。
第一首经典款发电机，高贵牺牲，转职开到是先锋哦。8等也花了很多钱在第一了，这边
应该就是烂局，然后想要有1名是1名。
这边也要看一下几个小丑的发挥如何。往下走，走到后排，而且没有被好运姐扫到。带走蜘蛛，一刀，看起来要再带走好运姐。哇，家里被偷完了，
不错，
已经开始碎念了。
这边被小丑对到连，这个大童子很扛，但没有用。后排的发电也是死光了，哎呦，
没错。但这个大虫子还在唱歌。
好肉，
真的看起来真的好肉，真的很肉。但是后排被偷光了，如果没有被偷掉后排的话，这波低速应该会赢哦。
几个的血量又来到了第1名
，Summertime 也开始输了。勇敢去飞在3的时候真的是顶住，哇，那一波真的好关键。
不过那一波要4只才能入死勇敢去飞，那他前面一个闪剑加1块钱不要，确实有达到效果。他可能是观察到有那个绿球的实血。对，那个实血看起来真的是非常非常危险。
对，这实血其实实血确实会影响很多决策嘛。
这边
上到了10等，
还要跟七哥去抢
这个节哦。OK， 战略再补，
是不是要补
又提升了？七哥3纳，3纳3星了，又多个 C 位。然后
其实算是大提升呢，在有赌格雷夫的情况下还能3纳3。
Let's Coco 是有风衣的，
准备换边，
有风衣的格雷夫哦，但这样3纳应该是很难删的。
不过这个打手给谁啊？应该是金牛转，等下得切下来，但是当下没有切到。
2个猜，等下再来优化。哇，这一刀刮下去，蜘蛛也顶不住了。好运姐这波大能够扫到后排吗？能够把
加流挡住了。
家里哦，横顶，
家里还
但是我也有一个横顶的
红 buff 有挂上去哦，
挂到弹，
伤害好像不够，但有一个反甲在弹，
没错，吹，
但活下来了，
死了，
活下来了，
录了一只，
啊，刚好这个10滴血给他这1滴容，
真的记住这1滴，
还真是，而且这个解2星以后比较厉害，他这个打手连人家不小心。
3个闪现这样拆的话，这怎么优化？
他可能想要等接2星，然后直接给接。
因为这金牛在节身上感觉现在，如果金牛转在节身上感觉现在很容易暴毙。
感觉拿打手可能是没注意到自己的所有 C 位都满装嘛，就多一个拿手给加稳，感觉很奇怪。但有躲掉格雷夫了。
哦，
一个好百位。
百位确实躲掉了格雷夫。那这波团战，这个。达瑞文还有机会直接刮死后排哦，有了2刀下去，大东被劈成
还没爆哦，爆了，看
劈成残血，
看你又能不能顶住3个格雷夫？
好像不行。
但达瑞文收光了
啊，可以，这一波大开的好，百位啊，
先爆开，然后才知道达瑞文的斧子，然后这边起哥又烧起来了，
起哥不知道这个 AD 叠了多少了，
前面那边上等。 后来三纳有3，他是三纳留到最后的，也没有着急的卖。他的前面是上8等3只三纳，虽然没有找到6破1，
这确实
6杀戮，
确实不能卖。
已经急杀93
93了，加了139、140了，139.5%。那因为这个三纳也是他变强的，不然他到了8等之后，其实要上9很难。
对，
然后也没有什么东西可以做的话，就是把这些3倍想办法低到3星了。
然后就是顺便滴滴金牛，然后再滴滴你的劫2。
Disop 来到了，
还在苦苦支撑。
9等
Timer 剩余，应该是
法洛士3星，
是极限维克斯。
然后李少的极限是倒了，这里扎克没有2，但是后排装的话是打手人家跟打手人家在选，所以这边选了一个兵甲，给扎克，这扎克应该也是养了一阵。
那个扎克如果能2的话，那克拉斯应该是直接卖了，但这边就要防小丑。
哦，小丑来了。刚讲完，弹过去，弹在了欧罗拉脸上，转头回去贴打头有点远。对，
我旁边还有一个劫，
虽然说吃到一波控，不过前面有女妖，所以防控好了，后排又不见了。看小丑下一招跳到哪里去，把扎克人清完。那这边杀戮的高攻，就算是科科兽也顶不住啊。6杀了，太杀了吧？
哎呦，还在烧，
还在烧，你勇敢去飞，还在顶。
今天看起来要有一个不错的收官哦。
我 Summertimer 3星魔斗，3星法洛士也是在8等拼命啊，
顶级的，
这很顶的圣元了。
他这是9等追到的
，9等
人口还多了一个，
确实看起来蛮厉害。
我还没有欧罗拉是先用开影，但也但跟他的转职也有关，其实还真挺厉害的，但是就要看一下那个小丑后面对决的时候怎么发挥
然后遇到了一个偷后排的，不过这边的摆位移到了左侧去，淑女大招会控到法洛士，
但是他的维克斯是有带水银的。
这个
那劫切不到法洛士，法洛士的位置很细，
要看一下这边达瑞文下一次大招出去，
他已经来不及
了吗？
又吸回来了。
哎呀，先锋3星的。
巨杀有没有够？
够不够？哎呦，2星的话真的倒了，3星就赢了，还真的是2星，
差一点点。
但5破1这边也是走到
底特克这样的局面也是给他拿到了
第4名
第4名。但启哥这边就怕有鬼故事啊，因为这家很强。那另外一家 Coco 是什么
？Coco 就是这个
Coco 也很强，特别斗士肉搏，感觉小丑比较怕这个。
而且它是叠起来的金牛了。
3家如果是最弱的那一家，就很容易因为走位就是
有发改件不知道盖伦改件是什么，2个改件。
格雷夫的应该是杀戮，加稳的就不知道了。
这里风翼有机会直接分到后排去哦。白翼照到了勒哈斯特跟这个加文而已。
对，但剩下的两家都是顶级强者。其实大家都是毒狗，1费毒狗、2费毒狗跟3费毒狗。
好硬，这魔斗好硬，这魔斗巨弹。这魔斗这么弹，就是给后面的科技枪疯狂输出哦。
对，但是他后面还有个大东在补伤害，
够不够？够不够？不行啊，这魔斗打不穿呐，爸爸，好痛。
还有至少这一家，那家Summertimer是非常非常厉害的。
对，Summertimer，
对，这样还是能靠血量优势啊，比较怕 L3 Coco 是打得赢镜像的，他连镜像都打不赢就。没说法。这边感觉要抵耐哦，对，会被抵耐掉，
也是很合理的比赛嘛。
他们应该在看启哥要什么，还要防止一切的意外发生。
启哥补了一个 IE， 应该是
补了一个好战 IE， 这样杰跟小丑双 IE。
他金牛转嘛，那这样杰再多一件装备。确实，因为他这边没有夜刃或者是头戴，小丑还是有点容易暴毙啊。这当然是靠那个骑士誓约可以防止控制。
但这波就很关键了，就是如果打不赢 Coco 的话，很容易血量差就会被逆转。那能打赢 Coco 的话，应该就是要看后面上线赢不赢两个 Summertimer， 但他是9等3费双3，是很夸张的一个。
人口的优势哦，来看一下这里。这波打到的是镜像，对面是正规军打正规军。但小丑一开始被锁头了， 被大东锁头了，打出了斜手哦，斜手比较早就触发，
没有夜色，
对，
有3个，
没夜刃就是容易这样啊。然后杰这里在左侧跟对面的格雷夫单挑，
还有一只格雷夫，哇，哎，单挑会赢吗？
有没有机会？三星三娜点一枪，再一枪 ，OK， 打赢镜像。然后 Les Coco 是输给了 Summer Timer，
那这边应该就要打 Coco 的本尊了。打金牛的话，金牛是没有叠层的，所以这边打本尊应该是会暴揍，
没错。
但至少，就是奇哥是打得赢本尊的，那 Coco 的话是打不赢他们的镜像，所以没有镜像的对位优势。那这边血量差就是有用的。下一次 Coco 再遇到Summer Timer就会嘎蛋，所以这边看最后面能不能上线超越。不过，
圣元真的是蛮好打斗士的，
但是刚才那个杀戮转被拿走了。
对，要是有杀戮转的话，可以再持续优化一下，把这个蒙多给他狠狠的甩到一边去。杰顶到了，杰有顶到，等一下可以转圈。
爆开。
哇，格雷夫能1打4吗？
应该不行。这三
只都是
1打3，
刘关张各种好手哦，一刀一个。
OK， 不用靠别人，
好，靠自己，做人要靠自己。那接下来
前2，
在 Summer Timer 这边厉害在他这个阵容小控制实在太多了。真的。
然后他是有一个女妖面纱，所以也不怕任何的小控制，只是就是单点即使切到法洛斯，他知道我是3飞3的体质，就有点太硬了。
所以那格雷夫刚虽然我们画面没看到，不过我猜他打这家圣女应该打得挺痛苦的。
对，不过Summer Timer要提升得要上到10，所以他的提升下一个提升很远。那奇哥这边的提升应该就是上9，可能摆个鳄鱼，
对，
也给全队加个攻速也算是提升。所以奇哥这边还能再提升一点点，甚至买个维克斯吧，加一点暴力。那决定直接破一层金牛，然后顺便摆维克斯，
反正有
鳄鱼就上鳄鱼吧，
干拉。
鳄鱼的加的伤害是最高的，
扎克，但现在养不了了，不好意思，再见。有什么可以提升的吗？这边，这个
两边的容错是差不多的，要看小丑跟杰的团战发挥。最后面可以再继续优化了一下装备，
因为这金牛转给到了范，但是就比较没有摆位的时间了哦。现在来看一下这一波的对位，法医中间造哇，因为这个站位其中的法医造很多，结慢了一步启动哦，
一定得吃这个女妖，所以法医相对来说就很好对。
对，而且他还有蓝盾，所以这个法医确实是对位上面蛮方便的。
对，但这个魔头好扛啊！
哇，这魔头好变态哦，讲小丑也不见了。其实这个血量，要团打的好一点有没有机会？
可7-1的话，机长也来到15，但其实应该还能再扛一波。
不知道这团打的好一点有没有机会？刚刚看这个样子，
比较难飞到后排，除非他摆左边了，左边是有奇迹团的，但别人要躲你就很好躲。这个毕竟蓝盾嘛，你要换一坨，那别人只要换一个法医，
能不能不吃这个蓝盾呢？
应该也可以，但小丑的比较优势对位就是左半边，左半边才有结顺进去的画面，
拉过来了，但对面
完全不动摇，
完全不动摇。
对面
，OK，
好哦，
好，那我一样法医开照全家，
对，但是他有很多水，已经算是打，
好痛
啊！极限科技好一点的东西就是有很多水，
对，好痛，真的好痛，
但他是
真的好痛，
不只有控制，还有这个
伤害也够，就算他没控到你，那伤害也够你的，够你受的咯。刚刚那是一绑下去，杰就半血，一绑下去，然后小丑就半血。不过小丑的第2名就很不错了，
小丑就是一个第2名，也是第2名算吃，
第2名吃，
而且这把其实有10滴血发下来，就很容易外面有妖魔鬼怪。不过奇哥感觉第2个海克斯拿得好了，第2个海克斯又把节奏压住，所以后面还是靠着高血量，即使他的节出的比较差一点，但还是靠一个高血量加上没有放弃追3打3，就至少剩3家的时候是打得赢 Coco 的。这边有对到哦，对面觉得你不会换，
最终来换手，看一下这一笔有没有机会哦。但小丑跟杰有办法一起上后排把对手给秒杀，先秒掉了威克斯，再一刀秒掉了法洛斯。 那这个团有没有机会呢？接着还有史前巨坦，但是杰已经把后盘给掏光了，回手掏，还在叠，
思维都还在哦。
那这波路的蛮多的，
别人觉得你不会动，偏偏最后1秒动了。
哎，最后一波还有选秀可以看，还有选秀可以看，
但看起来就是摆位，
对，
就是对面你换的够不够快，手速。他知道你要这样换了，但他有容错。如果是对面只剩1命的话，就修到了。但看一下对面防不防得住吧。这边我对面还没有烧吗？哦，已经有烧了。再拿一个烧，
一起烧。
可能左边一个烧，右边一个烧。
要不要后手法医啊？好像也没什么。
可以后手法医了，就是你就只要动你的 C 位就好了。那这边就看谁动得快了。启哥要动，但两只吧，小丑节。那达瑞斯其实没吃到，感觉也还好。
有好消息跟坏消息哦。好消息就是
动来动去。
这摆位游戏最终拉到了最左侧来。
有没有闪掉？对到了。
对到了。法医虽然照下去，但也对到了。杰有没有机会？小丑先一刀收到对手之后，这边2刀。带走了维克斯，
哎，法罗斯还在，
杰大招回来，杰大招回来有没有机会？
没有人收掉这个残血的法洛斯。
杰转了一下，杰转一下，3打1，3打还活着，
对到了，
活着，有僵尸疗对到了，赢了，启哥一滴血，小丑的对位，
这个实血对启哥也是很有用啊。
哇，我这边啪打自己的脸呐，一开始想说，我前面2个回合打完之后，已经把 Summertime 滴血上去了，想不到这边还可以自己把自己划掉。启哥第1名，而且用的是这个萨科小丑这样的一个阵容哦。
而且他后面其实他的对位是比较烈的，因为对面只要动维克斯，其他的魔斗啊、猪女啊都不重要，反正他都不会打你前排。
对。
Grenade started the game with a smile, looking at his board. I'm trying to play Kog'Maw, opens up his artifact. Oh, Flicker Blade. Smiles a little bit more and goes on to a very beautiful high cap level 10 board to win it all.
Wow, so cool to be able to see that Titanic Hydra in action though as well. I think these new artifacts have really breathed some life into this set, and so very exciting that we got a chance to finish off our 6th and final game of day number 1 with this set encounter.
Open up a lot of rerolls that we don't see as often. Things like Shaco, things like Vayne, for example. We're seeing the power both in that top 4 in the end with other players who I think had a more fortunate game. Players like Tex just hitting natural upgrades on level 7 in stage 3. Had a much cleaner transition to this capped out board he reached at the end, especially with the fact that he hits little buddies on 4-2, just a huge spike.
I'm so sorry I doubted you on the Slayers.
I mean, with Artifact, it's a whole nother story, especially in the hands of someone like Licornin and Volta, who put a lot of time into these lines across this entire set.
We did talk about those conditional lines being opened up with those artifacts, so I'm glad we really got a chance to see that play out.
Yeah, very much on display. Tex Summers, though, taking that 100 streak, streaking through a lot of the game, translating that into a 3rd place, which is often what happens when you do that. You don't have you do tempo instead of that high cap, and because of that, able to take a top 3 to finish out his day. But there is somebody who really needed this finish, and that's Volta.
Yeah, Volta is going to really use those points with 7, brings him up to a total of 25. And as a reminder, heading into this final game, that 32nd place, which is going to be the cutoff of our standings, was 19 points. So I think with all of our players in that top 4 really needing those good finishes, things are going to be really interesting looking at the bottom 8 players getting eliminated. I think that cutoff will be quite close.
And one of our players that needed a good finish but did not have one is Taro, who did take the 7th here we see on our screen, and now he's in the danger zone.
Historically, I think 24 is safe for being in the top 32 going into day 2. And that's usually around the same territory where a comeback is possible into making it to day 3 as well. It's what we saw actually from Tex Summers himself in set 8 Monsters Attack.
Well, Hanxing might be able to rewrite history with 23, maybe. It's a pretty low chance, to be honest.
Yeah, hey, you never know though, because whatever happens in the other lobbies, that's also going to be something that impacts the overall standings, and maybe we saw some similar stories where these lobbies flipped around.
Taking a look at the full board right there, we had Setsu and Weijin, 2 of America's best. They were in the bottom 3. Setsuko just didn't find any tears the entire game. It was a bit of a heartbreaker. Happens sometimes in TFT. And then Weijin Iverson also kind of having a single 3-star on that composition, not really pulling through.
I think it's a danger and maybe a bit with Setsuko of just playing for a comfort comp, not having the right components, and then just not panning out.
Sometimes it happens though, and sometimes the lobbies are really close, like what we saw at the end of the 6th and final game. But I'm hearing that we also had a very close fight happening in a lobby off stream, and so that's why we've got this tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. So Gangly, Hupe, what did we have happen over there?
Yeah, thank you very much, Nekra. We're actually going to take us a little bit back in time to a fight that happened on one of our co-streams. If you didn't get a chance to watch them today, you should definitely check them out tomorrow. We've got regional co-streams going on all over. You can find them on Twitch and YouTube. But in this fight in particular, we're going to be going back to a fight between GD Royal and Weijin Iverson. In this lobby right now, Bopster is on a massive win streak. He is certainly going to be winning out the entire lobby. And this fight between Royal and Weijin Iverson is basically going to determine who's taking second place. We talked all day about how sometimes the smallest of changes to your board can have a huge impact. And that's really what we're going to unpack.
Yeah, to see a little the state of the game, on the top we have the typical Dynamo, a little flex, and obviously we have possibilities here to ramp up with the Archangels. We have the Misfortune that has more of a possibility of going like this side. So as we can see, it's actually the opposite side from the two carries. So in starters, this is bad news, obviously, for Weijin Iverson and having that possibility of capping it out. Also, these are an interesting position here. From the Saya and the Aphelios, they are very close, so they can focus the damage. And obviously, the Saya is a little closer to that Misfortune, and that could for sure affect the game. Finally, and now Gangly will explain a little more about the game, we have this Zac that is opposite side. So he can only go against the Aurora, but doesn't have a chance to go against the two primary carries of the enemy.
I loved your artwork there. Fantastic work, Hupe. All right. So we can see as the fight is starting that our Aphelios and our Zaya are both hitting this, essentially the weak side, right? They're both focus firing on the Leona. And like Hupe called out, I want to reference this again. This Misfortune unit is going to be so important because she has the ability to maybe swing the fight, right? If you have your Zaya and Aphelios in that line of danger, the fight is instantly lost. But Royal gambles. He puts all of his power on one side of the board and says, your Zac is not going to be there, your Misfortune will not hit me. And because of that, we see the Misfortune ult goes entirely on the front line. The Vanguards are still entirely alive on the side of the Weijin Iverson. And you can see here, as long as this fight has been going on, the Zac has been ulting. It has not once ulted on the Aphelios or the Zaya, which we've seen so many fights be turned around by the CC that a Zac can produce. But this is where the fight really gets wonky, because as the front line starts to fall for both sides, take a look at this Zaya right here, right? She's going to ult. The Kabuko has just fallen from the side of Weijin Iverson on the other. And because she is out of range of the Zac, do you know who she targets? The Misfortune, who instantly explodes. The fight continues. The Zac finally gets onto the Zaya and the Aphelios, and with 1 HP, the Zaya holds on, is able to take the fight for GD Royal, and in the end, that fight is the difference between GD Royal getting second and Weijin Iverson going third.
Masterclass of positioning in the end, showing us the importance of this capability in the late end. And of course, this was the tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, Gangly, myself, and Whisker.
Oh, thank you so much, you three, and for Whiskers causing all of the chaos we've seen here with all the hacks and all the amazing action we will see ahead of us in set 15 KO Coliseum. But I love that display of positioning, because I feel like that's still going to be even more important as we look towards day 2 of our competition. Our standings are ready, so let's take a look and see which of our players will be able to move on and continue their run through the Tactician's Crown for Cyber City. You don't want to be in those bottom 8 spots.
Here we go, starting at the top here. Xiaoju from China able to take that top spot.
Really didn't expect it. 4th place out of the JOC. Not a lot of competitive performances, but he's shown he's here to play.
Players like Dish Soap, Tech Summers, Weijin, Solo, really strong performances to top things off at the end here and make into the second page on the standings.
As we move forward, a lot of APAC is going to fill up this screen, but still moving forward to day 2 of our competition. But this is where we get a chance to see the cutoff. Gobo in 32nd place will be able to make it, and 23 points was enough.
Was enough for Hanqing as well. He does make it through on 23, and this are the 8 players that will not be moving on. Taro, we expected after seeing the 7th place result in this last game, but a fan favorite from Siena, past champion Shunga, not making it to day 2.
Chengdu, also the most hype player, dropping out in the bottom 8 as well. It's going to feel very chilly in Chengdu as a lot of the players leave the venue.
Alpacasa as well, the only hope of Brazilian TFT. The Brazilian magic we were used to, especially last set with 2 players from Brazil making to that final lobby with Sobio and Lucas. Not the case, unfortunately, here.
I do want to say on this page before the cutoff, EMEA clutched up. They absolutely clutched up in this last game and were able to move themselves out of that bot 8. And hey,